Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today is our celebration of the 20th anniversary of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. We are working with the Speedrun community, and we have a bunch of different categories to show off for you today. Before we get into our first race of the day, just a few quick reminders. Flame Fatales is Games Done Quick's all-women online speedrunning community. The upcoming event, Flame Fatales, will run from August 13th to 20th. The schedule is out now. You can go check it out at gamesdonequick.com/schedule. And while you're checking out at the schedule, I added verbs, whatever. Feel free to submit a prize for the event. Use !FF in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. Also, Games Done Quick is hiring. If you have experience in website design and development, and would like to help overhaul our website, or if you have experience in social media creation and want to help out at our live events, be sure to go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs to apply. With that said, we've got a race to start off. I'll hand it over to the commentary and let them introduce everybody.
All right. Hey, guys. I'm so happy to be here today. We're really, really excited. We have a really cool race coming up of the 80% unrestricted category. So just to talk about that, well, actually, first of all, we should introduce ourselves. My name is Lane, and my co-commentator here.
Yeah, I'm Bill Nye. How's it going, guys?
And our two runners today, we have Chaos Drifter, sometimes Chaos Drifting, depending on the website. And we have Range, that's R4NG3. They are going to be going head-to-head here in this 80% unrestricted race. Unrestricted meaning all glitches are allowed, basically no holds barred. And 80% meaning completing any amount of the game. These are basically our two top contenders for world record, so it should be a very spirited and exciting run. And yeah. Have anything to add to that build? I think they're going to start building their characters right about now.
I believe so. Getting into the very fast character creation.
Yeah, Range is already ready to go by the looks of things.
Oh, yes, sir.
It looks like they're both going Mullet Man, an absolute classic. Probably one of the most beloved player portraits in this game. So we have attributes here. So we'll notice that we're stacking up a lot of dexterity and constitution. This is mostly for survivability and also for shooting people, which is a big part of this game. Skills, the only skill that actually matters is security. Looks like the name that Chaos is picking out is please ... And Range is changing his name now, just in case. Just going with his actual name. Ranch.
Classic. Yeah,
Perfect. I'll also point out the first feat we took was 2-weapon fighting, so that way we are able to use 2 guns instead of 1. But yeah, I think we're about ready to go. Do you want to do the countdown build?
Of course.
Yeah, the game will start the moment they hit play.
Yep. 3, 2, 1. Let's start this race.
And we're off. So let's just kind of talk about this run a little bit. There's a lot of glitches that are going to be happening here, and there's not nearly enough time to explain even a fraction of them. So we're going to kind of focus more on just talking about this run in general and the players that are here. There's a lot of dense history and such, but we do have one very difficult trick right here that we're going to focus in on. Ooh, Range.
Range gets the first, just followed by Chaos. Going into the command section of the fire.
Yeah, so there we've entirely warped to the other side. Also, I feel like I can actually hear Chaos's microphone, so the tech may want to mute him as well as deafen him. But anyway, we're moving on into the into the starboard section here, and we're neck and neck. This is looking like a good fire from both our contenders.
Going straight. Toggling the VSync option for better screen.
Yeah, so that we don't have to worry about the black bar glitch and things like that. You'll see a lot of flashing lights here, by the way. But aside from that, we are off the tutorial section already with good times out of both. It looks like we had about 57 seconds out of Range and 58 seconds from Chaos, which is good to see. But yeah, the 80% category is the biggest and most popular category in this game, and it's been around for years and years at this point, almost as long as the game has been around, though the level of actual participation we've seen in it really didn't start up until around Build's time, back in 2014, 2015. You know, if you want to talk about some of the people that are around back then, Build.
Yeah. We have basically Annie Kenobi, a legend within the community, along with Glassnock and Dr. Apple Sponge and all that, and me. And going to the game for a second, we had the Skelly Flu, which is a whole
That's true.
conglomeration of glitches.
Yeah.
And
basically, if we don't talk about the run, a lot of things are going to happen in the run, whether we like it or not. By the way, they did trick the game into leveling to level 17 to get Sneak Attack 9 and improve 2-weapon fighting, and then reverted back to level 2. So we both has two very souped up players. It does look like Chaos has a light lead here, but we're mostly lined up here.
And that's mostly due to the Skelly speed. Like, if you get above 20 seconds, yikes.
Yikes.
Yeah.
So we're doing some nice character micro movement here, splitting people up. We're getting some shopping done here with Zelka. So just to kind of talk about what's happened so far, we woke up on the Indar Spire, we were attacked. We immediately left without doing anything on that ship. When we got down, we sold all of our possessions, bought a suit of armor and a bunch of drugs. Now we're doing this thing called an autosave hotshot, which is too complicated to explain, but it's going to warp us halfway across the upper city. And we're going to be set up for our next DLZ that's going to break us into the Sith base very early. This is the really scary one that we're worried about, so let's see who gets it first.
And the reason this hotshot works, it's due to coordinate warps and chaos.
Ooh,
Get
chaos!
Immediately.
Got it so fast. All right, Chaos is in a cracked run right now. A little more trouble out of range, but I think he's popping off at the moment, I'm sure.
Range got it as well.
All right.
About 5 to 10 seconds between the two runners.
And yeah, so this is a risky part of the run here because we're doing a faster strat where we don't bother getting in any invincibility. There is a glitch to do that. We don't bother with it for speed. So you very much can die here. Looks like Chaos got through just fine. Ooh, bad pothole for range. That's going to cost him. But he is alive and not stunned. So now we're going to fight the governor without him fighting back.
We'll something called wire targeting, which will be showcased in the glitch showcase later in the show.
Yeah, this glitch was discovered by our illustrious Hotshot Wire, a wonderful glitch hunter in our community, and perhaps a familiar name to people that have done some other games such as Jedi Knight or Fable or Jedi Fallen Order. Big glitch hunter. All right, and so Chaos had a little glitch there called a hotshot to warp himself back to the upper city north. Looks like Range is catching up with a decent governor fight.
Yeah, we were very creative when coming up with the names. Hotshot named after the person who found it in Fastlane.
Oh, Chaos's DLZ into the lower city was also very solid. A 4-minute entry, or sub 4-minute entry to lower city is well on a solid run pace to get a good terrace. Honestly, everything's going right for Chaos right now. Looks like more trouble for Range over here. Ooh, but bad Volcar clip for Chaos. Gonna lose him some time there.
He's working at it, he's working at it.
Ooh, I see the panic. I see the panic. Chaos is panicking a little bit. He needs to angle himself slightly more to the right. He's a little facing the door too much.
There he goes. He's adjusting. He's adjusting.
All right. Okay, he's in, and it looks like Range is caught up a little bit. We're neck and neck. We're neck and neck.
Yes.
Range also have a little trouble with the DLZ clip.
All right. This is still anybody's race right now. So the only reason we entered the Volcar base was just to make a singular quick save in there, and we're going to hold that quick save for the next minute so that we can do a glitch to warp ourselves back there after we go and kill Gadden, which you're going to see in just a second. This is one of the few actual rest points in the run where we get to do this sprint here in the lower city. Not a lot going on, a lot of glitches happening, so they get to take a breather for about 5 seconds. All right.
Now we're getting into a DLZ position. This one's a little iffy sometimes, but Chaos gets it right there.
Yeah, it took a little bit for that Gadden DLZ. Let's see how Range does. Let's see. One hit Gadden. Oh, Gadden survived. That's bad news. All right. So Range is right on his tail.
Yeah. Let's see if Range gets the first try Gadden. And he does. Let's go.
Range gets it exactly how it should be. All right, another little rest point for Chaos right here as he gets the just bump through this conversation.
Both are going into the swoop section of the of terrace.
The run, yes. So swoop racing, it's not pod racing, it's swoop racing. There is a difference. It's a little mini game that that is here, and it's actually one of our most popular IL categories. People really like doing the swoop bikes here on Terrace. There's a very specific route you can do to get a very good time. Particularly, if you do everything correctly, you can get less than 23 seconds on your swoop route. I doubt either of them are going to get it, but we're going to really pop off if they do. If I was being less charitable, I could say that you could make fun of Chaos if he doesn't get sub 23, but, you know, we're all friends here.
Yeah, we're all good. But yeah, I'm both in the swoop. One important distinction, as Chaos is not going into the final gear, is actually faster not to go into the fourth gear in this particular race. Any other swoop race is
23 and 260 milliseconds for Chaos. Lost 26, centiseconds. Slightly better swoop time for Range.
I thought Range was going to get the 22.
Nah, Range isn't that good at swoop racing. All right, and with that, we're almost done with Terrace. And I'm sure you're thinking, what? Terrace takes like 12 hours to do casually. What do you mean you're almost done? Well, all we need to get off of Terrace is the launch codes, which we got from the governor, and to win a swoop race, which we won a swoop race. We don't even have to rescue Bastila, the actual plot reason we're here on the planet. We can just go directly to Candaris, who's waiting for us in the bar, and is more than happy to let us leave. So here we're doing a little trick on Chaos's end to skip past that cutscene. And Davik in his base, he usually shows us around and gives us a tour. And on this tour, he shows us this prized starship. We're going to break the conversation halfway through so that we can just immediately steal the ship and leave without having to do anything here.
Yeah, basically we're just going to yoink it and do a map CS skip to go straight to Dantooine.
And it looks like Chaos gets off of Terrace at 7 minutes, 14 seconds without loads. And Range right behind him at 7 minutes, 24 seconds. So this is a very close run, and there is a lot of time to be lost and gained going forward. So it's really anybody's guess. I'm curious if either of them are going to go for the new DLZ here. It looks like Chaos is doing the new one, yeah. And so is Range, but we just found this new spot for this DLZ last night when we were in a voice call together. So they are really taking some risks. All right, they're both setting up, having a little bit of trouble. Let's hope Candaris is close enough. Jordan is... Yeah, Range, I mean, is too far to the right. Range is way too far to the right. Oh, there he gets it.
He got it.
There we go.
He got it.
All right. And we're on the move. So if you notice, usually there's conversations out here and people should talk to us. But that's not happening because we actually clicked our main character with Candaris. So Candaris is trying to talk to us this entire run. Because he's trying to talk to us, all the cutscenes are very polite and they don't play. So we can just run all the way to the end of Dantooine.
Arlene, which Cathound?
Yes, Chaos gets Cathound pattern number 2. Range gets Cathound pattern number 3, unfortunately, because he took longer at the start of the courtyard. But luckily, he does it the correct way. You're supposed to go right there, and he dodges past them no problem.
I love how you have pattern name for all these.
And yeah, Chaos clips behind the door, and he's having a bit of trouble with the easy DLC. All right, there we go. Usually you should get that one instantly. So that's another opportunity for Range to catch up a little bit of time.
What you're going to find special about this DLC coming up is we're going to do a map version of it, I believe so.
Chaos does the map version, yes.
And that's going to extremely boost our FPS so we immediately get it, or should immediately get it.
Yes, he got it instantaneously. There was no delay there on Chaos's end. Chaos is realizing that his save setup is a little wonky at the moment, but he's fixing things as he goes. And just like that, we've gotten the star map. And so we have not even become a Jedi. I usually become a Jedi in this game, but since we clipped directly into the final area, we just get the final quest to begin the midsection of the game without doing... We don't talk to Juhani, we don't become a Jedi, nothing really happens. Also, people that love this game might notice we don't have Mission Zalbar or T3 either. They were all left behind on Terrace, and we will not be getting them in this run.
So yeah, we're getting ready to go to the first and only star map of the entire run on Kashyyyk.
Well, to be fair, there was a star map on Dantooine. We just really skipped past it, so it was hard to see.
Yeah,
but...
yeah, true.
And yeah, but so actually for this first travel in the Ebonhawk, you can travel anywhere you want. It doesn't really matter because they're doing what's called a CS skip here, which takes you back to Dantooine, but it allows us to skip the cutscene in between. And they are actually neck and neck. They are both doing this hotshot at the same time to get back to the Ebonhawk.
I'm here.
And all right, off to Kashyyyk we go. So Chaos is setting up for this special setup with Bastila here. And ooh, it looks like he had a bit of trouble with the main character following. But this is going to get us warped over to the entrance to the Great Walkway as soon as Bastila hits this point that it's very specific on the ground.
That's called a GP warp, which stands for Gather Your Party.
Yeah, because if you recall in this game, if you try to enter something when your party members aren't nearby, you get the little pop-up that says you need to gather your party before venturing forth. But we can spoof that to get people to teleport around. More will be explained in the glitch showcase later, because we're already moving on. They're doing what's called a coordinate warp here, where Bastila's coordinates are going to get warped across the Great Walkway, and then they're going to GP warp her to immediately get into the lower Shadowlands. So now we're going to see Chaos start running here during this conversation, while
really,
Calo Nord is getting to him.
It really is neck and neck still. Good.
Oh yeah, they are right next to each other.
You got lucky on Terra.
Like the runners are just this caliber, just able to keep up with each other and just be on pace. It's amazing. Especially
For sure. We have a pretty crazy section incoming. We're going to see a little bit of micro movement out of Chaos here, trying to get Bastila to move while the MC is going to talk to somebody in a moment. Though the section after this is the really infamous part of this run. It's what we call the routine section, which to explain very briefly, we are going to be acquiring the Kashik star map, then warping out of there, and then using a glitch to delete that part of our save game, warping back and getting the star map again so that we can duplicate it 4 times. So that way, instead of traveling to all 4 planets, we can just do Kashik 4 times in a row, which is much, much faster. And yeah, they are just right neck and neck. Like, it is so, so close right now. But yeah, we're going to get to see that menu section in just a moment.
While we have a little bit of downtime, like, there's a variation of 80% called All-Star Maps, which basically blocks out the routine if you have to go to all 4-star maps. It's basically similar to this run, but we have to see all 4 planets in their glory.
Ooh, Chaos decided to risk it and take the most efficient line, and he got stunned by the mine. And officially, Range is now ahead because Chaos got greedy. In a GDQ run, he went for that mine. It's like a 50% chance to stun you.
Yep.
Because I know he knows exactly where that mine is. He did that on purpose.
Indeed. He did it for the meme.
All right, both of them are about to start their routine sections. So this is going to look like total nonsense to the audience and honestly to most community members as well. You're going to be seeing a lot of saving, a lot of loading, a lot of menu glitches. Menus are getting layered on top of menus here. But ultimately, we are just getting the star map 4 times through a series of complicated glitches. So while y'all guys watch and enjoy all of this nonsense in the background, I suppose we can just talk a bit more about some of the history of this game. Personally, I didn't start getting into KOTOR speedrunning until around 2019. I've been around much longer, but that was around during a Sheet Metals grind, a previous world record holder. Build, on the other hand, has been around much longer.
Oh yeah, like Lane said earlier, about 2014, 2015. That's where I met the Legend Glass. He's done a lot of marathon runs for...
Yeah, in fact, I believe Glassnock did the very first GDQ run of KOTOR way back in, I believe, 2017? It was SGDQ that year. Really classic run, big part of, you know... Oh, I'm just watching their streams again. They both did the Bastila level up simultaneously. They are right next to each other. But yeah, so Chaos got into this community about a year after I did, right around when we had some really big glitch discoveries. He started grinding and he very quickly rose up the leaderboard. And Range was about a year after that, starting with some of the more minor categories like NMG, no major glitches, which we're going to get to see later today, and Glitchless, but moving into any % later on. Range actually has done full sweeps of this leaderboard before, taking multiple categories world records at the same time. So we have 2 very talented runners here.
Definitely. And they've grinded for over 1,000 hours to be here and be at the pinnacle of their game.
Yeah. I do see some people in chat mentioning spoilers. Not to worry, this run is more or less spoiler-free, seeing as all of the big major bombshells in this game are entirely skipped past. And all you're really going to get to see is the final boss, which isn't something that's too surprising from starting this game. So, yeah, looks like Range does wrap up ahead because Chaos had a bit of trouble on that last routine. Ooh, and this might actually put the nail in the coffin for Chaos. That is assuming that... Oh, did Range also have some trouble? Oh no!
Oh,
Disaster!
no.
The unknown world was not on the map for Range. Oh,
Disaster has
this is not what you want to see. If you notice, when they're selecting their party members, some of their other party got deleted, so right now we only have Jolie and Bastila. But yeah, Range is going to have to try his best to recover this here, but it looks like Chaos is now back in the lead. This is unbelievable. Two massive blunders from both of our runners here. I'm sure it's the marathon nerves. It is so hard to do this and keep a straight face
Chaos
for
is
sure.
the unknown world. He's going to continue with the run.
And yeah, and just like that, Chaos is able to skip past the torture cutscene and finds himself back on the Evan Hawk. And now he has a 50% chance to get a fighter encounter, and he gets it right away. That's what you want to see. Chaos is on a solid run right now. Honestly, well, it's anybody's game, because coming up we have 2 DLCs, and one of them, the Summit DLC, is very, very difficult. And it is entirely possible for it to take upwards of, 30 seconds for Chaos, whereas, Range might get it instantly. So it's still anybody's game, but at the moment, it's really looking like a solid lead for Chaos.
Another Cornet Warp going into the DLC, and Chaos having a little bit of trouble going this DLC.
This one's been giving him issues recently because he refuses to walk it. It's way easier if you do it walking, but he likes to run it. All right, this is the very difficult one. So the whole race comes down to this moment right here.
Yeah, and this is called the Summit DLC, very infamous in the community. You can either get instant, or it takes, like Lane said, 30 seconds to get this DLC.
And yeah, it's giving him a hard time. So Range also gets first strike fighters. So we're going to see if Range can close the gap here. It really all just depends. There's a gnat flying in my face right now.
He gets it. Let's go. He got it.
All right. Chaos still has a pretty solid lead here. It's really going to depend on how quickly Range is able to pull off this DLC, but it is looking like this is going to be Chaos's run.
And Bastila got so angry we left her on terror, she turned to the dark side.
Yeah, because she was so upset that we left her behind, but then took her with us. It's complicated. Anyway, just like that, we skip this entire mini boss fight right here. And, okay, Range is setting up for the DLC right now. Let's see how quick it goes for him. It looks like he's also having some trouble. So...
And we go dark side in this category.
What is funny, I will point out that Range's first sub-split segment of Lahan was actually a gold split. Alright, Range is it through. Alright, now okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Chaos is skipping the unskippable cutscene. This cutscene was unskippable for years until we found anywhere menu glitch.
Alright, so we're starting up Star Force for Chaos. It is still possible for this to go poorly, because just this morning, Chaos lost a world record pace run to a very unfortunate Starforge. So it is entirely possible that, this could still be anybody's race, but it is looking pretty securely in Chaos's camp right now. All right, Range is wrapping up Lahan, and we're almost to the end of the run.
And in just 17 minutes, we're already at the final area of the entire game.
And I suppose if we're doing race time, it'd be 20 minutes, but yeah, because we have their loadless times pulled up as well over here, but...
Yeah.
Okay, looks like Chaos is not messing around on these hot shots here. Yeah, just keeping calm, doing it correctly. All right, this looking like it's pretty secure for him. And something pretty bad would have to happen on the Malik fight for Range to catch up, but it's not impossible.
It's pretty routine for Chaos. I had to.
Okay, neck and neck. A few GP warps here, some micro movement. I do just want to take this slight moment here to say that we are so excited to be on GDQ, and we're very thankful for the organizers for reaching out for this event.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thank you all for being on.
Okay. Chaos is wrapping up the deck 3 and is about to be, wrapping up deck 2 and is about to be on deck 3 after another hot shot. Okay. Things are we're getting real intense here. Chaos really isn't that much ahead of Range, and Range is not making any mistakes here. I get the feeling that Chaos will probably be wrapping up his Malika fight while Range is starting it, assuming nothing happens here. Alright. And just like that, Basilisk should be warped into position right by the exit. Chaos accidentally puts the Verpine shield on her, but that's not a big deal. And yeah, we're basically here.
For the total safety of not hitting her.
Yeah, a lot of load screens in this speedrun. I'm sure some people have noticed.
Yep.
I'm here.
Alright. So, Chaos entering into the final fight right now. He's doing the new strats where you enter up with Basila first instead of the main character. This is going to help him position. So one reason we went dark side this route is because Basila comes equipped with a set of thermal detonators, which is an easy way to kill Malik. Because you see, at the moment, we're only level 2, so we can't hit Malik. Alright, kind of a sketchy fight for Chaos here.
Very sketch.
Because Basila got stunned twice there. But it looks like this is working out. Range is getting ready to start the final fight as well. Oh, if Range gets a really cracked Malik fight, ooh, we'll see. But it doesn't look like it's going to do it. Yeah, Malik is down, and we're getting ready on time for Chaos. And... oh, Chaos messed up the AMG! Oh no!
Oh no!
He's got to redo the fight. Oh no! I don't know if Chaos knows what to do here. You need to. Oh no!
Oh.
And just like that, at the last minute. Okay, what Chaos needs to do is Chaos needs to wire target Malik here if he wants to end the fight. Oh no! And so it looks like Range is gonna take this away in an upset.
Oh, well, Range could mess up the AMG.
He quick saved too soon. Chaos got excited, got nervous. Oh no. Let's see if Range messes it up. Oh, and Range does it just fine, keeps us cool, and just like that secures the win. It is Range.
Range is your winner.
That is incredible. Oh man, well, we're gonna let Chaos wrap up here, but congratulations, Range. I don't know if we want to get him unmuted or undeafened, but Range, congratulations. Chaos had you beat, but at the last minute, he messed up the AMG to end the fight with Malik.
No way. No way.
And so you just barely beat him. Chaos is restarting his Malik fight right now.
I had to do another star map. Or like, I messed up doing the last one. That was so dumb.
The routine section, yeah.
Oh well. I was like, okay, like I'm probably not winning then. But the rest of the run was like honestly pretty solid.
Yep.
It was neck and neck the entire time. You and Chaos had about equal mistakes.
Yeah, definitely some nerves, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a hard to PB. That's what I just learned from this race.
Oh, for sure. Chaos is getting ready to wrap up his Malik fight, and just like this, let's see if he's able to do it correctly this time. Oh yeah, there we go. That's solid. You know he's gonna be so upset about this in a moment. And that's it for Chaos. GG. Let's get him unmuted. Chaos, you almost had him.
Mistake.
You almost had him. It was very close.
That was such a dumb mistake. At least I recovered it.
Yeah. I tried to leave Kashyyyk early. Chaos.
Oh.
Anyway. Yeah, and I had to like go back and do another routine.
Well, that was a fantastic run out of both of our racers here. If y'all have any final words, any things you want to talk about here, I'm sure we have plenty of time left. You know, I think Seraphim's still getting set up.
Cool. Hey everybody, I'm Range. I love KOTOR. Speedrunning, it's very fun. It was, I got into it at the beginning of the pandemic, and it was super fun. The community's great. It's a great game also, and an even better speed game. So yeah, thanks for having me, GDQ, and yeah, shout out to Lane and Build, commentators, and that's all.
Very much.
What's up, Chaos?
Yeah.
Speak to us.
Yeah, I'm Chaos Drifter. I've done a few other GDQs in the past with Chrono Relief, Done Quick, and was it SGDQ 2021? Was that it?
I think that's what we did. Yeah, I think so.
So, yeah, I've done this a few times. The run's changed quite a bit since then. It's really just because of all the work that our community's put in, wouldn't have sub 20 runs if it wasn't for what everyone else has done and how much range has pushed me and him as like competitors. So that's been really, really nice. This run was really goofy for me. Range, I went for the mine. I went for the flash mine on Kashyyyk.
Right, we saw that.
I thought I was behind, so I was like, I'm gonna tank it. And the worst case scenario is I'm just more behind.
Chaos, do you want to know something? You were ahead of Range by about 2 seconds at that point. Then you got hit by the stun mine, and Range was ahead.
Yeah, apparently we were very neck and neck until I messed up the routine, and then you messed up Malik.
Yeah, and it was literally the last possible second of messing up Malik. Also, the frag grenades were frustrating.
Yes, they were. But
strange.
Anyway, fantastic run from you both. I think we're probably ready to move on. That is, if the tech believes so. We're just waiting to hear from Church, but yeah.
Yeah, we're all good.
All right, cool. Cut us off whenever you feel.
Thanks for having me.
Guys.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for being on. It was a pleasure. We'll be seeing more from, I believe, all of you.
Yep.
Except for Build. I think Build, this is his only commentary for the day.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Build.
Thank you so much, Build.
No problem.
We're going to take a quick break while we just get everything, all the final things set up for the next run. It's going to be a glitchless run. So we will take a quick break, and we'll see y'all in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our 20th anniversary celebration of the release of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. And we've got another run coming up for you. It's glitchless. I'll hand it over and I'll let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah from 1313, the current world record holder of the 80% glitchless speedrun. And I'm joined by my commentator.
Hey, everybody. I'm Range. I just did the 80% unrestricted race. I've also run this category. I'm actually second place. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here. Seraphim's great at this, and the run is way different than the last run. Yeah. Hard in a different way.
Yeah, if you guys are like, gee, that last run did not really look at like how I play the game casually, this run might be more your style. So I'm gonna just quickly go over character build real quick. We're gonna put all of our points as much as we can into strength, 14 in dexterity and constitution, and 10 in intelligence. We're gonna get 4 computer use skills to help with some computer spike usage early on in the run. We're gonna get 1 point in stealth to get an item that I can sell for credits, and 4 for treat injuries, so that will help with my healing items. And then we're gonna get a focus on melee weapons, because that's what we'll primarily be using throughout the run. And I think for name, we're going to do, I think we'll just do KOTOR less than 3, because we love KOTOR, don't we? All right, we're gonna get this run rolling. Gonna count down now. 3, 2, 1, go. Now, I'm already doing a strat. I am holding left on my keyboard because as soon as my character wakes up, my character is going to move towards the footlocker that I want to loot in order to get some items.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in this game, every area you're in is called a module, and before a cutscene or any trigger, there's a fade-in. So there's a fade-in to this cutscene, and you can move left before the cutscene actually triggers. But yeah, Trask talks to us. We just equipped, we talked to Trask. This is kind of the tutorial section. You have to just like kind of switch back and forth. Lots of micro movement and more equips.
I'm going to give
Trask security.
I'm going to give him both blaster pistols. That way I can do more damage because he's going to be my primary DPS user on the Endar Spire. Do some quick tap targeting.
Trask carries us early. And then Karth carries us at the beginning of Terrace.
Yes, and then after that, our party members are completely useless. But we'll get to that when it comes.
Yeah. That's definitely, yeah. That's common in this game. Early, we need them. Later, we want to get rid of them. But then you're forced to have them anyway. So there's also a lot of cutscenes. They're great. The cutscenes in this game are amazing.
Yeah, unlike any % unrestricted, I can't skip all the cutscenes. Just gonna throw a grenade at these 3 Sith soldiers, and I killed all 3, which is important because I won't be able to open the door unless all 3 of those soldiers are dead.
Yeah, and there's a chance that 1 will not die. And then this
Wow.
is also a kind of variable cutscene. So in the module that we're in, these two NPCs are actually fighting, and you have to wait for the Sith to die. So if and this is a D20 based game, so if the Jedi rolls well, the cutscene will end sooner because she kills the Sith earlier, and then she gets blown up and she also dies. RIP. Glitchless fires have a ton of micro, so there's a lot of extra like stuff. Like he just used Trask, and like all this extra stuff to save as much time as possible. Nice level up.
I got proficiency in two-handed weapon fighting. One thing I didn't mention is that I took the scout class to start with. That's just I actually, as a world record holder, I should probably know this. I forget exactly why we choose scout. I think it's a stats thing. I think it helps with defense, if I remember right, or am I wrong?
Yeah, Scout has better saving throws, so you'll be more immune to enemy force powers, stuns, stuff like that. Scout also gets a lot of skill points, also gets like some items that other classes don't that are useful in this category. Scout is just like a good all-around class. Scoundrel, we used 80%, but it's more niche, and that's why we used it. Soldier just ends up not being that good. It's still good, but it's just not as good as the other two options.
Right. Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm just a lowly scout. If only I could become a Jedi, but, well, I guess that's not in the cards. I mean, I'm a scout, and I'm an adult. There's no way I could become a Jedi. Oh, well.
Yeah, in the last run, we actually don't become a Jedi, which is funny. In this run, we definitely might be.
Yeah,
Dun, dun,
I wonder
dun.
if I'll become a Jedi in the Star Wars video game. So I'm going to do something kind of fun. I'm going to hit my stim command and activate a stim early because I want to use alacrity stims as much as I can on Terrace. It's going to be our primary way to increase our movement speed and to get around the world a little bit faster.
Yeah, managing your alacrities, that's the stim that makes you faster, your movement speed higher, is a huge part of Glitchless and like getting a really good time. Managing all your resources, your med packs, which are your like health things, and then your alacrities and your other stims, because you can use them for strength and stuff. We definitely try to take advantage of a lot of that stuff. We also use like grenades and stuff. So there's a Sith raid, right? So a little backstory. We are just a random scout. We crashed on this planet occupied to the Sith, and we're hiding out. And this is a Sith patrol kind of looking for us and giving the aliens a hard time. So we're gonna blow them up, and we loot them. Very important shopping here. I don't remember how strict the credit route is anymore. It can be pretty strict in glitchless categories, though.
It's a little bit stricter early on, but after a certain point, we don't really have to worry about it. So essentially what you need to know about that bind menu I just did is I sold a bunch of stuff I don't need, kept stims, med packs, and grenades, and I bought a couple of computer specs that we're going to need later on in the run. Fun little strat you can do here. I'm going to eventually go to the upper city north, but I need to buy something from Zelka first. So I'm going to move my main character here, buy the nerve enhancement package, which helps with some saving throws. And then because...
Yeah, that's another...
Yeah,
that's another reason we go scout. Because you can use the nerve enhancement package earlier and easier. Yeah.
And the way that the game works is your party members have to be at a certain distance in order to go through a loading zone. So I can just position Karth to be in the right spots, and then I can move my main character, and that works pretty well. This can backfire because if your party members choose to not follow you, they can just be really far away, and then it's really, really annoying.
Yeah, the AI in this game for like the party member, I don't know if AI is the right word, but it's stubborn, for sure. So we have to get to the lower city, right? In Terrace, you go upper city, and then you go lower city because you're trying to rescue Bastila. And Bastila is in either the lower city or the undercity. So we have to get access to the lower city, and the way we do that, there's two ways. You can either crash a Sith party, and they get so drunk that you can just take it, or you kill these Sith troopers here, and you can just take their armor off their body. So that's what we do in this category.
So I just took Karth out of my party. You technically don't have to, but sometimes he won't follow you properly, and I'm just gonna be more of a marathon safe mentality for this. So I'll just add him back a little bit later on, so that way I don't have to risk him being a jerk to me by not following me.
I would probably just do this if I went back like every time. I hated this so much, Karth not following.
I do want to equip the Sith armor on Car so I can get past the Sith guard here.
So now we're in the lower city, and just so you know, we actually banned the use of the quick save button in this category because quick saving is so broken in this game. So
yeah, so
we're watching all the cutscenes. Yeah,
but should I
make heart like? Yeah.
Should I break the bad news to them?
What's the bad news?
Well, this is the glitchless category, but I'm doing a glitch right now. Well, kind of. So
okay, so
there's.
yeah,
you want to explain duration
yeah,
glitch?
I can explain it briefly. So there's 2 bugs or glitches, whatever you want to call them, that are completely unavoidable playing this game. Every single casual player, it has happened to them, but they just may not realize it. There's one called fast text, which has to do with the memory getting wonky, and then dialogue will just skip itself. And then there's another bug called duration glitch, where if we have a status effect active and then we enter a load zone, just the fact that we enter a load zone and we like save or load, it will cause that duration, whatever it is, negative or positive, to extend. It'll become a lot longer. So we actually purposely try to move through the modules. I mean, it kind of just happens, honestly, but we move through the modules with the alacrity active, and that makes our movement speed be increased for longer. Anyway, yeah. So it's very useful, and you can't avoid it. You would have to stand by the load zone until every status effect wore off, and then enter the load zone, which is just like not a thing.
So that's Canderous. He's a Mandalorian. Actually, I think he might be the first. Well, no, I guess Jango Fett would be the first Mandalorian that we've ever seen. But he's the first one that I think is called the Mandalorian in a Star Wars piece of media. I could be wrong on that, but at least in a video game for sure.
So we're going to the Undercity now, and the way we got to the Undercity this time is by going into the Hidden Beck base. There's 2 gangs fighting in the lower city. There's the Hidden Becks and the Volkers, and we side with the Hidden Becks for now. And we exchanged the Sith uniform for papers to get into the Undercity. So we have like documents that let us go in the Undercity. So we're looking for Bastila. We're trying to get into the Volker base to infiltrate it and rescue Bastila, and we have to go through the Undercity to do that. Run, Hindar, run!
Run, Forrest, run. I mean, what?
You can't do this.
So this Rakghoul fight, it's not hard or anything, and you usually won't get wrecked, but it can either go incredibly well or like just kind of slow.
Kind of depends how well Kart's DPS is. If I get poisoned, it's not the end of the world. This is... it was alright.
It's fine.
It's pretty solid.
Please, you have to help me.
And now Mission needs our help, but we need her help, so we're going to help her so she'll help us.
Yeah, so Mission is a local youth who lives in the lower city, and she likes to come down the Undercity, and she has a Wookiee companion named Zalbar. And Zalbar got captured by some Gamorrean slavers, so we're going to go rescue Zalbar so that Mission, who is a scoundrel and a very technologically proficient Twi'lek, will help us infiltrate the Volker base. So that's what we're doing now. This is the room with Zalbar in it. You can die in this room. Honestly, there's a lot of places in Glitchless you can die, but we do use our auto levels, or sorry, not auto levels, we use our level ups to recover health, and then we also use items. So you won't see Seraphim instantly use level ups all the time. He might later, I really don't know, but we'll save them a lot so that we can just not have to use the med packs, because even through like Manon and these planets that are after Dantooine and after Terrace, there are some sketchy spots where, things can go wrong, so you want to have the resources that you need.
So if anyone caught it, I used an alacrity stim right after I got the footlocker because I noticed it ran out. I used that there, so that way I would have an extra loading module for duration glitch to potentially take effects.
Yeah, you want to keep that alacrity active as much as possible.
So we have just a little bit of walking until I get to the next part. I don't know if we mentioned it, in case there are newer people here that haven't seen the game. We're right now trying to rescue Bastila, who is a really important Jedi to the war against the Sith because she has a very special ability called battle meditation that essentially helps her to pretty much control the flow of battle. And so she's really important. So we need to rescue her because we were attacked at the beginning of the game and need to find her, hopefully get her safely to the Jedi Order.
So this is a cool spot. Right now, we are about to do a trick called Rancor Juke. And Seraphim's going to make a safety save. So this Rancor is programmed to one-shot you. But if you strafe it in a big circle, it won't be able to hit you. So we just have to lead it around the room so that we can get past it. The intended way, there are a couple of ways. You can't kill it with grenades, but the intended way is to plant a mine in the bone pile with some synthesized meat, and the Rancor will eat the mine and get blown up.
Ow.
But we just juke it because it's faster. This part is one of the big RNG spots of the run. We need to disable all 3 turrets. We have 2 concussion grenades, right? Yeah. And I forget what the percentage
60,
of it working. Okay, so 60% chance to stun all 3 with both grenades. We kind of built the whole route, especially Indy Kenobi, who's been working on the category for a long time.
Nice.
Nice, all 3 at once. So, right, this is a huge part. Sequence breaking, getting into the Volker base. Normally you have to do a lot in that module, but we just sped through that module. And now we're in the garage. We were just in the regular Volker base. Now we're in the garage. We just kind of ignore enemies, which is pretty common in speedruns, so.
Yeah, basically, the way that KOTOR Glitchless works is you use drugs, run away from your problems, and use violence when necessary. That's essentially how the run works.
Yeah.
Teaching really good life skills.
Yeah. Also, this part, can also be sketchy sometimes. So, Seraphim's very experienced, so it's going to be harder for him to get in a risky position. But definitely a lot of people will either get hit a lot, not look at their health, or run through the mines. But Seraphim's avoiding the mines.
Ouch.
Okay, so see, all right, this is supposed to be like a boss battle basically, but you can just ignore them, run and get the swoop accelerator, which is what we were looking for the hidden Becks, and return it to the hidden Becks. And then the hidden Becks are going to enter us into this race to rescue Bastila, a swoop race. It's not pod racing, but it's swoop racing.
It is.
Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of sketchy spots in this run once again. And Seraphim's going to do his best to just be aware.
So you might have noticed that I safety saved. That's because when I enter into the room with the turrets, there's a 1 in 2 chance that I will get shot by the turrets. The nice thing is, even if I get shot the one time, I get it 100%. I have a 100% chance of making it through the second time. So fortunately, I didn't have a problem there.
Yeah,
made it through.
And that's kind of just a thing due to the jankiness of the game. The turrets are still disabled, but they will shoot you or they'll become undisabled sometimes, and it's confusing. So we return to the hidden Beck base. Gonna give this swoop accelerator to Gadden, who's a very cool character. And how do you pronounce her name? She's cool too. This part of the game is so fun, playing it casually, and just what a great game.
All right.
So we're going to the swoop races. So the bike gangs, the swoop bike gangs, the Becks and the Volkers, they have a swoop bike tournament pretty, I guess, regularly, but this one is for the winner gets Bastila. So here's Bastila in the cage to our left. Race announcer. And we have to do 2 races. The pathing changes a little bit on both. Once you learn the right pathing, you really can't, I don't know. It's not completely an auto-scroller, but it kind of is. You can save tenths of a second if you learn some crazy strats, but there's a good consistent way to do it, and that's usually what we're going for in this category. I mean, I don't do the crazy strats in any category, but we do have swoop speedruns in our community, by the way. So if that interests you, check out our leaderboards. We got Swoop, we got Pazak, and then we got a bunch of full game stuff, of course.
So the way that swoop racing works is that I need to beat my previous time by 1/4 of a second. I did get off to a little bit of a slow start on accident, but as long as I don't hit any of the barriers, I should be okay.
Yeah, it's a bummer to have to do 3 swoops. Can definitely happen. You know, not a huge deal in a marathon setting. Not something you want when you're going for PBs, though.
No.
Basically a run killer.
But we did good. I'm gonna
and
stab myself in the head because that's how the animation works. And now we're gonna rescue Bashla, who was never incapacitated at all. She just pretended to be. And now I get to fight Bregic. The way the Bregic fight works is I'm going to throw 3 grenades at him, a poison grenade and 2 sonic grenades. The poison grenade will guaranteed hit him, and then the sonic grenades have a chance to either do 20 or 10 damage. Wow, that was really good. Usually I don't get, holy crap, that was insanely fast. That would probably be close to a goal split. If,
So the poison grenade, if the sonic grenades don't hit for 20, the poison grenade will help finish him off because he does have a really high defense, so it's hard to hit him with your main character. And then we couldn't talk to Basila immediately because you can't talk to people. You can't talk to NPCs when you're in combat, so we had to wait for combat to actually end, and then we could talk to Basila. The Twi'lek told us that Canderous, who we met earlier, he's a Mandalorian, is waiting for us in the lower city cantina, or maybe just any cantina, I can't really remember, but yeah, we're going to the cantina. So we set a transit point earlier outside Javiar's cantina in the lower city, and now we're gonna go meet up to Canderous. He tells us of his plan to get off this planet, and he's like, I want you to work with me. And we're like, all right, Canderous, you got a deal. I think we literally say, okay, Canderous, you've got a deal, or something. And now we're gonna use Basila because she already has 4 speed, which is very convenient. So it's faster in Alacrity. We're gonna use, nice, main character followed there.
Wasn't sure after that. It's pretty rare for an enemy to spawn right there, but it actually ended up working pretty well.
Yeah, so this route is mostly the intended route of like playing the game. You know, we do sequence breaking at the Volker base, but in any percent unrestricted, we just go do what we're doing now immediately. We're about to go kill the Sith governor, who is like basically the final boss of Terrace. And he's really hard, and we definitely make use of all of our grenades. We make use of T3. T3 actually does work because he has like a guaranteed flat 20 damage, and that's huge. So he uses like one of his stun ray things, and it's the plasma, or what's it called? I'm gonna find out. So we're applying stims to Zalbar and the main character. You know, we want to, once again, Governor is hard to hit. He can also mess you up. So we are gonna use everything. So the strat here is hack to kill these guys with T3, and then we loot the passcode from that footlocker in there, and it lets us get past the big droid, assault droid.
Back there. All right, so one thing we haven't talked a lot about is alignment route. I'm going to free the Duros here to get some light side points. We do want to be light sided for this run, mostly because we're going to get an upgrade for our primary weapon later on in the run, and so we do want to be light side, and so rescuing that Duros doesn't take that much time, and we get some decent light side points. But now comes the two of the hardest fights in the game. The assault droid. The assault droid strat, I'm going to use a concussion grenade immediately. And then I'm going to just do power. All right, so the concussion grenade can stun the assault droid. I didn't get lucky, so now this is probably going to take a while because he's really, really hard to hit. We're pretty under-leveled for where we're supposed to be. So yeah, this might take some time. We'll get it eventually, but
yeah, this fight is pretty rough. I kind of forgot about it. Like, I was talking about the governor, but I forgot that there's like a little mini boss here. If you need to stun him immediately to get a fast fight, and that doesn't happen.
That is a major run killer right there, and this fight's really no better.
Yeah, so Terrace has a lot of yikesy stuff that can kill a PV attempt, but you know.
Yes, he stunned him. Okay, so we want to get the
Yeah,
Stiff
so this
Governor
should be good.
stunned, so that way he's like free pickings. Zalbar hit him.
Oof.
Zalbar, don't do this to
whiffs
me.
two combat rounds from
Come on,
Zalbar.
come
Main
on.
character is doing what he's supposed to.
Okay, whew. Alright,
Okay,
that was
cool.
good.
He stayed stunned. So T3 got multiple stuns there. Otherwise, like with the rate that Zalbar was hitting him, Governor would have become unstunned probably. But you know, T3 has a lot of chances. So
Yeah, that fight has caused some issues in the past. So I'm glad that it went pretty well.
yep. And honestly, like I think, is that the hardest fight in the entire run?
I would argue it is. I would say
Yeah, so
the Saul Kareth fight can be annoying, but
Yeah,
it's
it
at
can.
least consistent mostly.
Yeah, you're strong at that point at least.
Right.
There's a lot of enemies, but you're strong. So as long as you don't get like messed up by the Dark Jedi in Saul Kareth. Anyway, yeah, cool. We're past all the really hard stuff, very much.
So now we're gonna go back to Canderous because we have what we need, the Sith launch codes, and then we're gonna finally get off this
Baka.
planet.
Yeah. Yep, so just returning to Jabbar's Cantina. We removed Bastila there because even though we want to use her force speed, the enemies being here cause too much of a problem. We won't be able to enter this load zone. So, and yeah, we just talked to Canderous. We're like, we have what we need. And he's going to take us to Davix Estate. And we actually have been stacking computer spikes very deliberately so far. Like, we bought 2 earlier, we looted some. And that's going to allow us to do a very fast Davix Estate, because we can just hack we're going to use T3, who gets a bonus to his computer usage, and then we're going to use these computer spikes. So otherwise you have to like, there's a couple other things you can do if I remember correctly. You can like go find the pilot of the ship, and he like lets you, or you like steal his codes, or maybe he just goes with you. I really don't even remember. I haven't done this casually in a while.
All I know is we just open the door and leave.
Yeah, we use T3, my favorite droid. And yeah, so this cutscene, it's a legendary one. Malik is deciding, so right, they're desperately searching for Bastila, and for you and Karth, but you're less important. But so they're like, oh, we can't find him. Destroy the entire planet.
Yeah, he's not
and
a very
Salkaros
nice
like, are you
person.
sure? Yeah, so Rip Terrace. That's a big planet.
Billions of people. Malik is just like, let's just kill them to kill one Jedi. It's pretty sad. But
It is sad.
sometimes the galaxy is full of vicious individuals.
Definitely in Star Wars, especially.
So one strat that I like to do is I'm going to move T3 forward, because sometimes T3 will get stuck on Canderous and then he won't follow me. I don't really care how Canderous moves, but I need T3 to follow me so that way I can get to a computer terminal in here to open the door.
Yeah, once again, there is a lot of like just weird, janky, inconsistent stuff. So a lot of Glitchless is like finding all of these spots where just random stuff can go wrong for seemingly no reason, and like finding how to fix it without losing a lot of time. So stuff like that, or like switching back and forth between party members, or just like etc, etc. So another little boss battle here. We kind of cheese it with T3 and grenades, and actually this fight is coded to end when Calo Nord on the left, who's a bounty hunter, when his health reaches 50%, the fight will auto end. So a lot of people will just do this fight and like, you know, not target him, and it'll last a lot longer and it feels a lot harder. But if you just focus Calo, like Seraphim's about to chuck 2 grenades with Calo, and then switch to T3 and use the I forgot what it's called, the Disruptor Ray or something. It's a flat 20. It does, okay, so that's such a quick fight. Very consistent. It used to be a lot less consistent until we realized we could use T3 the way that we just did, which he really does various there. I think Indy maybe found that. I don't remember. Indy
I don't
found
remember, but I'm grateful for the strat.
But it was not that long ago. Yeah, it was a great strat. This run has gotten a lot more consistent, and it's really, really fun. It's always been fun, but it can be frustrating sometimes because it's a D20 game, and you know, there's a lot to manage. But now it's like way cleaner, and pure fun.
Oh, one thing you might notice is that there aren't any movies playing. There's a way in the menu to skip movies, which helps save time. But yeah, we are out of Terrace in under 30 minutes, which I don't know, not too bad in my opinion.
It's great. Wipe this pathetic planet from the face of the galaxy.
And we do have some unskippable cutscenes here, but that's okay.
Okay, so we have to do a fighter pilot skirmish thing, fighter skirmish, which honestly is kind of hard to do perfectly, but if you're attentive and you have been practicing lately,
we'll see
it
how
should
it
go
goes.
pretty well. It never goes like that bad. Yeah, like even that's fine. We also have an individual level speedrun for this.
Nice, that was pretty good.
Nice, so now we're on Dantooine. We escaped the Sith quarantined planet Terrace. It got blown up right as we ran away. Rip to those billions of people. But yeah, we're on Dantooine now, which is where the hidden Jedi enclave is currently. Belaya is going to talk to us and chastise us for not wearing the robes. And we're like, we're not a Jedi. Like, I'm not a Jedi.
Yeah, she confused us for a Jedi for some reason. That's crazy.
It's like my third day out here.
One thing that I should mention is I carried over 3 alacrity stims out of Terrace, which is actually quite important. That means I can use one to walk to the Jedi Council chambers. Well, I'm actually going to use 2 because I'm going to need to walk back here a second time. And then we're going to save 1 alacrity for Manon. But then after that, we're not going to need them. I wonder why that'll be. Well, I'll explain to you when we get to that point.
Nice. So they're like, we go talk to them. They kind of just debrief on us. They can tell we have a special connection with Bastila. Bastila is the Jedi that we rescued. And she feels it too. And yeah. So, we talk to Karth. He's like, hey, you should go talk to the Jedi Council. That's not what he sounds like. Karth's voice is kind of hard to replicate. The actor was on a Star Trek episode.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it was Deep Space Nine. Anyway.
So the Jedi Council is going to deliberate about what to do with us because apparently we're very special. We have main character syndrome where we're just very, very special and gifted beyond all comprehension. As is what happens in most RPGs. So now we got our training montage because guess what? We're going to become a Jedi! Hooray!
Yeah, so all that dialogue that we just mashed through, it was a lot of exposition, but we used the numpad inner to help mash, and do you do that? You don't have to. You can also butterfly click.
I use left mouse click and the enter on the numpad will skip the dialogue.
Yeah, so you use your right thumb, and you can really mash through dialogue in this. I will say this game has like really snappy menus, really snappy dialogue. It makes for a really fun speedrun. KOTOR 2, also a great speedrun, but the game is just a little bit laggier, like all the menus.
Yet even though you are a mere apprentice,
so,
your potential is
wow, my potential is unlimited, my progress amazing. Man, my main character is cracked. Look at this. We have mastered the training quicker than anyone else. Look at this. Yeah, we're just built different. Chat, we are built different.
Built different.
Into the Jedi Order.
So in order to become a Jedi, I have to do the Jedi code.
Yeah, so we're not done yet. We're physically ready, but we have to prove that we understand the tenets. So we just did that.
Yeah,
one of the harder dialogues in the run.
63264, in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah. Don't you have to do 11 before though?
Oh,
yeah, the actual code is 63264, but the dialogue is 116324. I love memorizing dialogues in this game. Wait,
So now we've got force speed, so we don't have to worry about alacrities because now we're going to go fast just because we can use the force, which is really, really handy. One thing I did have to do is I removed my combat armor because if my armor is too heavy, I can't use the force. And well, we don't really have to worry about damage rolls right now anyway. Oh wait, I forgot.
The cool part about this game is that you can definitely kind of go for any build you want. I mean, melee is definitely kind of OP in KOTOR 1 compared to range, but still make it happen. I used to love doing like a fake bounty hunter build.
Guys,
just,
look,
like,
it's
pretend.
Nemo. You guys want to play Finding Nemo? I love playing Finding
Yeah.
Nemo on Dantooine.
So Nemo is an older Jedi who seems to be somewhat incompetent.
He does his best.
So
Alright.
I want to plug. What's up?
He does his best.
He does his best. All right, I see. Okay. Yeah. We have an all quest category, so there's actually a lot of like side quest and side content in this game. What a great game! But yeah, there's a glitchless all quest, and yeah, it's really fun.
Two
Encourage
things
people to
I
check it
should
out.
mention. One, we stole Basila's lightsaber off Bregic because we want to use it because it's stronger. So Basila doesn't have a lightsaber anymore because we took it. I haven't mentioned that. Two, I'm going to be doing something. So we picked the Jedi Guardian class, and that was very intentional because we want to be able to force jump to enemies. And that's the way that we can do it is with the Jedi Guardian. One thing you're going to notice me do is I'm going to put in an action command, cancel it, and then put in another one. Because this game has something really annoying called wire jumping. I'm going to talk about that in a bit. But for now, we got to take on Juani. And she can be really annoying.
Yeah, there is like a interesting strat here. Are you just, or I don't know if you're still doing it. I haven't run this category in a bit, but basically if she does flurry, we can use flurry because her defense is lower, and if she does a basic attack, we also do basic attack.
Yeah, I do that.
Increases our chance to hit.
But I didn't do it that fight because I just decided to flurry and kind of go risky.
Okay, cool. No, yeah, it's pretty minor, honestly, but it does make the fight slightly more consistent. You're never gonna like die there, but she's kind of hard to hit, and you need to get her to a certain HP, so you can lose like, you know, each combat round's like 4 or 5 seconds, so the more combat rounds you have, the more time you lose, unfortunately. So yeah, we did the first trial. We redeemed Juhani. We made her see the light. You can actually kill her there if you want. But no, we're not about that.
We can't afford the dark side points anyway. It's not even
Oh,
that
yeah.
much faster.
Yeah, once again, Seraphim mentioned earlier, but the like kind of the equipment and the weapons you use, it's very routed out, and we need to be able to use this light side only crystallator. It literally makes our build so strong. So by the time we're at Malik at the end, we will be doing a lot of damage.
I should also mention that we are playing on easy difficulty because the enemies are 50% weaker, and well, you don't really have a category for harder difficulties, but easy helps us to go the fastest, and well, we are speedrunners.
Yeah, there's, you know, so one of the reasons we don't have that, well, one, no one's done it, but two, there's no differences between the gameplay except enemies do more damage, right? Like, I think that's it. So there's like nothing new. You just have to chug med packs more, which is not very fun. Anyway, so we're in the ruins. We're getting the star map. We have to do 2 puzzles, and we kind of just ignore these droids, but as soon as you've done both the puzzles and you activate this door, the droids will be deactivated anyway. Those droids are actually kind of like a menace in combat if you take them on normally.
Yeah, and so I split my party members up so that way I can have my Jedi take care of the 2 rooms, and then T3 can open the door. So T3 is actually, in my opinion, the most helpful party member throughout the whole run because he doesn't betray you most of the time.
T3's the best boy. But yeah, we do stuff like that all the time in this category, where we'll like activate solo mode, split our party members off so that we can do multiple things at once. Oh no, it's Nemo!
Dead. We found Nemo and he's dead. Let's honor his memory by looting his body and stealing his clothes. Yeah, so we take his Jedi night robes, which is going to be by far the best armor we can have in the game. So we appreciate Nemo for his donation, and we grieve the loss of his life. But you know
Yeah,
what?
they
We
really,
found Nemo, and that's what matters.
They put really strong stuff just kind of randomly in this game. Yeah, like Jedi Knight robes are really good. You can get very far with worse.
So essentially what we discovered in those ruins was something called the Star Map. And so we already met Darth Malik. Darth Malik and his master at the time, Darth Revan, went on a journey and essentially betrayed the Jedi Order to take on the Mandalorians. To take on the Mandalorians and fell to the dark side in doing so. But they found something called the Star Map that leads to something called the Star Forge. and we're trying to essentially follow Revan and Malik. Revan fell in battle to Bastila, which is pretty neat that we only have to deal with one Sith Lord in the game. But that's essentially what we're trying to do, is stop Darth Malik and kind of retrace Malik and Revan's steps to get to the Star Forge. That's essentially how the storyline of the game. So a couple other things that I did there is I equipped the crystal to my lightsaber. I just realized I did not equip the Jedi robes or my headgear, but I'll do that after I get to Manon. It's fine, whatever. Just an extra menu. I'm just so eager to get to Manon, you know?
Yeah, getting off of Dantooine is a pretty big marker in this game. It's basically the end of the early game. And it begins what we call in the KOTOR community the creamy middle. And there's a reason we call it that. It's because one of our members, Lane, was parsing through the code, and the developers in this game actually referred to this moment as the creamy middle in the code. So, yeah.
It's a game. Hey, look, we play this game as the developers intended, so we gotta do what they want us to do, right? If that's what they want us to call it, so be it.
Yeah, so, honestly, routing is really interesting in this game because in the middle you have the option to do the planets in any order. You know, there are like requirements and things, and like there is like optimal ways. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Where are we going first?
We're going to Manon first, and there's a specific reason we're going to Manon first. Well, there's a couple reasons. One of them is we're going to encounter very little combat on Manon, and we're pretty low level. We're only level 6 at this point, and Manon is essentially going to give us a free experience without really having to fight anything, which is pretty nice. There's also a second reason. We're going to be, well, I don't want to spoil it, but something's going to happen on this planet that we don't want to have happen on other planets, and I'll explain that when we get to that point.
How can I help?
I did not mean to talk to Bastila there. I didn't talk to you, Bastila. Stop it. Sheesh.
Trying to do all quest?
Oops. Nope. Okay.
So if you talk to Bastila too much, you can accomplish the niche meme category Smoochy %, where you get to kiss Bastila.
We're not going to be doing that in this run.
It takes too much time. We used to do it in all quest, and then we realized once we like analyzed the actual dialogue more, we realized this in tons of different instances. You can finish stuff early by being mean. So you just started being mean to people, not even being dark side, just being like rude to them in conversations. Not even like being evil, just so it's fast to just be like, I'm not interested.
So I'm taking T3 with me for a specific reason. If we had exited the Ebon Hawk and into that little like air dock area, there would be a cutscene that plays because either one of our companions talks to us or just the radio thing talks to us. And if you bring T3, there's no dialogue, so that goes fast. The other thing that I did is I bought some stims. All right, Bob. That droid is Bob.
So 2 hyper alacrities and 3 hyper strengths?
Yes. But that doesn't matter. Everybody say hi to Bob.
Bob. Oh yeah, so we give random NPCs names here. Bob is the droid who says, "Welcome to Manon," or "Obey the laws on Manon, human," or something like that.
Yes.
And this is what is this guy's name? I forget.
Oh, what?
Like
Roland?
No. The random Republic trooper walking by earlier with the probe droid.
We call him.
We gave him a name too. Someone in the chat will know.
So
Bob.
essentially,
Bob and Steve.
So basically, the way Manon works is it's a neutral planet for the Republic and the Sith. So that's why you're seeing both of them here and not fighting, because they want to all mine Kolto, which is the best healing source in the galaxy. We are going to go on a mission for the Republic ambassador to infiltrate the Sith because apparently they lost some data that the Sith recovered, and we need to get it back before they break the encryption on it. So we're gonna go invade the Sith embassy.
Yep. Sith base. This part can be kind of scary too, but I think we have plenty of med packs, so it shouldn't be a problem.
I'm totally fine with med packs.
It's really the only thing that can happen is you get really unlucky early and you have to use more med packs, and then by the time we're later in Manon, we run out of supplies. But
I won't, because I take a safety. I just do a safety teleport back to the Ebon Hawk. I never run short on med packs. Plus, you get a med pack from one of the chests or the foot lockers in the next area that we'll be going to. So I'm really not worried about our med packs.
Nice.
So here's a droid that we needed to find. Ow. Rude.
Yeah, there's just a ton of enemies. They're all blasting you. But yeah, so I should mention earlier, we talked about how we go Jedi Guardian for Force Jump, like you just saw there, right? Every category that has ever become Jedi, I'm pretty sure has gone Jedi Guardian because Force Jump is just that good for speedrunning. So, pretty cool. Alright, so we get arrested for going into the Sith base. And if you do that dialogue wrong somehow on accident, you will be put to death.
Yeah,
you'll have to load a save.
Your defense lawyer who's like, dude, I got this. We'll just get you killed. So I had to be pretty thorough with my dialogue that I didn't mess that up.
Yep.
So now that we got the codes, we're going to go back to Roland, and then we can move on to the next area. Essentially, the data we recovered was essentially the plans for a secret Republic base on Manon, because some of the Selkath, which is the species that's on Manon, they're neutral. They don't want to side with the war. But some of the Selkath are like, well, the Sith are going to just destroy everyone if they win. So let's help the Republic in secret because we know that it's not good for the Sith to win. So they built a secret base to mine KOTOR more efficiently for the Republic. But something weird happened. So we're going to have to go investigate what happens.
Yeah, so Manon is this weird, like, we're neutral. And, but if the Sith found out that they weren't neutral, they might just blow the entire thing up. So we are in the what is this module called? Actually, it's not KOTOR control.
Racket.
Oh yeah, that's what it's called. Racket Rift, yeah, or something like that. So this part can be kind of chaotic, but yeah, we're gonna be fine. But there's a ton of enemies. As long as you move through it really fast, and you have some med packs, which we have plenty of, we should be fine. But definitely, like, this part can be kind of awkward. Also, you know, there's some slow moments here. This is Manon is like, this run is really well paced because Terrace and like is super fat. Oh, all right, yeah, here we go. Example of what can happen. But what?
I used an alacrity stim on accident.
Oh, okay. I thought you waited long enough still.
I should be fine,
we're
fine. That was a little sketch. We're fine. We're good.
Little sketch. Case in point, Racket Rift is scary.
I accidentally. So the reason that happened is I used a stim while I was in combat. You can use items from your menu, which is actually a lot more efficient than using it from like your quick menu over here because there's an animation. However, if you do stuff in combat, you can only use an item every 5 seconds. So that's kind of why I was having issues taking some healing there. So that was kind of, I just made a little bit of a blip, but we recovered. We're fine.
Yep. So all of the ocean sections are kind of like as I was saying, this run's really nicely paced. It's very fast paced early, but then you also have like a lot of cutscenes where you can like get water. There's even time for some bathroom breaks at certain cutscenes. And then there's stuff like this where you're just holding forward. And it's actually nice to kind of recollect yourself in these moments so that because you are managing a lot in this category. You have to like learn all these dialogues. You have to make sure you have med packs, stims, level ups, all this stuff, all this equipment stuff. Your alignment matters, your good and evil alignment. So it's nice to have these down moments.
So this is an example of using items from your menu. I can just quickly use the item and then get the effect without having to actually do the animation. So we can take care of the Faraxa pretty quickly. And hopefully I should get close to a level up here if I don't get it right now. Okay, no, I'm a little bit behind on my EXP, but that's okay. So I use an alacrity, even though I accidentally used an alacrity stim, I was going to use an alacrity stim anyway, because that the alacrity will make the suit go quicker. And obviously, as you saw, it's pretty slow out there, even with 4 speed and the alacrity stim on. So we have to take an alacrity stim unless we want to lose a bunch of time.
Yeah, like without the alacrity, it's even slower by so much. It's painful. Okay, so this is one of my favorite dialogues, even though it's not really dialogue because we're not talking to anyone. We're about to use this KOTOR control panel. I used to just practice saying this as fast as possible.
1, 2, 4, 2, 5,
1, 2, 4, 2, 5, 4, 5, 2, 5, 1, 2, 4, 2, 5, 4, 5, 2, 5. 1, 2, 4, 2, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Oh, I messed it up. Okay, it's hard. It's a tongue twister. 1, 2, 4, 2, 5, 4, 5, 2, 5. 1, 2, 4, 2, 5, 4, 5, 2, 5. Anyway, yeah.
So basically what we did there, and as we're just randomly spouting out numbers, this shark is irritated by the KOTOR mining because it's disturbing their habitat. So we're basically shutting the KOTOR plant down. So to do that, we have to do a very specific sequence of actions. And instead of reading all the actions, we just memorize it by the numbers, which is 1, 2, 4, 2, 5, 4, 5, 2, 5.
Yep, and there's a lot of stuff like that in this category that we have to have memorized. But you can also run with notes in this game, and especially until you like get really good at remembering these things.
So now I got the star map on Manon, and now it's time to leave.
332211514141. It depends how many clicks. Actually, that might be nicer, yeah. Anyway.
So I am going to be doing a level up when I get back inside, and this is a really important level up. I've been dumping a lot of my skill points into Persuade, because Persuade is a really powerful tool we can use in this run. At level 7, I'm going to have 10 skill points in Persuade, along with the Force ability Dominate Mind. This is going to allow me to do Force Persuasions that's going to let me do certain actions that will, 1, be faster, and 2, give me a ton of light side points. So we want to be very careful to make sure I don't mess up this level, otherwise the run will be in jeopardy.
Yeah. Alright, so we're almost done with the Manon underwater place. Get Improved Flurry and Dominate Mind. So in this game, casually speedrun anything, and I bet a lot of people who played this know this, but Persuade is probably the most useful skill. You can skip so much stuff, so many fights, so many like quests. You can just like, so having Persuade is really important. So Dominate Mind.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Kalanord finds us and attempts to kill us, and we're just gonna run by him. This is the second reason.
Have to.
So the experience was the first reason we go to Manon first. The second reason is Kalanord follows us to Manon, and we can just run past him. And that's just the fight. There are some planets where you would be forced to fight Calo if we went there first. So Calo can appear on any of the planets, but Manon, it's convenient because in that way we can just run past it and it's not a big deal. Now, we finished with the base. We destroyed billions of credits worth of work for the Republic. And the government doesn't like us because we invaded like something. And pretty much what we do is we Force persuade them to try and convince them to let us go, and we get banned from the planet. I cannot go back to Manon now. We are permanently banned from going there. So we get banned because it brings us right back to the Ebonhawk, which is fast because we have no reason to go back. So it's actually fast to go and get yourself banned.
Yeah, it's a really funny strat. Purposely banned, put you right back on the Ebonhawk, never have to go back. Bam. And now we're going to Korriban. Korriban is where the Sith Academy is, so we already went to the Jedi Enclave. Now we're dipping our feet into the dark side. And don't worry though, we're just pretending.
Yes. So I got the Force Persuade that guy. That only happens if I have 10 Persuade and Dominate Mind. And I just got a ton of light side points from that, which we're going to need.
Look here.
And coming up is my favorite menu or favorite buy or a shopping spree in the game. I'm going to sell a ton of stuff and then buy a bunch of stuff.
This is huge.
Watch
and this is like, is this the last big shopping of the entire run?
Yes.
Ooh, that's nice. Sweet. Yeah, it's really nice how this credit and equipment route ended up working.
I was a little slow there at the end, but
It's fine.
so basically, I bought all the med packs and hyper stims because we are going to need stims to increase our strength because we are pretty low level, and we're gonna want med packs so that way we can heal up because we're gonna be taking quite a bit of damage. But yeah, other than that, scroll down to the stims. That was a pretty fast shopping spree.
Yep. And yeah, it's really nice to be done, not having to worry as much about credits and stuff.
So coming back into Dresha Day,
Dominate Mine.
we need
Wait,
to
no, do we use Dominate Mine here?
We do, but there's a chance that it'll fail, so I have to make a safety save.
Is there some?
Like right there, she denied me.
Yeah, so I can't remember
It's like
how
a
much
75%
percentage.
chance of working.
So it's very likely, but sometimes you have to do it 2 times or 3 times, or more. Hopefully not. So this part, right? We infiltrate the Sith Academy. We getting trained in the ways of the Sith. We have to earn kudos with the head guy whose name is Uthar, and there's a lot of ways to do it. And it depends on your goals, but since we don't have to complete all the quests, like this is not all quest category, right? We just do the fastest way. So we are getting some kudos. Do we rat him out in this category?
We do.
Is that what we do? Yeah. Okay, so we just talked to that guy. He said he's thinking about becoming a Jedi or like returning to the Jedi, and then we just snitch on him because it's fast and it's also not that evil, right? Because we still need to be light side.
Yeah, we're gonna do some dark side stuff.
Yeah, you have to do dark side stuff here. Well, you don't have to. Well, we kind of have to.
We have to do dark side stuff.
We have to. So, but we gain all the points back later on Kashyyyk and.
Oh yeah, don't worry. We will actually, because we'll have enough to equip the Solari crystal, or we'll be fine. We'll be fine. That's all you need to know. All right, so now we need to essentially gain favor with Uthar. And snitching on Kel will be one of them, telling him the Sith Code will be another, but the final thing we are going to do is we need to get an artifact from one of the Sith tombs. And we're going to partner with Lasho, who actually hates us, to get this artifact. I'm going to use some stims here because we're going to be fighting these enemies because the Sith artifact is inside the belly of one of these things. I'm actually going to go ahead and use my level up right away. So
at this point, where's that for health or just for the extra?
No, for the extra
rolls?
Strength.
Yeah. So extra strength there, and also the force power we took there really doesn't matter anymore. We kind of have everything we can get that we need at this level. I think later on we will unlock a higher tier and get something that's very deliberate, but at this point, we kind of just put it in the easiest to put in force power there. Like I think we got force resistance.
Yeah.
I don't know if we use that at all.
Not really.
Yeah, maybe on Starforge, but I don't think so.
So
okay, so a little force jumping here.
Lasho is going to betray us, and so she attacks us. So we get the artifact without accumulating any dark side points. Now these Shiraks, okay, these things can be a blessing or a giant curse because you can use them to force jump. Sometimes they will spawn to different points, including right here. If a Shirak spawns here, we're in trouble because we're going to need to warp to the Ebon Hawk, and if there's an enemy by the door, we can't do that. So we're going to have to hope that they behave.
Yeah, and it went well, so we're good to go. And yeah, we are back. We got our kudos that are required. Now Uthar is going to. We're reciting the Sith code here, by the way. I actually don't remember this one. It's like 11332.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I have notes for that one because it's pretty rough.
Okay, it's really long and rough, and there's even one option that you have to, like, you have to react to what he says.
Yeah, there's one of 3 possibilities.
That one's pretty tough. But we did it, and now he's going to take us to the final tomb, the final Sith tomb that we haven't gone into, the tomb of Naga Sadao. There's a great power emanating from this tomb. We're interested in this tomb. It's Indiana Jones time.
So we're interested in the star map. So kind of the lore is Euthura, who let us into the academy, wants to kill Uthar and take over the academy, and she thinks using us to do it will work. Whereas Uthar knows that Euthura wants to do that and thinks we're going to side with him and kill Euthura, and we'll replace Euthura. We don't care about any of that, but we are going to have to deal with some Sith drama in just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it never, you know, they're telling you one thing. The Sith will always tell you one thing, but they mean another thing. So, you know, they're jerking us around.
I should mention that corpse I looted contained the Solari crystal, which is a massive upgrade for our lightsaber.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a really important loot there, and once again, really important for the whole routing of the equipment, and just our DPS being high really depends on that, especially late game.
Hug the left here.
Because like,
never mind.
You know, we get to like level 11 or something, or 12, I think, by Malik, but Malik is still really tough. Like usually you're higher level, so because we do skip enemies, we do like run past stuff.
Right.
So we need stims, and we need a really good build to like actually make the in-game consistent. So that's what we got though. So we got the star map. That's 3 of 5. So we have to go to Kashyyyk and Tatooine remaining. We got Manon. We got Korriban. We got Dantooine first.
Wait. I messed up the... Oh, shoot. I did the wrong menu.
Oh well. So you're gonna have to talk to Uthar again. Or this is way back then.
Oh my.
It's all right. That's only a couple minutes.
That's more than a couple minutes. I just really screwed up there.
As I mentioned earlier, this run is brutal in its own way. Like it's not brutal. There's not a lot of glitches, but like there is a lot of stuff to manage. Also, like, you can soft lock in a lot of different ways. The game is incredibly broken. You don't get that many autosaves. So there's a lot that can go wrong.
I guess I hit 1-5 instead of 5-1 maybe. I'm not sure what I...
So we're basically back at the point where we just need to collect our kudos. It's really not that much, honestly.
I know,
no,
but
not
I'm still
Rip
annoyed about
Run
it.
is fine. Yeah, it's definitely annoying, but it should be fine. 20 strength. Force resistance. So yeah, it's a bad game. It's not a bad game. Anyway, killing the guys. Gonna get the Sith holocron from their body, and then kill the Shao.
All right. Well, sorry about that, everyone. I will be overestimate no matter what. Now, there's no chance I get under 2 hours at this point, but I will go as fast as I can.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad at all.
I feel really silly about that. My fingers must have just clicked the buttons wrong or something.
So what happened, like, once you selected the wrong dialogue? Like,
essentially,
was one
instead
of
of
them
siding with
soft-locked,
Euthura, I sided with Uthar.
Oh, and that's gonna mess up.
I got dark side points, and yeah.
Yeah, like, way too many. Okay.
So, foolish move on my part, but I'm just going to
Once again,
move forward.
the difference between one dialogue option in so many sections of this run can cause everything to go wrong. So you have to remember, like, countless dialogues. And, yeah.
Greetings.
Alright, 1, 1, 3, 2, anyway.
Yeah, tell me then.
And honestly, it wasn't that much time, so we're gonna be fine. About to go back. And he just sent us to our bed. He's like, go sleep. We're like, okay.
And then we go talk to him
Now we're
immediately.
coming back. Yeah. All right, I slept for 5 seconds. It's time to leave. Yeah. 2 minutes out, we're back. Gotta go, we gotta loot the Solari crystal again.
Yep.
And get the Sith lightsaber for the boss man, Uthar. Go to your room. There's a skip we call go to your room skip, but we skip go to your room skip. So it's go to your room skip.
There's a poison grenade right in front of this door, which is why I kind of juke over to the right, or I guess the left in that case.
Yeah. I was doing an all quest marathon sometime like 2 years ago, and these guys fully body blocked me in that door frame, and I just couldn't do anything.
Yes, classic.
Yeah. So. Okay, so we throw the ice grenade at the poison gas, and then we can just walk over it. So we're back at the star map.
I'm gonna take a safety save just in case, since apparently I don't know why that happened, but it's all good.
Oh yeah, we need a safety save.
So,
Alright, so now we're gonna kill Uthar. So we kill
Hopefully.
Uthar with Euthera. We side with Uthar. Her getting stunned is slightly unfortunate, but it's whatever. And yeah, we one-shot her, so...
And that gives me light side points for sparing her.
Yep. So, you know, we need to be light side. We were a little bit dark side during Korriban, because we're on the Sith planet. You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Be evil. And now we can kind of leave Korriban. And we finished it in a way, like, sometimes the way you do this planet, everyone will be hostile at this point. But we spared Euthera, so she actually really respects us. So she's like, doesn't tell the rest of the Sith that to attack us, so. Alright, and now this is one of the moments where the Chirac, these bat things, can kind of mess us up. If they follow us too close, right? This is where we transit back. So we're going to enter the Sith Academy, immediately exit, so that we can use the return to Ebon Hawk function. Right now we can't do it because of the storyline in the game. But once we enter the Sith Academy, it like sets a trigger that we need, and exit, return to Ebon Hawk. We're getting out of here. It's time to go to...
We'll go to Tatooine next. But first,
Tatooine.
I want to put the Solari crystal in my...
Oh, yeah, nice. So we're going to be beefy now.
Yes, we are really powerful now. One of the reasons we go to Korriban second is, imagine having to fight Calo Nord. We wouldn't be able to go back out from the Sith Academy and fast travel. So that's partly why we do that. The other reason we go to Korriban second is, well, we're going to have something similar with Calo Nord happening on Tatooine, except with somebody different.
but the failure was Calo's, not yours. You may
And they will make their appearance shortly.
So just the whole time, Malik is like chasing after you in Bastila, and they sent Calo Nord after you. We ignored him completely in Manan, and they're about to introduce Baldy, Darth Baldman.
Oh my gosh.
Darth Bandon.
Yeah, his name is Darth Bandon, but I prefer to call him Darth Brandon.
As Sith guy walks in front of him, he's just like, die!
Look how edgy he is. He's so cool.
He is very edgy. Yeah, Darth Bandon. Kind of silly.
Find Bastila and bring her to me, alive if possible.
As you command, Master.
So, before we get into Tatooine, I'm actually going to save my game and quit to do a memory reset. You want to explain that, Range?
Yeah, so this game's kind of old. It handles memory poorly. So if you play it for too long, memory keeps building up. In KOTOR 2, they actually reverted that so that the memory gradually gets reset, so you don't need to close the game. But in this game, the memory will build up and the game will crash. So you can't play this game for too long without the game crashing. So, yeah, if you're playing this game casually, don't play it for like 4 hours in a row. You know, just close it out, like make a quick save, close it out, reopen it. In other categories, like All Quest Unrestricted, where we do a ton of quick saving and we make a ton of saves and we do a ton of glitches, we have to close out the game like 10 times. Otherwise, it'll crash unexpectedly and we will potentially... You can corrupt your save files. You can do so much bad stuff if the game crashes, so we try to avoid it. Yeah, there's a memory leak. And we're on Tatooine. So Tatooine actually has some of the harder fights, and the way we used to do it made it even harder because we did Tatooine earlier. But now we do Tatooine later, and we also have the Solari Crystal already, so it makes the harder fight with the 3 elite Tusken Raiders. It makes the fight a lot more consistent, so it's really not too bad with this route. And we just got, so, right, the kind of the plot line here is there are Tusken Raiders wreaking havoc, and we want to get the star map in the Crate Dragon Den. But in order to get to the Eastern Dune Sea, we need a map, and the only way we can get the map is by dealing with the Tusken Raider diplomacy. So we want to either get them moisture vaporators or kill them all.
Oh, by the way, the greatest companion in the game is inside that building, and we're not going to get him, but he's the best. And if you play this game, you should go buy him. He's the best. He's the greatest.
He's the second best in my opinion.
No, he's the best in my opinion.
T3 is the best.
HK is way better than T3.
Meatbag. No, T3's cuter though.
Yeah, okay, well that's true. T3 is cuter than HK47. However, HK47 is hilarious.
I'll take it.
Arguably my
HK47
favorite
is great.
character in all of Star Wars.
Yeah, so you can go get him. If you do the persuasion right, he's like 2,500 credits. If you don't do persuade the guy, it's like 4,000. It's really not even that expensive.
It's not. Yeah, HK is the best and has the best dialogue in like any game, and the voice actor kills it.
Mm-hmm. So I should mention real quick. Oh, sorry. This looks kind of mundane, like he's just running through the desert, but there are scripted ambushes with Tusken Raiders throughout all of the desert modules. So Seraphim is actually taking a specific route to avoid getting one of those ambushes. You know, once you learn their route, it's not very hard, but like, you can't just run across the desert, otherwise you'll lose a lot of time. Another level up. Treat injury. We're just stacking treat injury now. Nice. What'd you get? You got Master
Night
Flurry?
Speed from that level up.
Night Speed. Another attack every round.
Night Speed is huge buff to us. Because the way that regular Force Speed works is you just go faster. Night Speed adds an extra attack roll to every flurry that we do. So instead of doing 3 attacks, we do 4 attacks.
Yeah, so we're doing 4 attacks every time. And we actually have a really good build, so our chance to hit is really high. And we're stacking strength, and yeah, so... Yeah, we're definitely wrecking people at this point. Or we're doing good enough. We're still, like, maybe considered under-leveled slightly for the game casually, but, you know, because of the build and because of using stems and duration glitch, which is not... I don't want to explain duration glitch again, but it's not actually a glitch. It's unavoidable. Anyway, so we are coming to the Tusken Raider. We're here to do diplomacy or not. Just kidding. We're going to run up to the chieftain, whack him. Look at that damage. We almost 2-rounded him.
Usually
so you got to watch your health here. Yeah, so, you know, we absolutely wreck now. You can one-shot a lot of these Tusken people, so... Yep.
So essentially we're going to kill their chief, take the map, and leave. Which, oddly enough, is not dark side. That is not a dark side action. Even though it feels like pretty shady to do, but whatever.
Yeah. It's a bit evil, I reckon. But so we killed the chieftain, we took his map. Now we're going to a different module, a different load zone than even the one we originally came from, near Anchorhead. This time we're going to the Eastern Dune Sea. This is where the Crate Dragon is, this is where the star map is, and this is what we've been wanting this whole time. There's also another hunter out here. He hunts a big beast, so we're gonna have to be talking to him. We actually get a pearl from the Crate Dragon that we put in our lightsaber to become even stronger, so it's a good time. And we do have to fight the elite Tusken Raiders here. There's 3 of them, but once again, we should be... Oh, there's 4? Dang. Anyway, we should be smacking them pretty hard still.
Alright, do you guys want to watch the greatest bounty hunter to ever exist? This guy's gonna go take on the Crate Dragon mano-y-mano. Alright, this guy runs in, and he cowers and just gets eaten. Fantastic.
Wait,
wonderful.
you know Kong Skull Island, that kind of meme of that dude who's like runs towards the monster with the grenade in his hand, and then the monster just slaps him with the tail and like hits him against the rock, and he blows up? That's basically the same thing as this.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
KOTOR did it first.
So I eluded an elite Tusken Raider in that first area because I wanted to get some Bantha fodder to move the herd to kind of bait out the crate dragon. Of course, the Tuskens aren't going to like that, so I'm going to have to fight them off. All I'm going to do is jump to them
warrior.
and then...
Yeah, so force jump doing work here.
Usually that's 2-turn. All right, so pretty easy with stims and night speed and all that. Really, really, really easy. So now that we got the Banthas, we can bait out the dragon and reach the star map.
So yeah, we set a trap for the crate dragon. After this planet's actually pretty short.
Yeah, it is.
After this, we just need to do Kashyyyk. Kashyyyk, home of Zalbar, our wiki companion. So what's going on in Kashyyyk right now is that there is the Zerka Corporation, who is like, I don't know if they're in a lot of other Star Wars like spin-offs, but they're kind of like the enterprisers. They're like shady business people, and they also have slaves, so they're definitely just an evil corporation. And some of the Wookiees are helping them enslave other Wookiees, and other Wookiees are fighting back. And that's kind of the dilemma on Kashyyyk right now.
Well, we'll go deal with that in a second. For now, I did loot a corpse to get a nerve belt because we're going to need that in the next area. Well, I'll explain when we get there why we're going to need that belt. But for now, Darth Brandon found us. Hold on, I got to take care of this guy real quick. All right, Darth Brandon, I'm coming for you. Never mind, I'm running away. So yeah, we come to Tatooine third because Darth Brandon will follow you, and we can just run out the loading zone and return to the Ebonhawk. So if we were to do a Korriban third, we would have to fight him. So basically, we do the planet order that we do, so that way we can avoid some of those fights. And again, Manan, not as much combat as Tatooine, and by Tatooine, we're super powerful. So I actually think it works out pretty slick, the way we do the planet order.
Oh yeah, it's great.
So I'm actually going to do something kind of interesting. I'm going to bring Candace into my party, and I'm going to give him not myself. Well, that's annoying. Whatever.
What?
I gave myself an alacrity stim. That's fine. I can afford that. But
and you have the. Did you get the crate dragon pearl? Right?
Yeah. So you get it automatically.
Oh, you get it automatically.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because he hands it to you.
Gizka,
you can get 2 of them if you kill Komad.
The Gizka blocked me.
Anyway, so yeah, Zalbar came up and he was like, "Yo, something's eating all the food," but we're just gonna ignore that.
Wait, what's going on? What the heck?
What's going on?
Oh,
what?
I thought you were going to Kashyyyk.
I did go to Kashyyyk.
We're caught in their tractor beam.
Tractor beam?
Ah!
What's going on?
Do y'all recognize this shit?
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
We just got trapped. Okay, so yeah, the Leviathan intercepts us, and we need a plan. So here's the plan. Candace is like, okay, guys, here's the deal. I'm going to blow myself up with a grenade, use my healing mods to heal myself before, as they think I'm dead, wake up in the morgue, and then free you. Which is kind of wild. But it's going to work.
Yeah.
So Kareth is essentially saying that Darth Malak is on the way, and it kind of tortures us, and we're trapped right now. Hopefully, Candace can get us out. So essentially,
naked Candace.
The way that this part of the run works is you have to choose one of your party members to help free your companions. This is the fastest way to do it. I gave Candace a hyper alacrity stim, so that way he moves 30% faster. And all we have to do is loot this footlocker to get the shit passcodes, go back to the control room, and free our party members. His healing mods automatically restore health, and honestly, even if his health did get low, I have an auto level up, and I could just get my health back anyway. So this is really fast, really low risk way of getting your party members out of prison.
Yeah, and we did used to use other party members, and some of them are also fast, but Candra's just ended up, once we found it out, I think someone just like kind of randomly tried it and was like, wait, this is actually the best one.
So, okay, I did not want to loot that locker, but okay, that's fine. I can take 2,000 credits. So, all right, oops, not that. This is, in my opinion, the hardest part of the run. We're gonna do solo mode so our party members don't follow us. The reason this is difficult is Karth and Bastila are forced to be with you. And having party members with you is a pain because they don't listen to you. So we're gonna try to go to the bridge to take on Saul Kareth. And what I'm going to do first, after I get to the bridge, is I'm going to do a safety save and then load it. Because sometimes, for whatever reason, my party members don't want to move, but if I load a save, my party members are more apt to follow me.
Yeah, this game is wacky, and doing stuff like this makes your party members' AI is more consistent.
Go. Okay, I almost... No!
Okay, yeah.
Darn it, Karth! This is why...
Okay, so...
No, okay, hold on.
Yeah, just get back.
All right, we're going to do solo mode, and then everyone should follow me. This is really annoying. Karth, come on.
Yeah, this part is actually like everyone's nightmare in the KOTOR community, but it ended up like it's really not that bad once you learn the strats.
Yeah, I just got unlucky that he shot instead of...
You got a little unlucky.
Usually the Sith Guard throws a grenade, but oh well.
And even that, like, yeah, there's a chance that the Sith will shoot you instead of throw a grenade. If you throw the grenade, you just easily miss the grenade, and then you're already around the corner and you completely ignore him. But yeah, so it ended up not being that bad though, because it can be even worse than that. So, and this part could also be worse. So we got through the door. Those Dark Jedi can actually whirlwind you like immediately, and you won't be able to enter the door. Our party members did kind of stay away for a second and not let us enter the load zone, but luckily it didn't last very long and we were able to get out. So, all
right, so now it's time for some riveting gameplay.
Yeah, so no alacrity it's the same speed as the sea floor suit, but this time we don't have any alacrity.
Even if you use buffs, they automatically go away when you enter the airlock.
Yeah, so there's nothing you do here. Just enjoy the space. Can we get a scenic view? Oh yeah,
wow,
let's go.
Beautiful. Truly the galaxy.
The music in this game is great.
It's true. It's sad that the music will go away because of memory in a few modules.
Yeah, the memory leak keeps building up, and it causes weird stuff like the music getting muted.
Hopefully the one weird thing doesn't happen to me. Okay, good. There was a glitch that happened to me once, and that was really sad. So, anyway, now that I avoided that, I gave Karth a nerve belt that I looted on Tatooine because there's a chance that he can get stunned, and that's a problem because remember how duration glitch helps me to keep my buffs? Well, the opposite is also true. If I get debuffs and I walk through a module, it can last forever. If Karth is stunned and I go through a module, I will lose minutes worth of time. So we don't want to do that.
Yeah, you basically need to just wait for Karth to get unstunned before entering the module if that happens. This fight is definitely one of the bigger, more flashy fights, and it's not the easiest either. We killed the Dark Jedi already though, so it's
yeah, so I killed the Dark Jedi first because they can inflict a debuff on me that's really, really annoying and lowers my accuracy. And we take on Saul Kareth next because his DPS is actually really high. And then the rest is just kind of, well, mopping up these guards. They're not really a big deal.
Yeah, he's got a great blaster and pretty high level. So it's one of the hardest fights, but not necessarily in this speedrun because of the way we handle everything. But casually, this is definitely one of the harder fights. Gotta love force jump. Okay, party members died. That's okay though. We don't need them to be alive for this cutscene to trigger. Salkarath is gonna whisper something to Karth.
And now I get to escape. Hopefully this part goes well. So there's a little strat that we can do. I'm gonna run through here. And essentially what I'm gonna try to do is move my party members so that way they're close enough to the door. So that way I can just walk through and keep my duration glitch going. Because sometimes my stims can wear out there, which is...
And that's actually the moment where Karth can be stunned, and then if you enter the loading zone, he'll be glitched and like perma-stunned. So you just need to watch out right there. This part is not too bad actually. I mean, you just have to like force jump and kill everything, but
no, I'm gonna
and you have to hope that yeah. So we'll consistency is really good in this category. Like it's a 2-hour run with a ton of stuff. If you take every risk, you won't finish very many runs, and it's painful.
So I very intentionally waited for my party members to cross this line, because if I had stopped the fight, there are some enemies in that hallway that Karth will just start shooting at, and I don't want that to happen. So my party members close. So that way they will follow me right into the elevator controls, because I need my party members there in order to advance. All right, spoiler warning. If you have not played this game and want to not get the biggest spoiler of the game spoiled to you, this is the point to stop watching, because something massive is about to happen. If you don't care or have seen the game, something epic is about to happen. So Salkarath alerted Darth Malak to our presence, and we're trying to escape before he shows up, but... gasp, Malak is here.
Yep. Yeah, look away. So, first interaction with the big bad.
So, we've been trying to follow Darth Revan and Darth Malak all game to figure out what their plan is. I thought Darth Revan is dead, but what if Darth Revan isn't dead, but is actually me? That's right, the main character is Darth Revan. This blew my mind when I first saw that, because you make your own character, so why would you be Darth Revan? But think about it. Remember how the Jedi Council like gaslit you to no end to be like, wow, man, you're like the greatest ever. Wow, like you mastered all this training really quickly. Like, wow, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, so we were getting gaslit because essentially what happens is Revan was knocked unconscious and the Jedi Council rewrote his mind basically. And essentially we are a reprogrammed Darth Revan, which is actually super wild when you think about it.
Yep, I didn't see it coming when I first played the game.
Not at all.
Okay, so we just chased Malak around, and now we gotta beat him one more time. So we stack all these stims, we stack night speed. You know, we do what we need to do to make the combat consistent. If you don't do all these things, you will lose a ton of time throughout the run on combat.
So Bashla chooses to sacrifice herself and fight off Darth Malak. And we lose Bastila, which is sad, but I'm sure she'll be fine. And then we get to escape. Yeah, like so basically, when she says I'll hold Malak off, Karth's like, wait, don't do that. You shouldn't do that. And then he says no, but when you skip the dialogue, it makes it seem like he's saying, no, Bastila, we're not going to find the star map. We're just going to go home. We're done. I think it's kind of funny.
Says, no. Yeah. All right. So we have to do another fighter skirmish. So. You know, how many did we do in this run?
3.
At least 3? 3? Okay, always 3? Nice. So we do another one on the way to Lahan at the end. So Bastila got kidnapped.
Yeah, our team is like...
Bastila got kidnapped, and we're like, what should we do?
Like, oh, so this is Darth Revan, like the strongest Sith Lord in the galaxy? But he's good? Like, what do we do about that? And like, we're gonna
they're like,
follow
should we
him.
trust you?
Unless you're Karth. Unless you're Karth. Karth, like, I don't trust him.
Yeah, Karth like
he has some trust
actively
issues.
dislikes you.
Okay, so now, hey Komet, so now we're on Kashyyyk, and like Range was saying earlier, we are gonna kind of deal with some corporate greed. Well, kind of. We're actually gonna ignore it for the most part. I'm gonna buy some extra stims just to be safe. I'm also gonna loot an extra hyper alacrity stim, so we should have plenty of stims to get us through the rest of the run. So
Yep, gotta keep those alacrities.
yeah, so that guy we just talked to is going to be important later for the run. He's actually trying to recruit us to a secret organization that's actually like an assassination guild. It's kind of wild storyline if you ever want to do it. But we don't do that, any of those quests. However, he's going to show back up, and that's going to be really important later on this planet. And I'll explain why when we get there. So this part of the run is going to be really important for how we do our force jumps. This game, as I kind of mentioned on Tatooine, can be really annoying. So if I jump to an enemy and then I try to jump to another enemy, sometimes the game will register that my input went to the previous enemy because it was still quote unquote locked onto it. So like, let's say I try to jump over here, it'll actually jump me backwards. It's really annoying. That's called wire jumping. So what we can do is we can attack and then cancel the attack and then redo the attack, and it'll be consistent. So you're gonna see me doing a lot of inputs to jump through to things as quickly as possible. I'm gonna run by some Dark Jedi now, and then talk to Zalbar's family, who's like, whoa, he's bad, but he's not. Zalbar's actually honorable. One thing, okay, so this is kind of sad. So we leave Zalbar here until we complete a quest. We aren't going to complete the quest, which means say goodbye to Zalbar. He's...
Oh yeah, we had to just leave Zalbar here.
Yeah, very sad. But...
because all we need is the star map.
Yeah, essentially we got access to go to the lower Shadowlands, which is all we really care about. But yeah, Zalbar is stuck on Kashyyyk for the rest of his life, unfortunately. Oh, the sacrifices we make in the name of speed.
Yep. Yeah, so lots of force jumps here. There is like a kind of malfunction that can happen called... it's like a byproduct of what we call wire targeting. I heard Seraphim refer to as wire jumping, which is also accurate. It's just a made-up name anyway.
Yeah.
But basically, the way the game targets things, sometimes it'll say it's targeting one thing, but like the memory addresses are still targeting something else from like a previous module. So if you try to use force jump on the thing you're targeting, it'll actually try to force jump or move you to the previous thing, and you'll just walk it in the completely wrong direction. Luckily, there is a way to get around this, and the way to do that is to purposely target something, cancel combat entirely, and then retarget them. There's like maybe some other ways too, but that's one of the ways. So you can kind of like work around this weird malfunction in the game. So now we're in the lower Shadowlands. We just got out the Great Walkway.
This is, in my opinion, one of the harder parts of the run, just because there's a lot of jumping we have to do. But you'll see why this can be annoying. But hey, there's a Jedi. What's this Jedi doing here? Who is this guy? Look at him. Look at him go to town. Well, this is Jolie. Jolie, I think, at least in video game or media format, is the first gray Jedi ever to be like seen in the Star Wars universe. He was in the Jedi Order, but then left. And now he kind of like, he's not really a dark side Jedi, but he doesn't really like he got married and all sorts of stuff that the Jedi Order's like, well, you shouldn't do that. So he wants, Jolie will help us get to the star map. If we help him, oh, okay, that was weird, pathing. If we get rid of the Zerka, who are kind of like trying to like poach like endangered species and some other stuff. Now we're actually going to do something kind of mean. The Zerka guy offers to give us a quest to kill Tak, which is the species that they want to like get furs from or whatever. Well, we're going to intentionally take that quest because when we do so, the Tak become targetable as enemies, and we can use them to force jump too, which is really helpful.
Yep. So yeah, force jump, really useful here.
So we're gonna go talk to Jolie. We dealt with the sonic emitters
that he wanted us to deal with. So he's like, all right, I'll come along on your quest. And he just activated solo mode.
Yeah, I don't want him to follow me because he can get. I don't need.
So,
he'll automatically warp to where I'm gonna be. So I use solo mode basically so I don't have to worry about him getting into combat and dying. There are some
you kind of have to worry about him dying.
Going to need Jolie to be by the loading zone. Decent attack locations.
Yep. So yeah, some of this is kind of random with how lucky you get. All right, so there you saw the wire targeting thing I talked about.
That's because
earlier.
the game thought I was targeted to the other attack when I wasn't.
Yeah. The game is kind of funky. But so normally when you enter load zones, you need your party members nearby, but the force field is coded differently, and it just warps Jolie over automatically, so it's easy. Gotta watch this cutscene. This Wookiee is being attacked, and he's like getting hunted by these Mandalorians, and he asks us to help him. We don't do it though. We watch the cutscene, but we just ignore the quest. So,
unfortunately, my stims did run out, but fortunately, I have extras. It's just an extra menu, which is the only annoying thing.
Yep.
And I am gonna need stims. I do have to take out these Kinrath because Jolie is gonna warp to the star map, and then I have to walk back.
Yeah, so Kashyyyk is coded in a weird way where there's not a lot of places where you can actively change your party members and return the Ebon Hawk. So as soon as we get Jolie in our party, we're stuck with him for a while, and we have to run a lot, and we need him near us. So he gets warped here. We need to make sure he follows us very safely back, and it's definitely a whole thing that you have to deal with. It's not too bad though, and especially when you kill those Kinrath that we just killed, it's not worth not killing them because it just doesn't work without a lot of hassle that loses time. And we do have a level up. We'll probably just use it right here.
Yeah, I always just do
Master
it right
Flurry, very nice. And then the force power doesn't matter very much here.
I don't know. Force resistance can help with some of the end game fights.
Okay.
Because it helps with some of the force.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can use it before those Jedi in the computer room, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we're just running back. You know, you just want to make sure Jolie's following you, but usually he does actually.
Usually he behaves.
As long as there's not Kinrath. Yeah. There's a lot of parts where it's like, okay, we know the NPC is not going to behave here, or we know that they usually do, but you do need to keep an eye on it. So now we're just leaving. We got the star map. We don't really have to do anything else. All we have to do is keep running. Here we activate solo mode because once again, there isn't a regular loading zone at the end of this module. There's an elevator that the way it's coded is not the same as other loading zones where you need your party members with you. So we can just return to the Great Walkway. Once we're at the Great Walkway, we have to run even more. We have to run back to the docking bay, the Zerka docking bay. No option to return to Ebon Hawk. So yeah, a lot of running to get out of Kashyyyk. Once we are out of Kashyyyk, we have all of the star maps, and we're actually entering the in-game. What class did you start as?
Scout.
Says chat. Yeah, so we started as a scout, and the reason for that is because Scout gets a lot of skill points. Scout gets alacrities at the beginning of the game. Scout also gets implant level 1, so we can get implant level 2 much easier, and that means we can use the nerve enhancement package that we buy on Terrace, which makes us way more defensively solid against all Dark Jedi and stuff. So just makes the run really consistent, has a lot of perks. There are other, I mean, you know, you can make other builds work, and it used to be, I think it's been Scout and Glitchless for a while actually.
Yeah. So remember that Twi'lek that talked to us at the beginning of the planet? He's going to show up again to see if we will actually be willing to join. And this is really convenient because that's going to warp Jolie to me. Part of why we cleared out some of the enemy mobs here at the beginning is so that way Jolie doesn't get into combat and we can just get rid of solo mode and then run into the loading area where the Ebon Hawk is.
Yeah, so this guy who we talked to earlier warps Jolie back to us, and yeah, it's huge. So makes the whole running a lot easier.
And then...
yeah. Little forced
Well, that
jump.
was kind of a weenie jump. Anyway,
It's okay.
I did set a transit point in the Wookiee village, so that way I can just transit back to the Wookiee village and to the Ebon Hawk. It saved a little bit of time.
Yeah, and that's pretty nice. Nice little strat. So we got all the star maps, and it's time to go to Lahan. So there's cutscenes between every planet, and I think we even have to do another fighter skirmish pretty soon. So this cutscene is Bastila, who's been captured on the Leviathan, getting tortured to the dark side. You are strong, child, but I will break you. I like this cutscene.
I'll never fall to the dark side.
I'll never. When you turn, it will be willingly. Sorta. He says as he tortures her.
Turn me, Malik. You are a fool.
Torture. No, dear.
This is but a taste of the dark side to whet your appetite. Malik is sick.
Yeah, Malik is definitely a villain that's pretty memorable, pretty devious.
Yeah. His kill count is off the chain after destroying terrorists. And Dantooine. Although he didn't fully blow up Dantooine.
He did try to wipe out the Jedi Order.
Yeah.
You hunger to taste it. Become my apprentice, and all its power can be yours.
I must break you, and all its power can be yours.
Yikes! Well, we gotta rescue her. Jeez.
The Starforge.
Yeah, Malik is icky.
I've never seen.
We gotta stop him. Hey, look, it's the Starforge.
I'm transmitting these coordinates to Admiral Dodonna. Maybe a quick.
And I do want to say real quick. So we have a KOTOR speedrunning Discord. Everyone in the community is really nice. We love new people. We want to help everyone. The game's great. So I'm gonna plug that real quick in the chat. Oh yeah, I can't do it. I have to get church to do it. That's right.
The nice thing with KOTOR is there's so many ways to play. Like, he can do like the insanely glitched version that you just saw before my run. You can do more glitchless like I do. There's kind of an in-between category for no major glitches. So there's a lot of different ways to play the game. Yeah, those were not good shots. Oh well, it's okay. Whatever.
Oh, we've got problems. We've flown to some kind of disruptor field. All my instruments are jammed. We've got massive overloads.
Oh man.
I'm picking up a.
Well, we were gonna go to the Starforge, but no, the Ebon Hawk is got busted in that fight. So we land on this planet called Lahan.
Yep, we're in the in-game.
And essentially, on this planet, we're gonna try to figure out a way to like repair our hyperdrive and get off the planet. Hey, it's some locals. Maybe they'll help us out. Nice sword you got there. Why are you yelling? Why are you charging at me? Oh gosh, you're hostile. Nope, these guys are not friendly. Yeah, these are the Rakata warriors. The Rakata is essentially like an old empire in Star Wars lore that used to run the galaxy, and they were essentially extinct, except a few of them survived on Lahan. Darth Revan, which is who we are, made it to this planet on our journey to find the Star Forge with Malik and encountered them and made a deal with them. Though it's kind of funny because, well, I'll get to that point when we get there. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Essentially, we're getting taken to their leader because we want to like learn how to get to the Star Forge, and he's going to tell us that we need to go into some temple ruins in order to essentially gain access to where we need to go. Except he's not going to like us very much. He's like, I don't like you. So we basically tell him off, and then he attacks us with a bunch of Rancors, because apparently Rancors are on this planet, because like some ship like fell, and like there was a bunch of Rancors on it. I want to avoid combat here to talk to this Elder. This Elder is, basically what happened is the Elders got routed out by the younger generation who want to try to like gain galactic dominance again. And the Elders are like, we don't want to do that. And Revan worked with the Elders previously. So essentially, the Boomers got routed out by the Zoomers, and for the sake of speedrunning, we're going to side with the Zoomer, or the Boomers in this case, because they're going to help us gain access to the temple. a lot quicker than the Zoomers will.
Yeah, we just run out of the encampment. Force jump.
Had some
Recast
issues with
some force powers.
Yeah, I've had issues with force speed duration glitching on Lahan. Usually it's pretty consistent, but
yeah. So trying to get duration glitch, which is allowed in glitchless because it's completely unavoidable even in casual playthrough. So yeah,
I tried to force jump to that Ricotta. So one thing we didn't talk about with force jumping that's quite annoying actually, if there is any object or hitbox that's invisible in your way, the force jump will not work. It has to be a clear line. And that's annoying because like that Ricotta I tried to jump to, there is a hitbox on that rock that I didn't line up with correctly, and so I couldn't jump to the Ricotta. It was really frustrating. It's just, I mean, it's just part of the game. It's not a big deal. But nevertheless, when you're trying to do a speed run and go for top times, that can feel really frustrating. Oh yeah, if you're sensitive to Gizka violence, look away. Ooh.
No.
Yeah, there's a minefield here. We're gonna avoid that.
Yep. So we're going to the Elder Settlement, which are basically like the good Ricotta, and they want to help you get into the temple. Lahan is honestly pretty tame, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. There are a couple things that can go wrong, but a majority of them are pretty I would say we control them pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, it's very story heavy, so we're just dealing with that. Once we get to Starforge, it gets a lot of combat again. So yeah, so these guys, they're talking about what to do with us, and they're like, okay, we'll help you. let's go to the temple, because you rescued their friend from the warrior settlement when we went there first. So like, all right, you rescued you, we trust you, so yeah, we'll help you.
All right, don't block me, Gizka. I have nightmares of Gizka blocking my pathing.
All right.
So coming up is just kind of more of a cutscene. They have to do some kind of ritual in order to break the barrier to the temple.
Yeah, and they want you to go alone, but as you'll see in a second,
it's dangerous to go alone.
Yeah, Jolie and Juhani come up and are kind of just like, you can't go alone.
We're Jedi too.
Yeah, and it's too dangerous. And they're like, fine, you can go. You have to persuade them, I think, actually.
Yes.
Let me just easily pass it because our persuade's... It's not that hard of a persuade check, but our persuade is really high
it's
also.
It's not really an inconvenience to have them there. There is a couple small things we'll have to do with them.
Yeah, it works out in the temple. So, like, right, we can't enter load zones without the party members near, but in the temple, all the load zones are stacked on top of each other vertically. So, it's really not an issue in the temple as much.
Are you guys ready for a jaw-dropping cutscene?
Yeah.
Your jaw will drop after seeing this.
Is the most jaw-dropping.
Whoa! Dude, where's your jaw, bro? He dropped his jaw.
And this guy's just like, what?
Yeah, dude, I mean, let's be real. If I saw this too, I'd be freaking out too.
Right in your face, just no jaw. The fact that he had a robot working on his mouth is also kind of scary. That must be uncomfortable. Yeah, I think the game looks good. I saw some people in chat say it looked bad, but I think this game looks great. 2003, these graphics are great.
Yes.
So I am going to use solo mode and move Juhani and Jolie ever so slightly. That way they won't follow me, because sometimes your party members will be like, you'll activate solo mode and they'll still choose to move for a little bit, which, whatever, that's just how the game works, I guess. But if you move them, they'll stay still, which is important because if they follow me, they can get into combat. And if they get into combat, they're going to go away from the loading zone. And if they go away from the loading zone, I can't enter the loading zone, and then I'm sad because then I have to go and deal with it. So it's just easier to take the second, use solo mode, move them around a little bit, and boom, you're good to go.
Yep. So, in the basement, we went here because we want to gain access to the summit, the top of the temple. And to do that, we have to solve this little puzzle here.
I have to make an H, essentially.
Yeah. And we just did it. The door opens. There's some... Honestly, that puzzle is a good, like, primer for learning how to move in this game. Like, people have trouble with that because movement in this game is kind of unique because we have, like, a free camera and there's multiple ways to move. I actually really like it, but you do get used to it. It's definitely not normal, I would say, for some games. But, yeah, it's really fun. And yeah, so we unlock the summit. We can leave our party members by the basement load zone because, as I mentioned earlier, the load zones are stacked vertically, so they're close enough where we can still enter the summit load zone. So that's really convenient. And we're just going to run to the top.
And I wonder what we're going to find at the top. The reason I'm going to hit that guard droid, whether I killed it, but it doesn't matter if I kill it. Sometimes if I come back through this door, sometimes the enemies are spawned up on top of that room, and then my party members get into combat. But if I hit it, it'll go back, it'll walk down. It's kind of a bizarre interaction. And Bashla, why is your lightsaber red? What the heck? Oh no, Bashla's a dark Jedi. She fell to the dark side. So I used some force powers to gain resistances so she wouldn't stun me like my party members. So that fight's pretty easy. And then we try to convince her to go to the to the light side, and then she doesn't. But that's okay. We actually get a bunch of light side points from that. That said, I am going to get one dark side ability called Force Drain, and I'm going to need Force Drain.
Yeah, Force Drain is very useful.
I activated solo mode there, by the way, because I didn't want my party members following me to the console, because sometimes they'll follow me and get stuck on stuff. If I just do solo mode, they just stand there and then they behave and come back right away.
Yep. And since we killed that one droid, we can just run past them. If you're really unlucky with the droids, you can not be able to exit the temple easily. But,
yeah, they spawn at the top.
You know.
But that's why, that's why you hit the one droid, because even if it doesn't die, if they spawn up top, the droids themselves just walk back down to the main area. It's a fascinating interaction.
Yep. And here we can ignore them. Why can we ignore them here? Because of this cutscene?
Just this loading zone. It'll bring us back to the Epic automatically.
Oh, yeah. Cool. So, they're like, you're back! What happened? Where's Bastila?
Bastila's a dark side Jedi now.
Yeah, she's evil now.
What happened inside that temple?
She's evil.
So now I have to repair the hyperdrive because I got the ship parts from where those Rancor were with the Rakata. And now it's time to go to the Starforge.
So, yeah, we lowered the force field around Lahan. We got our ship working. Now we can fly the Starforge. This is a 3-minute cutscene, and is basically just preparing you for the final battle. Which I think there's actually a quest in your journal called the Final Confrontation. And it's finished when you kill Malik.
The Starforge wasn't constructed by the Sith, Admiral. We don't have time for me to fully explain.
Okay, time for the final part of the game. So you have to remember, we're level 12 at this point. So we're not very high level. Fortunately, we have enough stims and our force powers that will get us through anything that this area will throw at us. We'll finish it. It doesn't matter if anything slows us down.
Yeah, we have the Solari Crystal and the Crate Dragon Pearl, so our lightsabers beefed up. So everything's very deliberate in the routing. And yeah, so far it's going good. All right, Admiral Dodonna.
I see a comment in chat asking about like how close is glitchless for intended gameplay. But essentially, outside of the duration glitch, which we can't even control, it's pretty much. I mean, anything that I'm using is anything a casual player has at their disposal.
Yeah, it's actually like basically 100% intended, except for we do this thing with the turrets in the Volker base of Terrace.
That's true.
Where we stun them all 3 with 2 concussion grenades, and people would not really be doing that in casual.
And we skip the rain core.
Yeah, we do like a few things like that, but they're not glitches or anything. They're just
more like
maybe over. Oh, actually, yeah. Intended has a plan order. Yeah, it's not like fully intended, but it's definitely like, you know, it's regular gameplay. Everything we're doing, it's just a regular old gameplay. Even duration glitch, which is basically when any status effect gets extended by walking through a load zone. That is completely unavoidable. Even in a casual playthrough, it would be happening. You just wouldn't realize it. So, yep. If you're interested in running KOTOR, we got a great community. We got a Discord. Got posted a bit earlier. And yeah, maybe you can get posted again. But
yeah, I would be happy.
Yeah, we have a lot of categories.
If anyone wants to learn glitchless, I would be more than happy to share some of my experience, wisdom, notes, all that kind of stuff to help get you started.
Come on.
Yeah. Also, we have, so the way our leaderboard on KOTOR 1 works, we have 2 main categories, 80% all quest, and then within those 2 categories, we have 3 rule sets. We have glitchless, which is this is 80% glitchless. We have no major glitches, which restricts any menu glitch. It restricts sequence breaking. It restricts a lot of stuff. So, or it restricts like door clipping. It restricts all the stuff. And then we have unrestricted, which is just no holds barred. Like you can do any glitch. So we have a lot of variety, and then we also have all quest version of all 3 of those. So super fun. We also have an all star maps category. So in 80% unrestricted, it's so broken that we can duplicate the same star map 4 times in a row. So we added an all star maps category, which is unrestricted. So all glitches, but you still have to get every unique star map. So anyway, that's enough about the categories. We're at the Starforge. Let's go.
So Malik's going to try to slow us down. One thing that is making it difficult. So the Republic is attacking the Starforge. The Sith and the Starforge are pumping out fighters left and right, and they're winning because Bastila is using her battle meditation against the Jedi. So our goal is to find Bastila and either convince her to change her mind or take her out if we have to. Fortunately, my persuasion is 13, and if your persuasion skill is 13 and you have dominate mind, you can convince Bastila to return to the light side. I'm gonna hit that droid and that'll make a move.
Yep.
You'll also notice when the door knocked me down, I used an alacrity stim, so now I have all my movement speed buffs on.
Yeah, we got the movement speed buffs. Right now, we don't need to stack our other combat buffs.
No.
Because we're mostly just running past everything and dealing with cutscenes and just story stuff. Later on, we're definitely going to be stacking everything we can because we have to fight 3 very strong Jedi, we have to fight Bastila, and then we finally fight Malik, Darth Malik. It's Mullet Man.
Mullet Man.
It's another Mullet Man.
And I believe the Mullet Man portrait, I think is technically the canon look for Darth Revan.
There's a 3rd Mullet Man.
There's a lot of Mullet Men.
I'm pretty sure it's like random which model they are.
Is it really? Did I get all Mullet Men?
It's not all Mullet Men every time. It's definitely not.
Why is there
so we got 3 Mullet Men for the Jedi.
Why is there a random Republic soldier in there? Do you see that?
Oh yeah, just dead.
I didn't realize that. Like, why is that guy there? But they're like, all right, guys, we're gonna send this elite vanguard of Jedi, and they're just like this one dude.
Republic soldier. All right, so we're on deck 2 now. At the beginning of deck 2, he's like, all right, we're sending even more people after you. So you just watch some more cutscenes. Malik is kind of slowly losing his cool.
Yeah, we're gaining on him.
And by the way, everybody, this is the 2nd run of an 8-hour slot of all KOTOR 1 runs, except for one KOTOR 2 run. It is KOTOR 1's 20th anniversary next weekend. So anyway, so right after this, there'll be a glitch showcase by Lane. After that, there's an 80% no major glitches category run by Shoal the Scrub. and that's actually his name, by the way. After that, it's any percent unrestricted KOTOR 2 by 30 cents, and then after that, it's all quest unrestricted KOTOR 1 by Indie Kenobi. So, a lot of variety, and we're gonna keep going till 9 p.m. Let's go!
Yeah, if you like KOTOR and speedruns, this is a good day for you. There's gonna be some
it's a good day for me.
fantastic runs coming up after I'm done. So I'm glad I was able to show off the intended way to play KOTOR. It definitely has been fun for me to do this. But there's also plenty of other fun ways to play KOTOR too, and I know all quests in particular is quite a ride.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I love the all quest categories. They're very fun.
The Bastards are going to use their battle meditation, which we're like, boo, don't use that against us.
Then we shall see if Revan...
Yeah, last night we were trying to figure out who in the KOTOR speedrun community was younger than the game, and there's not very many of us that are younger than the game.
I am older than the game.
Yeah, me too.
old man.
I first played this game when I was like 11 or 12 on the Xbox, and I loved it.
I think I first watched this game as an LP when I was in high school. And I played it myself in college.
Yeah, I replayed it in college, both of them. And then post-college, in quarantine, I was like, I'm going to speedrun this game.
So these Jedi are going to block the door. I finally equipped the rest of my stims. And I actually want to go take on this guy first because he can force push me a bunch of times, and it's really annoying. I got lucky and he didn't do that, so that's pretty nice.
Yep, and we definitely don't want to have party members during all of Starforge.
No.
You have the option, but it just makes it so much harder.
Technically, if you choose to go to the dark side with Bastila, you get immediately warped to the Starforge, but then you have to have Bastila in your party while you two try to like dethrone Malik, and yeah,
she is really strong. Darkside Bastila is very strong, but it's still slower than what we're doing now. I actually did an iPad playthrough of this game like a long time ago, and then I left it and I loaded my game recently, and I had a dark side blasters only build on Starforge, and it was literally impossible. I was dying. I could not beat the game. Like, I was basically soft locked because I was too weak.
So essentially, I'm going to obliterate Bastila all of these phases, and now if you don't have enough persuasion, you cannot spam through that cutscene, but that last phase, because I do have enough persuade and dominate mind as a trait, I can, or as a force ability, I can just spam through the last phase and it makes the conversation go a lot quicker. Otherwise, there's a pretty elaborate dialogue or set of dialogue buttons that you have to press, and well, that's not as good. I'm gonna use a life pack here. So we're getting pretty close to the final fight of the game. We're gonna have to get through this door first. Malik! Alright, it's time. The final battle. But first he's gonna show off.
Yeah, he does a little flourish. He big time eviscerates that one guy and then lightnings the other one. Sheesh, not a good way to go.
Oh, I guess that's not the final fight. Oh my gosh. He's gonna make us go through the door. So normally what you're supposed to do is shut down the computers, which just got all these droids coming out of it. We are gonna use brute strength to just bust the door open.
Yep. Yeah, so you can actually just break the door down and go through the load zone. I remember in one of my first ever runs, I was short XP, and I just, like, killed all of the droids for another level up.
So you might be noticing, like, Seraphim, where's the music? Don't worry, it's not because the audio is not working. It's because I've had a lot of memory leaks, and because that's just how the game operates. And unfortunately, the music starts to go wonky when my game is like, it's time for memory dump. So unfortunately, no epic final boss music. It's one of the
the music at this point is great too.
It is really good.
Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, yeah, so that's phase 1 of the fight. It went really well, actually. I mean, it kind of always goes pretty well. But in this phase, there's 7 mullet men all being drained of their energy, and if you just fight Malik when he gets low, he'll go and suck their energy and he gets healed. So instead of doing that, we're going to use Drain Force, which we got earlier. It's our 1 dark side ability, and we can just use them on the captive Jedi to prevent him from being able to use them. So we destroy all of them, and then we can kill Malik. We like to refer to this part as sucking the popsicles.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
The lore runs deep. There's a lot of memes.
Also, Malik sometimes likes to drain all my force speed and all that stuff. Really, really annoying, but well, we'll deal with it.
Yeah, he has an ability that takes off your
heck?
status effects. So
That wasn't.
all right, all the Jedi popsicles have been sucked.
I reapply my force abilities, and now it's time. Time is going to be when the screen goes black. So he's going to drop to a knee after I kill him, hopefully. And then
Yeah. And your mouse
it'll be
you
time
lose control
coming
of your
up
mouse,
soon,
so-
and time.
Nice. GG.
Awesome, GG.
All right. Well, if I hadn't made that mistake in Korriban, I would have had a sub 2-hour run. So given that I made
would've
just
been great.
one little mistake and lost a lot of time to that, I'm pretty happy with the 202. It's pretty solid.
Oh no, it was great. It was really clean. Honestly, I was very impressed. Like, you were commentating a ton, and then also you were like doing all of the menuing and everything. I was like, what? This is crazy. It's hard to commentate and keep track of everything you need to keep track of. Anyway, yeah, great run.
So yeah, that is the Star Wars KOTOR Glitchless speedrun. Again, my name is Seraphim1313. Thank you so much for watching. Range, thanks again for joining me for commentary. And any final words from you?
Thanks for having me.
And guys,
yeah, that's basically it.
yeah, guys, please continue to enjoy this celebration of KOTOR. We got several more categories coming up. It's going to be a great time. Thanks again for watching. Take a stretch break, get some water, and we'll see you back in a couple minutes for the next run. Bye, everybody.
All right, bye, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our 20th anniversary celebration of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and we've got a glitch showcase for you. We've got some familiar faces, or I guess voices, but I'll let them reintroduce themselves.
Hey guys, my name's Lane. I was commentating on the 80% race earlier, and yeah, today we have on this speedrunning channel not a speedrun. Ooh, scandalous. Today I'm going to be showing you a whole bunch of glitches, and I have a lovely co-commentator here with me.
Hey, this is Chaos Drifter. I usually do the running, but this time I get to sit back, relax, and also not understand what's going on. Lane's the brains of this operation. I'm just going to go ooh and ah at most of the things that's happening.
Yeah, Chaos is really me, our audience surrogate here, so it's really going to work out. So first thing I want to show off here is a little bit of a DLZ on the Spire here. Now, before we jump directly into that, we're going to actually talk about DLZs a little bit. So whenever we were doing the 80% race before, we were throwing this term around a whole lot, but what we actually mean when we say DLZ is it's a displaced loading zone. So what we mean by that is there on the other side of this module that is far into this level, there is a door that is the exit to the next level. And when we line up with that door just right, that is, we are lined up exactly with one of the corner points of it, we can actually trigger it from across the map. That's because they had a edge case that they didn't account for when they were coding their bounce checking. So I'm going to show you what that looks like right here. So we're just going to run against this door frame right here at the start of the Indar Spire, and I'm already kind of messing it up. There we go.
There you go.
And yeah, just like that, we get into the second half of the Indar Spire. Now, you saw I did a little AMG there, and the idea for that is I'm going to actually do another trick here that's going to make us totally invincible. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. And I am realizing, did I actually make a quick save there? I did not. So we're going to do this a slightly more complicated way. That's totally fine. I'm just going to boop, boop, boop. Not load. I'll do save. We can do slot. And we're just going to load that up real quick. So this glitch I'm going to do right here is called a hot shot.
Oh,
so here's how this works. What's going to happen is I'm going to load this save I made right here, but as if it was in the other save's information. So that's going to warp us back to where we were previously. So I do that by opening the load game while unpausing the game behind it, and then double tapping a menu so I have control of my character, so I can save the game, open another menu, and load the corrupted save. And just like that, we're back here, and if I'm to do this glitch again, which it goes much faster that time, you'll see that I do still take damage here, but I'm actually effectively invulnerable. That is to say, I will not fall underneath 1 HP. So I'm going to let him hit me a few times, and while he's hitting me and beating me up, actually I'm going to go to a different room where I can get beat up faster. We'll also just talk a bit more about some of the history of glitch hunting in this game. There's always been glitches in KOTOR for about as long as we've known, but it wasn't really until around 2019, 2020 when things really started speeding up, which, not to toot my own horn, is kind of when I joined the community, so, you know, they were kind of slacking before I came around, but, yeah, so a lot of stuff going on, but as you can see, we've been hit a ton of times, and we are sticking here at 1 HP, so we cannot die. And this same cursed character that can't die has been brought elsewhere. Here's a save of him in the South Apartments, and we're going to do some more fun glitches here. So, one of the oldest glitches in this game, which was found back in around 2004, is called the fake level up. And this is possible on Xbox, which is why it was found so early. We can actually skip levels whenever we have enough XP and a correct setup to cause all sorts of crazy effects. So while I focus here, we're going to talk about this first fake level up I'm going to do, which is the skill point glitch. Which I suppose Chaos doesn't totally know how it works, but doesn't really matter.
Absolutely not. This stuff is so complicated. Lane talks so casually about so much of this stuff, but he has such a large galaxy brain that's going on, allows him to retain all this information. And then also working with other glitch hunters out there, they discuss all these other little intricacies and try all these different stuff.
All right.
I can't.
So what happened there is I did a Skelly flew up to 3. You can explain what that is in a second. And I have enough XP to where I was able, well, that actually sent this into a short fast flew, going from 3 to 4 into 5, where it broke after I took strength. So now I have enough XP to actually level ourselves normally up to 5. I set the save up ahead of time, and something crazy is going to happen here in a moment. So we get to 4. I'm taking strength again, and we're taking no skills. Now at level 5, at the moment, the way our level up is situated in memory is very messed up. It's already been offset. So right now, I can tell you that the second and third skill allocations we're going to do here are actually going to take the spots in memory that are usually occupied by our remaining skill points. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and dump the rest into stealth and demolitions, stealth will be the bytes that we put in. The stealth is going to be the more significant byte of this 2 byte short, and demolitions is going to be the least significant byte. Since we added 4 here, that's 4 times 256 for 1024. And since we added another 4 here, that's going to bring us up to 1028. And since we gain 3 skill points every level, our total is going to be 1,031 skill points whenever we get this done. So now, if we regularly get to a new level, you see we have 1,031 skill points sitting ready for us to spend on whatever we'd like. And so that's the skill point glitch. So that is one example of a fake level up. And that was very complicated, and there's plenty of other things to come with that. Honestly, I could spend the whole day doing flues for you guys, but for the sake of time, I have one other flue that we're going to set up for you. So I'm going to go in and Skelly to 20 real quick. Oh, I already am screwing up. There we go. You can explain what a Skelly flu is if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. So the Skelly flu is basically we're going to be tricking the game to saying that we're leveling up, but whenever we hit enter there, I don't know why it gives us the blank, honestly, but essentially we can just do that and it'll be a lot less menus. You don't have to actually level up while we're going along. None of this menuing, and you see that in the 80% unrestricted. And all quests unrestricted categories. You won't see it in K2 unrestricted, though, for reasons.
So now we've hit level 20, and as you notice, we still have level ups available. So now for this particular trick, we're going to do something a little interesting here. And
I'm so excited for this.
If you look up at my webcam, you'll see that I have a Guitar Hero controller. First thing is, I'm going to get it turned on and make sure it's actually connected. It appears that it is. So if I just activate 2 little scripts over here and my neighbor's car alarm stops going off. Okay, let's see if we're working. It is.
Oh,
And I can start doing fake level ups like this.
shred it.
And this is a very difficult. Wait, why did I get a feat? Excuse me? What level am I? Oh, okay,
no.
something broke. That's not good. I should not be level
Classic.
5. All right, don't worry. This was totally supposed to happen. 1 second. I'm gonna fix this real quick. Don't worry. Marathon stuff. I know exactly what I did wrong. Come to think about it. Load game. I don't have a chair anymore, so I'm on my knees. 1 second. All right, real quick. Don't worry. Marathon safe. All set. I have saves ready. I needed to do regular level ups to get the 3 first before I started skellying.
Oh,
and I
I
forgot
see.
to do that. That's my bad. Okay, let's see. I cannot skelly flu if I'm not sitting down. I just realized.
Yeah, remember what I was
my
talking
brain-
about the other day? About how comfort
My brain
is so
would not
important?
do the motions. Oh, I already screwed up though anyway.
I'm going to bring up one little point. So doing the actual Skelly Flu is kind of funny because it's quick save, or Alt F4, and then you escape enter. So it's just you repeat that option, that series over and over and over again.
I screwed it up so many times just then. Oh my god.
But some people
There we
have
go.
quick saves bound to like different buttons. So I think, what is yours bound to?
F4?
Oh, yours is bound to F4. Someone has it bound to like, I know Range has it set to D, so he has to like use like 5 different keys to do that.
And
Most
he
people
makes a
are-
claw shape with his hand. All right, let's try this again real quick.
There you go.
Okay, this should actually work this time. So we're level 20, and now we should be level 21. There we go. And we can go up, 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 up. Enter. I keep messing up the attribute levels. I'm not nearly as good at this as I used to be, because this isn't really in the 80% run anymore. The guitar was never in the 80% run, but the glitch was.
They don't need to know that. They don't need to know that.
Yeah, actually, we've always gotten a guitar out for these runs.
Yeah, you just have to go back. Go back and watch all of our runs over the past 20 years, and you'll see the guitar in at least 5 of them.
Yeah, that's being a bit generous.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I'm getting the hang of it. It's just a little bit of practice. Anyway, I've not been watching. I don't know what level we're at. I don't think we've gotten very far yet. Though.
You're at 55.
55. Look at us go.
Yeah, so we're trying to hit
like
88.
level. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go to level 80.
Okay, you're gonna
I'm not
stop
gonna
at
go
80.
super far. It's not like I'm gonna do anything with this flu. I'm just showing it off.
Oh, okay. So you're not going to be using this character.
Nah, we do not have enough time to actually show off that much stuff. Okay.
So we did have to actually do this trick a few years back before DLZs were a thing. Mainly for, and you show this off later on, security.
1 second. There we go.
So we needed to basically get a whole bunch of security by doing this, and you can see us stacking up skill points more and more and more and more.
Let's see, it should be at level 76. Yeah,
Yeah, 76. So you're almost there. Yeah. And so that would allow us to unlock some doors. So we used to do this all the time.
So now that we're level 80, instead of taking strength, I can take a different attribute, and the level up will stop. And now I have a bunch of skills to allocate. So let's go ahead and let's put a bunch of like treat injury. What if I do both buttons to probably go faster? We'll put a few up in. Oh, actually, let's do security. I'll pass it up. I only have an up arrow. I don't have a down arrow. All right.
I forget how sketch this is.
That'll do. And let's put something like persuade or something. And we'll just use up the rest of our points in there. And so now if I enter. So if I were to pop over to a different menu here, you're going to see that our computer use is -1 still, but our treat injury is up to 41. Our security is 78. Persuade is 30. And so on and so forth. And that is the fast flu, sometimes called the security flu. I'm more than happy to show that to you guys on a guitar controller. That's actually a really old meme that we would do that on a Guitar Hero controller because it's like a rhythm game. Anyway, and with that, we are going to casually move on and just not discuss what just happened. So next up, I'm going to show you guys how to go into crippling debt. 1, 2, 4. So you see right now we have 29 credits. So I'm going to go ahead and sell 2 computer parts. So now I have 189 credits. If I go to the buy list, this military suit costs 165. I'm going to buy it. But because of that glitched menu, the buy confirmation pop-up is behind the shop. So I can keep shopping. So now I buy a med pack, which means I can't afford the military suit anymore. So if I buy it with that OK button, I now have negative 20 credits. Oh, but it gets better, because the way this game interprets that integer, they think of it as unsigned when they're calculating the cost of items, which means I can buy as much of anything as I want. Let's buy like 1 billion combat suits. And we just go really deep into crippling debt. So we're like negative 5,000, negative 6,000. We can buy some other things, a bunch of grenades.
Lorraine's just a really trusting drug dealer and arms dealer on Terrace. He'll just let you have it. You know, he even
we're loaded up. We have 88 combat suits. And yeah, so infinite credits is another hilarious one that we can do. Let's move on. I'm going to show you guys another cool glitch. You probably heard about this done in the Glitchless run, and we also did this to fight the governor in the any % run. This is called wire targeting. Now, of course, y'all guys saw some of the more useful or important versions of it. I'm going to show you a version of it that is not useful at all, but is very visually interesting. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to tell you right here that this shop droid right here, his number in memory, he is represented with the integer 34. And I'm going to go ahead and return to hideouts. And I'm going to make a quick, I'm actually going to move over here to be fair. So the next thing I'm going to show you is that not this door, but this door right here is also number 34. So I'm going to get like right here-ish. This is a good spot. And a quick save right here. We're going to transit back. And now, since they're both number 34, if I select him and I quick load while tapping default action, we are going to attempt to talk to the door, which causes it to rotate off of its hinges because every NPC looks at you whenever you talk to them. Now, I know what you're thinking. You can't go through the door, but it is here and it is open. You can't still shoot it. And opening it the old-fashioned way. And just like that, the door will open into the hallway and you won't be able to go through it.
I've not seen this part.
You've not seen this before?
I don't think I've seen the open door on its side.
And so, yeah, just like that, we've opened the door into the hallway and permanently ruined this poor Thorian's apartment. And yeah, that's wire targeting. So yeah, it's just carrying over one number value to a different number value. Let's see, what else do we got? We have so many different things to show off. Here, I'm going to show you guys how to duplicate items, because that's fun. So duplicating items is not hard at all. In fact, some might even call this, not even a glitch, but more of a feature. Let's say, for example, I wanted to duplicate this lovely ion blaster here with its 1d4 of damage. Ah, yeah, so nice. What I could do is, right now it's equipped to Karf. The main character has nothing equipped. If Karf selects this and then highlights none, and then we leave this menu either by hitting escape or just tabbing a menu over and tabbing back with the EQ buttons, it vanishes. But it's now what we call a shadow item. It's in the ether. It's not really here in the game, which means if I come over here and highlight over this blaster and then also move off the menu, it's going to equip it to him like a shadow item, but it's still shadowed over here. So if I hit enter and then escape, it peers into his hand, and now they both have the ion blaster. And so right now it looks like the main character is empty-handed, but if we quick save and quick load, now they both have blasters. And just like that, it's a very easy way to duplicate items in this game. It's like laughably easy, in fact. You can do it with basically anything, and it just happens like that. Now we both have combat suits on. And so yeah, very easy way to duplicate items in this game. So another bit of nonsense. Let's see, what else I got for you guys? Let's talk about GP warps. Do you want to explain how GP warps work, Chaos?
Yeah, so we do a lot of buffering, especially in the glitch categories, and you'll see it coming up, especially in the next category. And so with that, we're going to buffer the trigger for entering into a load zone. And because Karth is going to be far away here, the game is going to say you must gather your party before venturing forth. And
I'm probably actually going to AMG it and not buffer it.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Either way, the same mechanic's the same. And so now we can tab over to Karth, and he'll get sent over to the nearest point where you're supposed to, the gather party point. which actually turns out to be much farther away. So we can use that to our advantage by hitting other triggers that actually gather your party together in a different way. So it's very,
just like
very
that,
useful.
we've warped from here all the way over to here using just a simple little glitch. Because what's really happening is that gather party thing, every single one of these doors has a little waypoint in front of it called WP Transabort, which is just a transit, like, abort location that they teleport your player to whenever they try to go through a transition without having the party members nearby. And they just picked the nearest one. So by moving around like that, we can warp all over the game. And you saw that a bunch in the any percent race earlier as well. So that's another fantastic little glitch.
And especially in NMG coming up. That's one of the main forms of movement in MG.
I've got another cool little glitch here to show you guys. This is another one you saw inside the like any percent run. But for this one, I want to turn VSync off. So why don't you talk about that some, Chaos? What's actually happening here?
Yeah, so it turns out that this game was not meant to be run on modern hardware. And so we can actually pull a lot more frames per second whenever we turn VSync off. VSync will essentially lock the game, like the game frames, to whatever your monitor is. So in this case, you have it set to 60 because that's what KOTOR is comfortable with running at. And then in doing so, whenever we turn it off, now it's probably pulling about 300 frames. Yeah, you always have to check if you're not hitting it.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this one.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're on it.
Yeah, I am right on it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
So,
marathon luck.
Yeah.
Maybe because I don't have alacrity, I'm not used to it.
Oh, there you go.
There it goes.
Yeah, so with it off, you should, in theory, get these DLZs a lot more often because you're pulling, you were probably pulling like 300 frames-ish, so you're doing like 5 times the number of chances to hit the exact right spot for the DLZ line.
Yeah. So we were standing right down here on the map, and it warped us into this door because we were aligned vertically with it. Usually you wouldn't be able to get into that door until much later in the game, but because of that, we were able to warp straight to it. So there's another fun DLC you might do in your casual playthroughs, quote, quote. I'm going to go ahead and take us back down there to the lower city. And here, I'm going to show you something. If you played this game before, you'll know that right around where this shadow is a very long cutscene. It's this cutscene right here. And it goes on for ages and ages, and you have to watch this big gang fight, and all this stuff goes on, and there's lots of banter. It's a whole lot of nothing. But let's say we don't want to do that. So what we're going to actually do instead, after I quit my game and reload, is we're going to skip that in what is the easiest way possible. Now, say for a moment we activate solo mode, such that our party members don't follow us anymore. We put Karth right here. If we just talk to Karth, because the Volkars are polite, they're going to delay their fight. They're not going to bother fighting until we're finished talking. And since we're past the trigger now, they're never going to fight. In fact, I think they're friends now. They're going to be nice, lovely and polite to one another. Also, this hidden back here has dialogue that is impossible to hear in the default game. So here it is. This is unheard dialogue. So there's something good there. And yeah, so something a little neat to take a look at. Now let's see what else we got for you guys. Here's another fun one. I could have just used the same save, but it doesn't really matter. All right, but this one already has the Volkars dead. So the Volkar base...
no Banana Man?
Nah, we're not. I wanted this to be safe and easy.
Okay.
The Volkar base is a place that you're not really supposed to get into until very, very late into Terrace. But we can actually get into it very easily. You probably saw this in the 80% run as well. If you just stick a Karth there, he bumps away. And if you put the main character in the corner, what happens is the main character gets stuck in the door. And when the main character is stuck in the door and solo mode is on, if you quick save and quick load, like magic, you appear inside the Volkar base, skipping a massive chunk of this game. And there's people waiting here to shoot us because we're not really supposed to be here. Oh, his gun turned into a sword. Anyway,
his gun turned into
don't worry about that. Yeah. Next thing I want to show you guys is, have you ever wanted to go kill Gaddon, like really early? Gaddon, by the way, is this dude over here. You can see he's standing here at his desk. He's very nice. He's very friendly. But instead of going and talking to him, we can go and talk to him. Let's see if I can get this one.
We can go and talk to him.
I don't know. This one's, all these DLCs are giving me trouble. It's marathon luck. Here we go. I'm going to turn VSync back on.
Yep, good. Because otherwise that's forever. So you have to be very careful with VSync because, You would think that, we could just leave it
don't
off
have
of
any
us to run,
swords.
but a lot of
I don't have any guns to quit. I just punched Gavin in the face. I stopped him in the face.
I saw that. Oh no.
That's fine. It's not like this is a run. But yeah, and so that's an easy way to get the Gaddon very quickly.
Anyways, conversations and combat and having VSync off don't play well together. The game gets really finicky whenever it's run at frames that are higher than 60 FPS. So we'll turn it off specifically to do certain tricks, but otherwise we'll keep it on in these guys.
If you're looking at my screen, you see we have 6 duplicates of Brejik, a minor enemy here on Terrace, as well as a whole lot of Volkar guards. How this happens and why this happens is a lot to explain, but the general gist of it is that because they wanted this part of the game to be doable, because it's plot important, every time you do a swoop race, they actually speed your swoop bike up a little bit. And we can use glitches to make that speed just keep happening. One of the side effects of one of the versions of this glitch is that Brejik and all of his Volkars gets duplicated every time. I only did that for a couple of them, and then I did the version without the dupes for the rest of them. But regardless, I have increased the speed of my swoop bike 255 times, which is the maximum number of times you can do before it slows you down a whole lot. So I'm going to go in and show you guys what swoop racing is really like at a high level. All right, here goes nothing.
Have you practiced this? Okay, yeah, great. Perfect.
Oh my god, it's so fast. Oh, I forgot to do the last gear. This is going to be like a 13-second or a 14-second or something. Yeah.
Ladies would be so disappointed.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, if you want to actually speedrun if you want to speedrun swoops, you do have to do this one because we have a glitched first lap as one of our swoop racing
I
trials.
didn't mean to let this start. That was my bad. I'm going to do that again for y'all one more time, just so you get to see the super fast swoop races. But yeah, it's so fun.
And also, you can get this.
What the heck? Something broke. All right, well that's enough swoop racing. What's next?
Who said anything about doing the swoop race again?
Yeah, I never did. Anyway, now let's go to the countryside. The beautiful plains, the lovely grasses, the low poly settlers, Nemo, the sunset. And we're going to do something fun over here. So right here in the courtyard, we're actually able to return to the Ebonhawk from here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set up a little hot shot. I'm going to quick save here in the courtyard. And I'm going to return to the Ebonhawk. I'm going to AMG during it. Now, you see Canderous is here with us. I'm going to go put Canderous over in this corner, like right here on the grass. Just kind of stick him over here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just, ooh, cheater. I'm going to open up the cheat menu and I'm going to do where am I real quick. So our current coordinates are 158, 88. So that is our X and Y coordinates. Now, if I complete a hot shot from here.
Can't believe you would cheat in a glitch showcase.
You'll see Canderous is still at those exact same coordinates. On top of the hills, out of bounds. You can see the lovely calf hound from here, the sunset, much better view of it. You can see, it's glorious, isn't it? The manta rays flying overhead, a Dum and Elise. Also, so the main character is going to try his best to path over here. Let's see if he manages it.
Is he even trying?
Last time I did this, he just ran over the wall, but it looks like he's not coming this time.
Don't look at him.
Yeah, I'm just not going to look at it. Anyway, you get this lovely scene right here, which is actually Chaos's stream background.
Oh, there's the birds.
The birds flying overhead, the moon in the sky. Something you never get to see playing this game casually. And yeah, this is totally useless, by the way, but it's really cool and really fun.
We tried so hard to make this useful.
Yeah, there's nothing really good you can do with this. You can also get yourself in the creek if you wanted to. You can run around in the water. But yeah. So this is another great thing that we can do here. Just gonna take a moment to take this in.
Do you think
how are you feeling, Chaos?
Grass?
Do you think this is a good showcase so far?
I mean, I think it's a great showcase. I always forget about this spot, even though it's my background, but I never see it. So, I can't remember. Do I still have the one where Canderous' face is sticking out of the grass?
You got rid of that one. Next, we're going to skip far to the other end of the game. You guys been on Lahan before, the unknown world? Well, here we are with Jolie on our hands, and usually there's this door in the way, a powerful energy shield that you can't get past. Well, actually, you can get past that here pretty easily. If we just kind of be running to the side and move over like this, so I angled myself 90 degrees. If I return to the Ebon Hawk while I have a party member, and then transit back, that party member will appear on the other side of the barrier. It's so spooky. And so now we can just go into the temple. And just like that, we've sequence broken the bulk of Lahan, which is awesome and really fun and silly. So that's another really cool glitch. And that same style of door clipping can also be done elsewhere if we head over to the Manon clip.
The original door clip.
Yeah, this one hasn't been in the run in ages. But so yeah, we can just go zoom to the side. It's very casual. You don't really have to try very hard on this one.
I've whipped it before.
Yeah, Basil's already in our party, so we can just boop like that. And just like that, I got her stuck in the door because I'm bad at this game. Look at me talking, being so casual, being like, oh, look at this. It's so easy, guys. How do we even used to do this? Did we just go... No, that's not right.
No. You just take it. There you go. That'll work. No, okay. All
Will
right.
it work just like this?
Maybe. I don't know.
This door is a different shape, Chaos.
We're
professionals. We're supposed to know this. We've done this before.
You're the glitch expert.
No, she's on the wrong side.
No, you gotta do the other side. Of course, this is the thing. Why does this always happen?
I'm gonna cry. Right.
Now you know how I feel during these.
No, it's fine. Just like that, magic first try. Basilide's on the other side of the door
Hardest
by
trick
the
in the run right
submersible.
there, guys.
Yeah, it was so difficult.
Whole glitch showcase. There's nothing harder than that.
Yeah, we could talk to the submersible actually, and just like that, we're soft locked because we can't get out of the door anymore. Woo!
There's gotta be something we can do.
Oh, there's a bunch of things we could do actually. Anyways, now I'm gonna show you guys how to get infinite experience.
Oh,
because
man,
you know
so
why not? We've done everything else.
Your polyrhythm here.
Right. So first of all, I'm just going to talk to Yathura normally first, just to kind of talk about what's going on here. Yeah. You know. And so I'll say, you want me to kill this roof? Oh, yeah, whatever. So there's this thing here where I ask her, number 2, can you tell me the code of the Sith? And she explains the whole thing. And then down here on number 7, I can be like, I think I got it. And you see, every single time you do that, you gain some experience. You'll see right up here, I gained some experience. So right now, I'm at 4,955 experience. Now, we can do that very, very fast by getting just a little AMG. By the way, anytime I say AMG, I'm just hitting Alt F4 while the game's loading. Don't worry, it's normal stuff, something you do in any game ever. We're going to go ahead and cancel the pop-up, talk to Yathura, and unpause and close, so our character is en route. Now, if I click the map, Yathura will be activated, but the sounds won't load. And because none of her voice lines load, everything happens instantly. And just like that, I can just go 2, 7, 2, 7, 2, 7.
Yeah.
Oh, I screwed up. It's okay. You can get back on it pretty quick. Oh, wow. Look at me go marathon.
So you do need to do this for actual category, which is kind of
you're going to see this later. Anyway, after all of that stupidness, we now have 11,000 experience, and you could just do this all the way to level 20 if you really wanted to.
Or however high you want, if you've got the patience.
The game actually doesn't let you level up past 20. It just stops.
Well, you can get the experience past it, though, right?
Oh, yeah, you can keep getting experience as long. You can keep getting experience until you go into the negatives if you really wanted to. Not that that's going to help you at all. But yeah. Let's see, we have a few more things to show you guys. First, next up is scuba diving. We all love going around underwater. Like, you're thinking, oh, water level. You're thinking Donkey Kong. You're thinking, oh, man, like, yeah, this is going to be fantastic. You get underwater, and you have this. You're moving through molasses. You can barely move at all. And so you're thinking, there's got to be a better way. Lucky for you, there is a better way. I don't have a fast lane save, so I'm just going to use this one. We're going to do a trick called a fast lane, where so we made a quick save where we want to go.
Wait, who is fast lane named after? Lane?
Oh, I don't know. Probably Hotshot.
Right.
We go to a different module that we're able to return the hideout in, and we Alt F4 while it's loading, so we get the pop-up. And then we're able to replace the pop-up with return the hideout. Because the menu's glitched, I can hit quick load. And next thing you know, I'm able to return to the Ebon Hawk from underwater, which gives us this really funny scenario right here, where we are in air, like this is breathable air, but there's still bubbles coming out of our backpack. I guess it's a bubble machine. And we could have played the rest of the game like this if we wanted, by the way. You could go fight Malik in a scuba suit, you know, it'd be nice and painful, really fun. But what we're really here for is for taking the scuba suit off, which is why I have the Sith armor from Terrace. You can keep it pretty easily. People do it in casual playthroughs sometimes. Also, a sand person disguise will also work for this. Anyway, Sith armor, when we equip it, replaces the scuba suit. Now, if we transit back, we can move full speed underwater. No issue at all. And apparently, drowning's not a problem either.
This is why the Sith was winning the war.
Yeah, the Sith soldier engineering, I got him stuck. The survivor is not going to get eaten by fraction sharks. I've saved his life. Actually, he probably still will be if I trigger this cutscene. There he goes. I like this to watch this cutscene. There's no glitch here. It's just funny.
Well, I mean, if you watch the body whenever he gets bitten, that's pretty good.
There he goes. Yeah, and so yeah, we're fully underwater.
You think about the jaw strength of those Firaxans.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, we have a few more things to show off. Here's another fun one. So, don't worry guys. My showcase is totally spoiler-free. You may have saw that Glitchless run before, and they're spoiling things left and right in this game. But not to worry. We're going to show you guys the real truth of KOTOR speedrunning right here in a second. So Malik shows up, big bad guy, big bad evil mad, stuns everybody, down you go. Oh, so scary. Ha ha ha. So now, the big question that you've been wondering all game long, who is Revan? Who is Revan really? And honestly, when I saw this reveal, it just changed everything for me. Like, I don't think I ever was able to go back. Because you see, Revan is actually a ghost. Revan's nobody at all. In fact, he's just a figment of our imagination. Maybe Revan was the friends we made along the way. Maybe... It's hard to really say.
Every time you say that.
Yeah, I don't remember this conversation, so I just mashed the whole thing. There's something else after this I want to show you as well. Now, I did prepare saves beforehand, but there's one little problem. The save I pulled this from has, like, no stats at all. We're level 8. I can't beat Malik, so just excuse me. Nobody look, nobody look. Oh, no, definitely not cheating right now. Oh, cheating on GDQ? Oh. Anyways, why can't I set strength? There we go. Oh, it's deselected, isn't it? Boom. There we go. Let's fight Malik. Oh, wow, one hit Malik. I'm so lucky. Because the next thing I want to show you is after this cutscene here, if I hit default action, Malik turns around and just stares at us instead of closing this door. This is a trick we call...
They will turn.
Yeah, it's called doorstop. So now we have, by the way, this character has security sets to 92 because he did the guitar glitch earlier. So, you know, he can open this door because his security is high enough. So Malik's going to be like, come here. He's going to JoJo pose on us real quick. There you go. And we're going to hit him. And since the door has been stopped, a lot of little sequences didn't happen here. So we're going to get stunned. Just Malik. Vesla still stunned. Grunt. Oh, I wonder if Basla will be able to take him. Nope.
He's too strong.
No! And there's Basla's corpse on the ground with Malik. Karth's also still stunned. So usually here in this cutscene, we get to see Karth running out with us, but he's actually stuck there, still stunned. I'm going to do a fighter encounter real quick, by the way. This might be a little loud, so volume warning. Usually we get to see Karth running with us, but it's just us. Anyway, because there's something I want to show. Usually after this, there's a big, long cutscene. However, because of a different glitch that this save did from the old saves that I pulled this from, which we did not have time to show in this showcase, we actually, not only will we not be getting the cutscene after this, where's the last ship? There he is. But, in fact, we are just going to get teleported directly to the Ebon Hawk, and that's because of something called the variable manip. But the other thing I wanted to show you is this. Karth is, in fact, still stunned. Never mind. You got it. In fact, Karth will remain stunned for the rest of the game. That's just how he is now. that's his lot in life, and there's really nothing we can do about that. So let's take him to Kashyyyk with us, because maybe he can get some fresh air. It's really important to take your comatose party members with you outside. But yeah, he has no chance of following us. This is just kind of his lot in life, and he's going to be like that for the rest of his days. And with that, I think I got time to show you one last thing. I hope I'm not going over estimate. I don't know how long I've been going.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're a little over, but...
Oh, okay, cool. So one last thing, I'm going to make it nice and quick. So the first thing we're going to do is this save right here is going to set up the first part of it. We're going to walk out onto the Starforge, and I'm just going to buffer this cutscene. So we don't have to play it. So now my autosave is in the Starforge location. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to come back here, back to the very, very beginning where we started on the Endar Spire. And we're going to do something a little special. I just need to get everything set up right. My V-Sync should be on, good. Am I moving the correct direction? I am. AMG, cancel load game. And please work, please work, please work. It's gonna be really lame. Okay, it worked.
There we go.
Good.
Okay.
And just like that, I crashed the game somehow. No!
Of course.
What happened? Okay, I'm going to try very quickly to set that up again. I'm going to try very quickly. If it doesn't work out, just believe me, it would have been funny. Okay, why did that crash? That shouldn't have crashed. I did everything right. Maybe I hit enter too quickly. Okay.
Or like you were over another... I don't know.
Maybe? I don't know. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. I was so happy because I actually got the DLC blind, but all right. We're moving. Cancel. Should be good. I think.
You can do it. Come on, this is the hype moment of the...
There we go. I wasn't unpaused.
Oh, okay. Classic.
But let's wait for the conversation to end this time instead. Okay. This should work. There we go. And who is this arriving on the Starforge? The final boss of the game, but our tutorial character, and Trask Ulgo. Oh, and he's gonna help us fight the Dark Jedi. Oh my gosh. This is incredible. Now this is a long cutscene, so I'm probably going to cut it short. Just once they go hostile during the fight, I will cut it short using a little trick here. Not cheating. Anyway, oh, they're not actually hostile, dang. Anyway, Trask is here on the Starforge with us, and I think that's about as good a way as any to end this whole run. And by the way, this is the tutorial character. We are level 1 with 300 experience on the final map of the game. And invincible. And Trask is also invincible. And yeah, with that, I think that's everything I really had to show you guys. This has been a glitch showcase of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 1 for the 20th anniversary. Thank you so much for having me here. Thanks for watching me mess around on Guitar Hero Controller. And yeah, that's about it for me. Do you have anything to say, Chaos?
Yeah, if you're interested in learning some of these glitches, definitely come by the SRC page. We have tons of different tutorials on these things, or come to our Discord where we'll be more than happy to help you out. Lane also has a YouTube channel where he has a lot of this stuff even more detailed out and a whole bunch of other glitches and explanations with, actually seeing all the data and stuff like that. Really, really cool. Come by and check us out. And yeah.
There's also a speedrun tutorial on our channel.
All right.
If you're interested. With that said, thank you both very much. These glitches were awesome. Like this was fantastic. Thank you so much for showing them off. We do have a lot more coming up, and up next we've got. I'm definitely not scrolling up right now to make sure I know which category it is. Any percent no major glitches next. So we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with that. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our 20th anniversary special of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. We are doing an any percent, I knew what the category was literally 5 seconds ago, and now that I've gone to say it, it just any percent no major glitches. Yep, alright, good, cool. We've got some new faces, or voices I guess. I will hand it over and let them introduce themselves.
Hello there! I'm Shoal, and as Church just said, I'm going to be running no major glitches. This category is basically an amalgamation between the absurd brokenness of 80% and the nice, relaxing vibe of Glitchless. It's a middle ground in between the two. And joining me is the current world record holder of the category and my esteemed commentator, Indy Kenobi.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to see no major glitches here in GDQ Hotfix. It's one of my favorite runs of KOTOR, so I'm really excited to see Shoal show it off here.
Right. Let's hop into our character creation that we got. Timer doesn't begin yet, but we're going to choose Scout for our build, and we're going to invest heavily in our combat attributes, 18 in strength, 14 in dexterity and constitution for our survivability, and we're going to get some skill points as the Scout is the middle class. So we're going to be very skilled for this run. We're going to put some points in entry, 1 in security, and a couple points in computer use. We're going to focus on our melee build for early on in the game, and we're going to pick a good name for ourselves. Perfect. And timer's good, and I'm going to count us down. Timer starts when you hit play. So 3, 2, 1, go. So first off, we are going to start up with our first no major glitch of the category, and I actually don't think I explained the no major glitches category all that well. So Indy, if you can more thoroughly explain it for me, that would be nice.
Okay.
Sure. So, as the name suggests, no major glitches does not allow you to use major glitches. And so what we define as major glitches is pretty much anything that is a menu glitch or a derivative of a menu glitch. So no fake level ups, no hot shots, nothing like that. We are also not allowed to use DLZs, so you're going to get to see all of the Endar Spire, or at least most of it. And we are also not allowed to do door clipping, because you can do some fairly major sequence breaks with door clipping. Things that are allowed include any sort of buffering glitch, so save buffers are allowed, save teleporting is allowed, and certain gathered party warps are allowed as well. And we'll talk more about those glitches as we encounter them during the run.
Mm-hmm. So, as we head over here to the Endar Spire, there's a little bit of RNG moments right over here. We're going to throw a grenade similar to Glitchless, and we're going to hope that all of these Sif die, because that is the key to unlocking the door. And as luck have it, it is not. I need Trask just to finish him off. Of course, he lives on with just a little bit of health just left. And this fight is infamously RNG. It's a cutscene, and the Jedi can miss her attacks. Fortunately, we had a pretty good combat round there.
One of the Jedi accompanying Bastel.
The Jedi fight is notorious for causing resets if you're going for really, really good times.
And we're gonna loot, open this door right over here, and... Oop.
There's a lot of forced combat on the Endar Spire, because certain doors are locked until you kill a certain set of enemies. So here on the bridge, we had to kill the first 2 Sith soldiers. But you don't actually have to kill the back 2. They just kind of blow up on their own. This particular buffer right here skips the scene where Trask meets his doom.
Had to redo that?
So you could say that Trask lives, but he's also stuck on the Endar Spire, which crashes onto Terrace, so... who knows where he ends up?
Yeah, he kind of just abandons us once we enter this module. It's kind of strange, all the like, but anyway, let's not worry about that too much. We're gonna grab the footlocker over here, and we have 2 options. We can go for the droids to take all of them out, or we can just use the power conduit and electrocute them all.
The conduit is much faster than using the repair droid, which is too bad because we'd really like to keep those computer spikes, but it's much faster to use them here.
And that's Spire done.
We are off to Terrace, everyone's favorite planet.
And we're going to be spending quite a bit of the run here. What I'm doing is, as the scene is loading in, I am equipping some stims to myself, and as you can see here, this actually has like a little bit of a fun effect where our character turns invisible on bed until we get up from the floor. Or
So,
3. Sorry, I'm just sounding out some of the conversations here.
Shoal has used both alacrity and strength, and there's going to be a heavy amount of duration glitch in this run as well. In fact, I think in this category we're going to skip talking to Zelka. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
So the other runs you've seen so far have visited Zelka in the Upper City South to buy alacrity stims. But because we start as a scout, we're actually given an alacrity stim on the Endar Spire. And because of the duration glitch is a little more reliable in NMG because we're doing more saving and loading. So we're able to take that free alacrity that we're given and stretch it through the entirety of Terrace. And so we get to skip Zelka because we just don't quite need that alacrity stim.
Yeah, not just yet, but there is one caveat to it, and our buffs get removed when our character gets knocked out of combat. So basically, what we get is what we get, and there's not really a lot of leniency for. We always need to basically just keep our character healthy.
Yeah, it's about 7 to 8 seconds faster to skip Zelka this way. But if you do have one of your characters die in combat, then that's a big time loss. So we're going to avoid that.
Now, here's going to be like the first utilization of using party members in combat, and party members are actually a little bit more reliable here than in the glitches categories. For the most part, at the very least. We're just gonna kill all these Sith over here.
That one soldier stayed back in the corner. He usually comes out to make it easier to take care of him.
And what I just performed is a really cool glitch called a Gather Party Warp. Can you do the explanation for me?
Yeah, so Gather Party Warp is sort of a limited form of teleportation. So the game doesn't let you go through a load zone if your party's too far away. It will pop up a dialogue that says you must gather your party before venturing forth. But if you switch to a different party member before that dialogue triggers by buffering into a loading zone, then you can, instead of warping the party member who tried to go through the load zone, you can warp any other party member to the nearest load zone to them. So we're able to use that to kind of warp across the map in several places.
Over here, we're going to set a transit point for much later. It's going to save a lot of time walking back.
I should mention there's 2 ways to do a Gather Party Warp. One is by buffering into a load zone, but you can also use an AMG to do it. The AMG form is not allowed in this category because the menu glitch is considered a major glitch. So we have to do buffered GP warps.
In that sense, it's a little bit harder than the GP warps in any percent. I forgot to do a little bit of micro there. Usually we leave Karf by the entrance door, but I just forgot that small detail. But should be fine. Should be fine.
That's just like a 2-second thing.
Yeah. Here we're going to remove Karf because party members are infamously known for being very aggro and wants to gun for anything that they can see. This will come into play much later. But as for now, we're just going to run past all of the Vulkars that want to get in our way. The Vulkars in yellow are particularly scary because they have stun sticks, which can just stun us and cause us a lot of annoyance because restricting our mobility is not exactly good in our speedrun.
Yeah, and if they hit you, you're stunned for 9 seconds, and all of their friends get to take shots at you. So it's not only a drain on time, but also a drain on our medpack resources. And we do have to worry about medpacks in this category, at least a little bit.
A little bit. It becomes more lenient later on. However, as for right now, things are a little tight.
Hurry, Hendo. He will make it.
Yeah, like most RPG categories, things are tight at the beginning and then get easier as you get stronger.
No, you can't do this. It
Run,
isn't the
Hendar,
place.
run!
Run, Hendar, run! No, yeah. One of the few dialogues that you can't actually skip in there. So, the ragdoll fight here is a little spaghetti sometimes. Why did, But, that goes on just as a little bit just as normal.
The main character did not pull his weight in that fight.
Yeah. He gets better later. Trust us on that. So, as a marathon, I'm actually going to just do a little bit of a safety strat right over here. I'm going to park mission by the ladder right over here in Act Solo mode. This is going to lose us just a little bit of time, but we're just going to chuck a grenade.
The sort of fastest strat here is after rescuing Zalbar to do a GP warp to go to the upper sewers entrance. But it's a very tricky GP warp because both of your characters are in combat while you're trying to warp, and that can break the conversation that you need to do the warp.
And not only that, but the Gamorreans also do a ton of damage, and that's actually the run killer for most of my that is the general run killer for most of my runs. So just so that things just stay a little bit more consistent here, we're just going to take this little safety strat of using the ladder, but soon enough we can just head right on over here, use mission to disable the force field, and head into the upper sewers. We're going to remove mission from the party now that she's fulfilled her purpose, although we're going to see a little bit more of her later. One thing about this category is actually that a lot of party members here pull their weight. For the most part, at the very least. You get to use basically every single one of them, barring one particular fan favorite, let's just say. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, it is unfortunate.
Yeah, if you want to see HK in a KOTOR speedrun, you have to watch All Quest.
I wonder who's running that.
So we're doing a GP warp here, and this GP warp is pretty useful because it also bypasses the Rancor. So you saw in the Glitchless run that Seraphim did, you can kind of run around the Rancor, but we can also use a GP warp here to warp both our party members.
I just noticed my main character died.
Yeah, that's not so good. So that's kind of the risk of this particular warp is you leave your main character with a couple of Volcar guards. And so if the guards manage to kill your main character, then you can't do a GP warp with Garth. I think your character's trying to run into the Rancor room.
Oh, shoot. Wait.
Just, yeah. There's a Rancor there.
And my game crashed. Right. Okay. Let's just see.
That's an interesting crash.
Yeah,
Sure. Okay.
Let's just see here. That has never happened to me before, so yeah.
So most likely what happened there is when Shoal did the first GP warp to warp the main character to the Volcar base, the main character was attacking a droid that's hostile here. And so the main character tried to keep attacking the droid by running backwards through the Rancor room, and then the Rancor killed him. So it's pretty unlucky, and it's pretty rare for that to happen. We are back on track now.
Woo, okay.
Nice quick GP warp to get Karth there.
What?
Yeah.
So here we're going to have the same thing that Glitchless has. We need to get past these defense turrets that are supposed to instantly kill you. So we're going to be throwing some concussion grenades to try to stun them both. And with 2 concussion grenades, the chance to stun all 3 is 59.6%.
And we get it.
Yes.
In my practice run earlier, I got 4 tri-turrets, which it's a little bit ouchy.
First try turrets is good. That's
yeah.
good.
Ready.
We used to try and do that with 1 concussion grenade instead of 2, which is only a 21.6% chance of success. So it's really worth routing in the extra concussion grenade to make you much more likely to get through that on the first try.
Here we're going to do a little bit of party micromanagement. We're going to have Karp grab the necessary items in order to progress, so the Vulcar head key. And over here, with the main character, we are going to buffer into Candon's office.
This is a really neat skip. By buffering this conversation, you can grab the accelerator before talking to Candon, and then use Candon's conversation to agree to kill Gadden, and that warps you out of the Vulcar base back to the lower city. So it saves having to run all the way out of the Vulcar base, which is like a 45-second run.
Not to mention, lore-wise, I mean, considering that we sneak the swoop accelerator out of the Vulcar's office, we're technically a double agent.
Yeah.
So that's neat, I guess.
Yeah, we tell the Vulcars we're going to kill Gadden, and then we just tell Gadden, here, I got your accelerator.
So we're going to talk to Zerdra to confirm our stance with the Hidden Vex.
Zerdra, but I've got good instincts.
And now it's time for swoop racing.
Just try to relax, and in the morning we'll take you to the swoop track.
And oh boy, I am not exactly a swoop racer, and I have been known to crash the swoop bike on occasion, but I'll try my best.
The nice thing about the swoop racing here is that you have to do 2 races, and on the second race, you just have to beat your first time by a 1/4 second. So if you crash into something on the first race, it really doesn't matter. It just makes the second race easier. What you need to avoid is crashing into something on the second race.
What also helps with that is that the swoop bike is also faster on each subsequent run.
Yeah, that accelerator we looted is this like prototype accelerator, which is supposed to make your swoop bike accelerate really fast. So there's like plot reasons for your bike to go faster as you progress into further races. And again, we're not shifting into last gear because it's actually about a second slower to do that. But only for the Terrace swoop races, not for Manon or Tatooine.
Yeah, for every other side quest swoop race, yeah, we do shift into final gear.
All right, second race.
Okay, let's hope I don't crash it.
23.9.
Okay, this is looking good. For 2.
Plenty
okay.
of time. Yeah, it's only there's like a small part in the middle, which is a little risky.
Oh.
All right, so very important save buffer here. This is going to skip the Brejik fight. He's standing there looking at us because he's totally stunned by our glitch there. And so we're able to talk to Bastila, and you notice Bastila bent over to pick something up. She's actually looting Brejik's non-existent corpse to get her lightsaber back. So we don't even miss out on the loot from the fight. We just skip the fight and get the loot anyway.
Okay. Failed a buffer there, but it's fine. We're going to do a map cutscene skip to transit back to the area we set a waypoint in earlier.
What can I...
We're going to level up Bastila here because we're going to grab a force power for her. Sure. Which is going to be our primary source of movement for just a little bit. And now, okay, he's following along. This is where I start to get like a little bit paranoid of our party members following us.
It's always tricky to make sure your party follows you. That's why we try to use them in very specific situations.
Mm-hmm. They're helpful when they're helpful, but they can be both a blessing and a curse.
Just wait till we get to the Leviathan later.
Oh, yikes. I am definitely looking forward to it. So we're going to threaten Janice here to get the old, reliable, and faithful droid, T3. Well, light side, by the way.
Yeah, so similar to Glitchless, we want to stay light side during this run so that we can use the Solari crystal eventually. But there are certain things that are just too efficient or too convenient that are still dark side actions.
Oh.
So.
Missed the buffer there, but it's fine. It's not too bad. We're going to remove Basila here and replace her with Zalbar, and we're going to equip him with Mission's Vibroblade, and as well as giving him some stimulants.
Sure.
Zalbar is going to be our main damage against both the Assault Droid and the Governor here. And similar to Glitchless, these are two of the hardest fights in the run.
Yes.
So we're going to hope for some good damage rolls, some good luck on stuns, and all of that good stuff.
The stuns are the main thing. Zalbar is lagging behind us a little bit, but hopefully he can catch up while we're fighting all these droids. Oh, T3, little bit of help, but couldn't really quite get, grab the kill, but it's fine. T3 is still over-reliable regardless.
We gotta take out these guards and loot the pass card to the elevator so that we can get to the Governor here. We used to use computer spikes to open the elevator door, but essentially we needed too many computer spikes for more important things, so we sort of routed out that hack. Here's the concussion grenade.
Ooh, okay.
And the assault droid got stunned, which is very good.
Ooh, Zalbar.
We need to just queue up enough attacks here. Zalbar's misbehaving.
Yes.
Another nice big chunk of damage from Zalbar.
And
when an enemy is stunned, their defense is also lowered, so they are much easier to hit if they're stunned. And that's the main reason we want to try and stun our enemies here. It also means they don't attack us, but we have a much better shot of actually dealing damage.
Okay, good stun.
We got a good stun on the Governor there from T3. T3's stun rate only has a 25% chance to stun the Governor each time it uses it.
Okay.
The Governor was stunned long enough there that he got stunned twice, so that was a really good fight.
Yeah. I was a little bit nervous just to... Normally I would use T3 to pick up the lockbox for the loot ahead of time. However, just to be safe, just keep on going for the stun ray. Because,
So he's stunned on the second try, and that's early enough in the fight that the Governor may recover before he's dead. And then he can usually spam drain life and heal himself, and it gets very messy. So it's definitely the right call to go for another stun.
Anyway, so once we're out of the Sith base, we're going to rely on Bastila for our movement. And now we just need to get out of Terrace. We need to meet up with Canderous. He's got a ship lined up for us at Hotfix Estate. And,
I think I've got it adjusted.
Okay. Again, I'm just worried about our party members following us. But now we can talk to Canderous. We're going to bring T3 on over, and now we can watch one of the few cutscenes in this game for no major glitches. This is one of two, I believe. Oh, no, wait, three. This one,
Yeah,
Leviathan, and... yeah.
Yeah. This one is not skippable within the no major glitches rule set. You need a menu glitch to skip this one.
Which isn't allowed in this category.
Yep, so we get to see how evil Malik is by deciding to destroy the entire planet to take out one person.
And not to mention, hit their own men still on the surface.
Not to mention.
Your predecessor once made the mistake of questioning my
Oh, geez, though.
Surely you are not so foolish.
So yeah.
Yeah, we're almost off of Terrace. Went pretty well, I thought.
Yeah, aside from just the just a little mishap over at the lower sewers, which never happened to me before, trademarked. Managed to recover from that, so it's all right. It's all right.
Yes, Lord Malik.
And ooh, he's standing menacingly in the distance of the planet. He must be evil.
So here in Davik's estate, we can't use the menu glitch that any percent does to skip the entire place, but we can use a save buffer to break the initial conversation with Davik and Callow, which means when we get into the hangar, their boss fight isn't going to trigger. So that simple buffer that we just saw is enough to skip the boss fight here. And we have enough computer spikes that we can open the hangar door with T3 and run straight to the Ebon Hawk. So it's a pretty quick Davik's estate, even if it's not quite as quick as unrestricted runs.
Okay, and we're going to do a map cutscene skip, just to skip the whole turret section and just arrive immediately on Dantooine. We're going to equip our Swish Scout clothing here. This is largely just because we are going to get a new form of mobility just later on. Balea is going to accost us, so we're just going to buffer her. And now we're...
the combat...
Okay, yeah. Now we're going to perform just another variation of the buffer called the open buffer to get right into position to the council for us to skip the first line of dialogue.
And of course, the chronicler of our academy.
An open buffer essentially delays a cutscene until you are either in the right place or some other condition is met, and then you let the cutscene happen when it's convenient to you.
Okay. So yes, we get summoned by... Oh.
Go ahead.
We get summoned by the council. We're going to hop on over T3. And we're going to get summoned again for some particular reason.
Yeah, for some reason the council seems very interested in you.
I wonder why that could be.
Maybe you're strong in the Force.
I don't know. Might be a little bit of a stretch. I mean, I look more like a smuggler more than anything, but we'll see. So we're going to open buffer into this yet again, but we're going to swap on over to T3 at the very end. Okay, good. I got the buffer. I'm always a little bit worried about that buffer, because otherwise that would involve just hard resetting my game.
That is a trick called montage skip. So there's about a minute and 7-second cutscene there where you learn to be a Jedi. And by doing a buffer at a very specific point, we can skip that.
Anyway, so here we go through the Jedi trials, and we choose our class as a Guardian. We answer what our heart tells us, and definitely not mashing the 1 key for the conversation.
Luckily, mashing the 1 key is what our heart tells us to do.
What a weird coincidence.
Yeah.
So here we're going to build our lightsaber, which is going to be fairly useful here. It is a lightsaber after all.
You have done.
And right over here, since T3 was so helpful for us, we're going to pick him up home from school. Like a good little boy.
He's just slightly out of range, so we have to run slightly over to him before we can remove him from the party. And now we're out on Dantooine, so we're going to have to help out Juhani and then go get the star map.
What I just performed there is a force buffer. Whenever I've been buffering cutscenes, I've always been using a hard buffer, meaning saving in and loading the game. However, using a combat action like a force power enables us to cancel some cutscenes. Not all of them, but a majority of them.
Yeah, so that's also sometimes called a soft buffer, and it's the fastest form of save buffer, but it's not applicable to every kind of cutscene. So there are certain places where we'll still have to load our quick save in order to buffer the cutscene rather than use the force power.
there's our first instance of a force jump, which is whenever we can use it, it's our most efficient form of movement, but the only caveat is that we need an enemy to be there. We buffer to skip Juhani's boss fight. Just looting the Mandalorians nearby, and Juhani's ahead of us for this race, but if we do a force jump, we are now right ahead of her. So now that we've rescued Juhani and put her back to the light side, I think, we are now reporting the good news to the Jedi Council.
Yep. That Juhani fight, as you may have seen in Glitchless, is actually kind of a pain because she has pretty high defense for this point in the game. So it's really nice to be able to skip that easily.
Turn it into Jar. And continue on.
It is good.
Cannot remove Bastila just yet.
We're forced to have Bastila in our party until the end of the conversation, and then we can remove her. So this dead settler corpse here only appears after you've told Juhani, or told Council that you saved Juhani. It's useful here just for a lot of credits. It has some good stuff to sell for credits later. It's actually part of a side quest that you can complete, but we don't need to do that in this category.
We hug the right wall just to skip the cutscene of showcasing these ruins. And entering these ruins here, we're going to add T3 into our party. Or for the cutscene, and...
Sure. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Pass speed on fast over here.
So we're doing a little bit of micromanagement here with 3 different party members, and we're basically sending Bastila to one of the terminals and our main character to the other terminal,
Yes.
So that we can open up the main door and go through it with T3. Because we basically have to go in 3 directions at once, so we just send one party member in each direction.
Oop, is that... Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So the buffer that Shoal just tried to do is a little bit frustrating because we're trying to buffer a cutscene that also warps our main character over to where the star map is. And so the timing is really tricky because if you're buffering at the wrong time, then the game won't warp the main character to the star map and you'll have to run all the way over like Shoal just did. But it's a pretty tricky buffer to get right.
Yeah, I have to wait a little bit in order to... You have to wait a little bit in order to actually get it. Jump the gun just a little bit too much there, but it's fine. It's nothing too major.
I swear, every time I try that buffer, the timing on it changes. So.
Yeah.
We saw an instance of a party member not following well enough, and we have to wait for T3 to get to the exit.
Yeah. He's trying his best. He wasn't lagging too far behind, so I'll let him off the hook. He is going to follow us for a few of the upcoming planets as well. And I'd like to say he's old reliable.
T3 is somewhat useful as a party member because he fulfills all of the usual functions that a party member does, but he also doesn't try to talk to you about his life story. So you can use him on planets and not be interrupted by backstory that we don't care about.
Yeah, we're not... Yeah. No.
If you brought Karth with you instead, he would talk to you and then tell you he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So T3 is good.
Okay. I'm not upgrading my equipment just yet because we're actually not going into combat until Korriban, actually, with the current route that I'm planning to do. So our first destination is Manan, but not before skipping a cutscene and returning to Devon Hawk. So we're making a pit stop back at Dantooine for whatever reason. Let's just say we forgot our lightsaber there, and we're gonna head back to Manan on the galaxy map. And speaking of T3, relatively soon, we're actually gonna add him to the party right now.
The second cutscene we skipped is the vision cutscene where you see where the star map is on the planet you're going to. Manon is done first because we don't have to fight anything on Manon. And we're pretty underpowered at this point. It's kind of similar to Glitchless.
Yeah, we mostly just run through a lot of the enemy encounters. And so, just here in the neutral world of Manon, honestly, casually, one of my favorite areas. It's just a really relaxing area. It's pretty visually pretty, honestly.
Manon has good vibes.
Obey the laws here on Manon, human.
And of course, I need to do the mandatory praise Bob.
Obey the laws on Manon, human.
Bob Strats have always is just a community culture thing. He controls the RNG of our runs, and as long as we obey the laws here in Manon, things will turn out all right. So over here, we're going to go over to the Republic Embassy, talk to Roland, grab a quest, and grab a, I think, security passcode for the Sith shuttle area back at the first module.
Yep, we just have to go all the way to the embassy for him to tell us that we need to go back to where we were and go to the Sith embassy instead. Manon is kind of chill in this sense because there's mostly a lot of running.
Yeah, like, how fitting that's actually one of the most relaxing places in the category, as it's one of the most relaxing places in the entire game.
There's a little cutscene here that we can skip. Now we're going to bring T3 to the Sith base with us so we can do a GP warp to exit the Sith base a little more quickly.
So we're going to do a little bit of micro here.
Send T3 to the exit so that we can trigger the GP warp as soon as we get the data module.
Grabbing it right in the front. And
Sure.
GP warp there. And we're going to get accosted by the Selcap authorities because we have, let's just say, not quite obeyed the laws here in Manon. However, using a map cutscene skip, they just let us go.
So we've used a few map cutscene skips, and all that really is there before. If a cutscene is going to trigger as soon as you enter a module, there's a brief fade in before the cutscene triggers. And because we've enabled the menu buttons in the top right of the screen there, you can actually click one of those menu buttons before the cutscene starts, and then use the map to return to the Ebon Hawk, and that will skip the cutscene. So it's a fairly straightforward trick, and it's very useful, especially when you're traveling from one planet to the next.
Have you managed?
So now we submit the data module to Roland. We head on over to the Republic Embassy. Ooh, let's recast speed. And over here, we are going to bring a couple of party members with us just for some combat tricks. Largely, they're just going to handle a lot of the combat for us while we are just going to be running through Manon and grabbing the star map.
We do have certain experience benchmarks that we want to try and hit in this category, particularly so that we reach levels 8 and 9 before specific fights. And so by bringing Juhani and Zalbar in here with us, they can work on killing these patrol droids in this hallway while we go and get the scuba suit. And if they do their job correctly, they will have killed 1 or 2 of the patrol droids before we're able to leave this module, and that gives us all the extra experience that we need to hit our benchmarks.
Right, it's around this point where I'm supposed to hit a level up, which, there we go, right on cue.
Yeah, so you saw that 950 experience that popped up. That means one of the patrol droids was killed, and the fact that we hit our level up here means 2 of them have been killed. So Juhani and Zalbar are doing a good job.
As I said...
Thank you, party members.
Yay. As I said, all party members do have a use. Anyway, we're going to pop a Adrenal Alacrity to maintain our speed boost, and here comes a very fun part of the run. So, there's no way to de-equip the scuba suit in this category. So it's relatively similar to Glitchless in this case. The only difference is that we can skip a couple of cutscenes using the scuba suits and the sonic emitter that we just got.
Yeah, so this is actually somewhat of a unique kind of buffer because we can't use force powers here, but we can use the sonic emitter. So it's essentially a soft buffer, but using the sonic emitter instead of a force power.
Over here, we were just talking about the sonic emitter. However, this can also be used as an item, and it doesn't really count as a combat action, and it doesn't really have a very long animation that you can't exit out of. So we instead go into the items menu and just activate it from there.
Yeah, for a lot of items, it's actually faster to enter the menu and quickly use them there instead of using the hotkey for that item. So like, we could use the sonic emitter by just pressing 6 here, but there's that dramatic animation that Shoal mentioned, and so by opening the item menu, pressing enter, and then pressing escape, you can use it immediately without the animation. That's also true for med packs and stims.
Pro tip, if you want to get some easy KOTOR combat rounds, you can use a med pack while doing another combat action, just to heal every single turn.
We're looting footlockers here to gain computer spikes because we want computer spikes for the second deck of the Starforge so that we can skip fighting all the turrets that are around the elevator to the third deck. So that's actually really important to make sure we have enough computer spikes for that.
Otherwise, we need to basically take out every single one of the turrets on deck 2, which, as you can imagine, since there are infinite safe coming your way, and there are how many turrets? 12 of them? 8?
10.
12? 10, okay.
10. We're not strong enough for that.
Yeah. My game lagged there for a little bit, messing me up on the buffer there. That unfortunately happens on some occasion. Oh dear.
You can load the autosave if you have to.
Yeah. I'm gonna try it again, but
this cutscene here is the sea beast eating you. You're supposed to solve a puzzle to get rid of the sea beast. It's faster to skip that puzzle, but if the sea beast moves, as you can see there, then it'll actually block the path to the star map. So it's an important buffer to get, and unfortunately for Shoal, this game lagged at a bad time.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to do the entire walk away, so I am very sorry. It's gonna take a couple minutes here.
It's okay. I'm gonna just enjoy the underwater vibes.
Still, I do kind of love how basically atmospheric how Manan is in general. Just the deep sea vibes, the calming overseas of the over the water. It's just pleasant overall.
It's a really nice contrast between sort of the gleaming perfection of the surface and then the insanity that's taking place under the sea.
Yeah.
All right, so the buffer went well that time. Now we have our Manan star map. Star map number 2 out of 5.
The next map should hopefully not take too long to get after this one, but it's also the one that I'm the most nervous about, if I'm going to be perfectly honest.
Tatooine has one of the hardest tricks in KOTOR speedrunning.
Yes, it might. It honestly might be. It might honestly be might up there with DLZs as one of the hardest.
So the main reason we're skipping the Mother Firaxin here in this way is not necessarily because it's faster than solving the Kolto puzzle, but if you solve the Kolto puzzle, the game actually disables fast transit until you are arrested on the surface. By skipping the shark in this way, we avoid the trigger that disables fast travel, so as soon as we get back to the surface, we'll be able to return to the Ebon Hawk and leave.
Yes, in Glitchless, you are forced to be taken to the Cellcap Council, where you'll be subsequently banned from Anon because that's the fastest way to get to the Ebon Hawk in that category. However, if we just skip the puzzle here, as Indy just mentioned, we can just simply fast travel over to the Ebon Hawk with the star map in hand, which is very handy.
Juhani and Zalbar are back. They just waited here in the Cracker Station for us. There's a chance they'll be able to kill that last droid as we're running out here. And if they do, then we're definitely good on all our experience benchmarks, but since the first two are already dead, we really don't need that.
Okay, once we get out of here, we can return to the Ebon Hawk.
All right, we are off to Tatooine.
And Tatooine is a, let's just say it's a pivotal part of the run for multiple reasons.
So the star map on Tatooine is in the Crate Dragon Cave. And it is possible to get the star map without killing the Crate Dragon. And this is a very important trick called Crate Skip. So we'll talk about that more when we get to the Eastern Dune Sea. You'll notice that Shoal is quick saving a lot here. He's doing something called save teleporting. If you hold down the two mouse buttons to run forward, then every time you quick save, you actually teleport forward a little bit. And the longer your save takes to make, the more you teleport.
And yeah, so it is, and it is at this part of the game where the game starts to become a little bit of a load screen simulator, where save teleports become the primary method of movement, which is a little unfortunate, but save teleports are a little bit of a double-edged sword because one thing that was actually apparent in the Glitchless run is that the game does have a memory leak. And one thing that actually builds it up is saving. So every time that I'm using a save, I'm actually getting one step closer to crashing my game. So I actually have Task Manager up, monitoring the amount of memory that I have left, Right over here, we're going to bring Bastila with us and head on over to the Eastern Dune Sea.
There's a neat little skip there. There's normally a trigger that prevents you from going to the Eastern Dune Sea without a map. But you can just save teleport right over the trigger and enter the load zone from behind. So we're setting up now for Crate Dragon Skip. We're going to do a long chain of save teleports into the Crate Dragon Cave. This skips several cutscenes, but in particular the one where the Crate Dragon eats you.
Sure.
Now we're going to put Bastila in a very specific position so that when the Crate Dragon moves forward, it will get stuck on Bastila. And we're going to trigger the cutscene where the Crate Dragon eats our party. Between this cutscene and your party being killed, there is a 2-frame window. And if you're able to quick save during that 2-frame window, then you can load your save after your party is killed and dart around the Crate Dragon and get the star map. So we're trying to get a 2-frame trick at 60 frames per second.
Second try, okay.
Second try is amazing.
So
that's really good.
So excited, I started a new game.
I only just finished talking about it.
Good timing then.
So that is a really, really good crate skip right there. You have about 4 tries for crate skip because each time you watch the cutscene, it takes 14 to 15 seconds. You have about 4 tries before it breaks even with doing the sand people fight and killing the crate dragon normally. So second try is really good.
I just want to make a safety save just in case if I crash. Because
that's a good idea.
I should be good enough for memory, but this was the trick that I was the most nervous for in the run, and getting a second try on this is absolutely incredible. So
that was awesome. That was awesome.
Well, that Tatooine has actually gone relatively smoothly, which is great because almost every single one of my runs up, every single one of my practices up to this point, Tatooine has always gone terribly.
All right, so Tatooine is done. We basically save teleport to the crate dragon and then sneak behind it. We're gonna upgrade our lightsaber now.
I forgot to loot Nemo.
Oops. Well, that's okay.
It should be fine. It should be fine, but
So Nemo's in the Dantooine ruins and has a sigil crystal, which adds some damage and some attack to our lightsaber. So we're just gonna have to do without that.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the Jedi Knight robe that's there. So yeah, instead of a blue robe, we got the old traditional brown. Yeah, that's
a classic.
Yeah.
All right, so we're here on Korriban because we want to get the Solari crystal for our lightsaber now.
Yeah. We're currently in the belly of the beast, where all the Sith are, but this fight honestly isn't too bad.
That conversation with Sharden right there is actually a really important conversation. It gives you 7 light side points, which is a huge amount in the context of our route here. So it's a key conversation for being light side so that we can use that Solari crystal. We're selling a bunch of extra stuff that we don't need here so that we can buy enough stims for the rest of the run.
Yeah.
Stims and med packs.
Just need to sell my own lightsaber that I built myself. We have no attachments. We're a Jedi after all.
That's true.
Unless we get the purple crystal, then we're going out of our way to save the frames.
You have to have the purple crystal.
It's just a requirement.
Purple lightsabers are the best.
They are.
So we had a full set of hyper stims, and we're going to use them on the most important fights for the rest of the run. Shoal opens the door behind him there because that door animation is really long. So by opening it before talking to the Sith guard here, he will be able to just save teleport right back to Dresde.
I think I'm about due for a memory clear.
Pretty close, I think.
Is there some...
So we persuade you through it to let us in, and then we use a force power to delay the cutscene with Uthar so that we can talk to Lasho more easily than having to hunt her down inside the academy.
Yeah, my memory's at 1400. I am going to take a save right now. So, as I mentioned before with quick saves, the game has a memory leak and no major glitches specifically has a dedicated reset point. Well, not dedicated reset points, but you have to clear your memory at least once during your run. So I'm just trying to monitor it, see if it gets too high.
Save teleporting is a big drain on memory usage because each quick save is a memory leak. And so, especially in this category where we start save teleporting everywhere halfway through, you have to reset multiple times. I think I reset 5 times in this category.
Okay. Actually, I need to look at some points just to get like some good optimal reset points when it just when it happens. But anyway, so we skipped a few cutscenes here. So So we might be skipping over some story beats. However, there is Darth Bandit, and he is just waiting for us in Korriban. He's not aggressive or anything. He's just chilling there.
Here we see Darth Bandit in his natural habitat.
So the objective here in Korriban is basically a popularity contest, and we need to get enough prestige for Uthar. We've done 3 things so far. We've done 2 things so far. We've learned about Cal Ogwyn, who is not exactly. He doesn't exactly believe he's too up for the Sith, and we have memorized the Sith code, and by that I mean I've memorized the conversation numbers. But here,
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
But anyway, we're gonna. Okay.
Essentially, there's 10 prestige points that are available on Korriban, and you need 5 of them for Uthar to take you to the star map. So, Kel Alguin, we can snitch on him to get 1. Knowing the Sith code is a second one. Killing Lasho is 1, and bringing the holocron is another 1. And then the last one is telling Uthar that Uthar is plotting against him. That's the 5 fastest prestige points to get. There's side quests in all the tombs with Ajunta Paul and Jorak Uln and the rogue assassin droid. And there's some Sith students hiding out in the caves and the Mandalorian that you can interrogate, but those all take much more time than doing what we're doing here.
Yes. And now here's the biggest conversation in the entire run.
Uthar asks you a question after you recite the Sith code, and there's actually 3 different questions he can ask you. And they're all true-false questions, but for 2 of them the answer is false, and for 1 of them the answer is true. So you always have to pause slightly to figure out which question he asked you.
But once we're done with all that, we can just head on over to Upar and go to the Tomb of Naga Sadow. Now, you don't need to do all of the quests on Korriban in order to get enough prestige for Uthar. For that, you'll need to watch the All Quest run a little bit later.
Very well.
Korriban is pretty fun in all quests.
So, hey, I got it. I
Nice.
actually never got it in practice, but
So that safe teleport skipped over a trigger that spawns enemies in this hallway. So it's a trick called Raid Skip, and it just makes movement in the tomb a lot nicer because the raids are actually really big, so they can easily block the hallways.
Anyway, we just walked past the Torrenta text, yes?
Yep. Just got the Solari crystal from those skeletal remains.
We got the cold grenade, which is needed to pass through here. We're just going to willingly take some damage.
Just tank that plasma mine, no problem. Alright, so this is star map number 4 out of 5.
We're going to grab a level up here. This is actually a pretty important level up because we got Night Speed, which is going to be insanely useful considering that this is going to be one of our main combat powers alongside Force Valor.
Night Speed adds 1 attack to every combat round you have while it's active, and so that's a huge deal. And we basically set up our experience route solely so that we have that power for this fight. Unfortunately, Uthar is being really mean.
Yeah. We might be choking both literally and figuratively.
The worst thing he can do to you is force choke, and of course that's what he ended up doing. It's like a less than 25% chance for him to do that or something similar. And then he started doing a death field to regain his health, so he was really being mean.
It's not a terrible fight. Usually what ends up happening is that you just end up killing him before he even gets the chance to do anything, but just a slight bit more damage off, and that's probably because I was lacking the sigil crystal from Nemo. So a little unfortunate. It's my fault entirely for forgetting that, but it's not entirely essential. It's just really nice to have.
Basically, the sigil adds a 6-sided die to every damage roll you do. And because we are using Flurry and Night Speed, we have 4 attacks per round, so that's 4 6-sided dice of additional damage that we're missing out on. But we are about to put the Solari Crystal in our lightsaber, and that is really powerful.
Yes, the Solari Crystal is pretty much the most powerful crystal in the entire game, alongside, I believe, the Crate Dragon Pearl.
Yeah, the Crate Dragon Pearl is the second best one that's easily accessible. There's the Upari Crystal that is pretty good as well, but you can't get that until Lahan. And it's for speedruns, it's too out of the way to grab.
Yeah.
So for speedruns, if we can get Solari and a Crate Dragon Pearl, that's what we go for. But because we did Crate Skip in this run, we can't get a Crate Dragon Pearl because we never killed the Crate Dragon. So we usually do Sigil and Solari for this run.
So over here,
I think we got captured.
Yeah, I think we might have when we were just explaining the lightsaber crystals. Yeah, on our way to get the final star map over at Kashyyyk, yeah, we were rudely interrupted.
So rude.
Yeah, it's also rude to get tortured on then. So.
So we pick Mission for the prison break in this category. Canderous is faster for Glitchless because he doesn't have a cutscene associated to him, but we can skip Mission's cutscene with a save buffer. And she starts closer to the pass card than Canderous does. And so Mission is the choice for this run.
Yep. She's on a mission and nobody's gonna stop her.
Can't stop me. You can see how powerful our save teleports are here. We're traveling through entire hallways with a single save teleport. So they are too powerful to be denied.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the loading screens are a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Seriously though, the loading screens are a gateway drug to just so many of the glitches here.
Well, almost every, I shouldn't say almost every, but many glitches in this game require some sort of saving. And so the longer our saves get, the more powerful our save teleports are. There is a small drawback because the longer your saves are, the harder it is to buffer a cutscene. If your saves get too long, you can't actually do the second quick save before the first one ends. So we're gonna run into that a little bit at the end of the run, but not too bad.
So this section of the Leviathan particularly is terrifying, I will say. Not because of the unending wave of Sith troopers. No, the problem comes from your own party. What are they doing? What? I have never had the Sith just ignore us entirely. Did he need to take a bathroom break or something? What?
I've seen that before. I think he actually runs away and goes over to his friend.
Well, first time for everything, for me at the very least.
Alright, so we got to get through this room here, which has some Sith who can do some bad Force stuff to you.
Yeah.
So it's a quick safety save before we break down the door, and that was good. Now this is a neat trick.
Yep.
Called Spacewalk Skip. So by opening the door and doing a buffer at the right time, we can skip putting on the spacesuit and just run through the space section with our normal speed.
Just breathe in all that non-existent air.
Yeah. That's a really cool trick. It's one of my favorites in this category.
What can I do?
So
and now, go ahead.
So this part is a little bit scary. just because we do need to monitor our main character's health, and we need to hope that our party members do not misbehave. Putting them in the corners is a good way of trying to consistently get them to behave. We're gonna perform another save here because this trick actually has a small chance to actually soft block your save.
This is Saul Carrot Skip. So by doing a buffer at a precise timing, when you enter the bridge there, you can just totally skip the fight and just interact with the terminal to unlock the hangar. So that was very, very well done.
Yeah. He realizes the futility of this situation. Like, he's up against 2 Jedi and a Republic war hero. It's fine that they die for now because we're gonna grab a level up for them just right here. It's gonna take them just a little bit to get up, but the main thing that I want them to do is just consistently follow behind me.
Yeah. The Leviathan is the place where the party following is most important and most frustrating. They look like they're behaving right now, though. Yes, which is very good. This is one of the hardest parts. Deck 2 is one of the hardest parts. Okay, I thought there was supposed to be 2 swords there, but that Sith Guard's reprieve was temporary. Okay, and well, I see Sith Troopers' aims are consistent throughout the franchise. All right, so we made it to the hangar. We're going to have our first confrontation with Darth Malak here. And, let's just say, yeah. Oh, nice shot, Carp. I didn't even see those shots that were that fast. But, here is a very pivotal reveal. Spoilers. Spoiler alert. Oh my god, he's literally me!
You cannot.
I'm totally shocked.
No, yeah, though. It was already explained in the Glitchless run, but honestly, one of the greatest reveals out of any video game that I have, that I have played thus far, and I played a lot. Just you being the Dark Lord, being Malak's master, as I say, and him just uprowing you. It's really well done. It's a great reveal. Oop. I will say, though... Yeah? I miss the old version of this route. NMG used to actually get and keep the Sith armor to use for its armor. Yes. And if you watch that cutscene while your character is wearing the Sith armor, the Revan removes his or her mask to reveal an empty hood. There's just no face there. That was always a great cutscene to watch, but getting the Sith armor, keeping the Sith armor rather, does waste time. So. Anyway, Karp yelling no at Master's request to find the Starforge. Karp is being as cooperative as always. And we made it off the Leviathan. That was actually pretty good. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, Karp and Bastila were generally well behaved. Things could have gone a lot worse. Pretty bad. This is the setup. Only forced fighter skirmish in this category. Yeah, forced, but there is a chance that we can encounter another one. Yeah, there's a random possibility later, but this is the only one you definitely have to do. Yeah, bit of a bad setup, but it's fine. All right. Okay. Kashik time.
One last planet. And then another planet. And then a space station.
Yes. The last planet of the end game. The last planet of the mid game. Whoopsie.
It's all relative. Mid game, end game.
I mean, this might be the first planet of the end game. If you want to break this up into acts where Leviathan is the start of the final act or end of the second act.
I will say, if you're doing attempts of this category and you get through with a good Leviathan, you're feeling pretty good at this point. So it feels more like end game than mid game when you're doing attempts. Save buffer here to skip a couple different cutscenes.
Yep, and I am just going to take this opportunity to take a memory reset. My memory has shown to go down, but I'm a little paranoid about that right now, so...
Crashing due to memory leaks at a bad time can be really damaging, so it's usually good to be a little safer rather than sorry when it comes to memory resets. So we're gonna move through the Great Walkway here. We don't have to visit the Wookiee village because we're able to skip past the Wookiee guard who tries to prevent you from doing so with a well-timed save teleport.
There we go.
And then when you get far enough, you can do a GP warp and warp to the elevator.
That went smoothly.
Because the elevator is an object you're interacting with rather than a load zone, you do not have to have T3 near you in order to use it. Here's our friend Jolie.
Yes, just hermit in the woods. Just finding off all these Katarns at once.
I always thought it was interesting that Jolie takes out those 4 Katarns by himself, and then you actually recruit him and you realize that he's not actually very good at hitting things with a lightsaber.
Yeah. Oop. T3 is like behind just a little bit, but it's fine. We don't have speed on T3. And actually, one thing that I should have mentioned earlier is that for save teleports in particular, it's the slower that you are, actually, the faster you move with save teleports. The farther you move with save teleports.
The basic idea with save teleports is the animation of moving has to kind of catch up with itself when you save while you're moving. And so if you're moving more slowly, that gives you more distance from the save teleport. I think it's something like that.
Anyway, we're going to use T3 to talk to Jolie over here. And we're going to re-add T3 back over here so that he can do most of the movement for us. By save teleporting over.
Yeah, the way you manipulate your party there, actually, after you recruit Jolie, puts T3 as close to the barrier as you can get. So it's important to have T3 near Jolie and your character near the poachers so that when you talk to Jolie and switch places, T3 is pretty close to the lower Shadowlands.
Yeah, I missed a buffer there. I thought I hit the key. Maybe I'm out of force points. Oop. We'll just reload right over here, and it should skip the cutscene anyway. Yep, it does.
We want to skip that cutscene because it makes the Mandalorians non-hostile, and we want to try and avoid fighting as many things as we can here, because Jolie will attack anything he sees.
Yeah.
And we want to avoid that if we can. This group of Kinrath here are possible but difficult to skip. And so it doesn't take too long to hit them with a lightsaber. The quadruple miss.
Okay, and I was actually worried about our health there a little bit, but thankfully we just got a level up from that, so...
That was a conveniently timed level up.
Yeah, no min packs used, I'm happy.
And here's our last star map.
Oop, I got stuck in a pothole, which is an annoying little thing.
One of the reasons we do Kashyyyk last is if you come here after the Leviathan, then the computer actually recognizes you as Revan, and you don't have to go through the ridiculous quiz to get the star map.
Well,
it's a very minor thing, but it saves a little bit of time.
Okay, and speed wore off, so now we're going to be using our main character to do all the buffers here, or the save teleports. Just is convenient that way.
And so now the worst part of Kashyyyk, actually trying to get back to the Ebon Hawk.
Mm-hmm. One of our party members was just lagged behind, but fortunately it didn't take them too long. And yes, we're just going to keep on safe teleporting until we're out of there. So just imagine this as one giant load screen.
This module's okay to go through because, again, you're interacting with the elevator at the other end, which is an object rather than a loading zone. The Great Walkway is a little bit annoying.
For the Great Walkway, you just need to talk to the Wookiee. The Wookiee at the end.
I wasn't sure if you were doing that strat or not.
Oh yeah.
Well, this is a strat I came up with the last time I ran this. Normally, there's a ton of enemies here that you have to worry about your party members getting through. And if you try to go straight to the landing pad, it's actually really difficult to keep your party with you. But if you go over here, then this Wookiee guard automatically takes you into the Wookiee village, and you can do a map cutscene skip to return to the Ebon Hawk immediately. And because the Wookiee's talking to you, you don't have to go through a load zone, so you don't have to keep your party with you. So it's a nice, clean way to get out of here.
So now we have all the story maps. We now know the location of the secret Sith weapon. And of course, we forgot something along the way. Let's just say we dropped our glasses, our contact lens, and just make our way back on over. And now...
This is the possible random skirmish, and we didn't get it, which is good. We just saved about 20 seconds. The first map cutscene skip we did skipped the Bastila torture cutscene. Oh, and one side note, similar to Glitchless, we have left Zalbar on Kashyyyk. So,
I don't think we were supposed to see that. But,
no major glitches, right?
Yeah. Yeah, nothing too major, nothing too out of whack. But yeah. At this part of the run, save teleports, they already were kind of ridiculous, but here it gets dialed up to 11.
Lahan is the most powerful planet in this category for save teleports. When we actually go to the Starforge later, the game clears out some memory so that our saves get much weaker. So the Starforge, actually, we won't be using save teleports.
Anyway, so we're going to ally ourselves with the Elders without ever meeting them. And in order to do that, we are going to save teleport past the Rancors over here.
You're supposed to have to fight all these Rancors and Rakata in order to rescue the Elder Warrior there. But if you just never get into combat before you get over there, you can talk to him and skip the fight.
Okay.
Which is obviously faster.
And yeah, see how big this hallway was? We cleared it within 3 save teleports, so
they're too powerful.
No, yeah. I will say Glitchless does have the cooler route of dealing with this, where you just do a continuous chain of just force jumping across all the Rakata.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
It's my favorite part of Glitchless, honest. Just because you're also strong enough to one-shot all of them. So I'm honestly a little bit worried about my memory over here.
We keep an eye on memory using the task manager, and KOTOR tends to crash when you reach 1500 megabytes, and that seems to be pretty independent of PC setup or anything like that.
Yeah, we're gonna do our final memory clear of the run. Technically, it's the semi-final, but it's the last intentional because we're actually going to intentionally close our game for. We're going to intentionally close our game for a trick coming up.
Yes.
In fact, safe teleports are so powerful, even with force speed, which I said previously is a little bit of a detriment to safe teleports. They are still super powerful.
It can actually be useful to cast force speed at this point, just so you have a little more control over your save teleports.
In fact, like in the temple that we're just about to do, I actually prefer having force speed on. So yes, again, save teleports being a double-edged sword. Like you can, you can of course use it just to shoot stupid amounts of distance. However, the more powerful it gets, it's also more uncontrollable.
I have to commend you for saving the Gizka, by the way.
Yes. That is honestly one of the most important tricks for me, as I love those little critters.
How can you not love Gizka?
How could you not? Just look at him. They're so adorable. They're so good. Unfortunately, we actually do skip getting the Gizka on Tatooine, as they can unfortunately block us, but look at him. I am so sorry!
Wow. What have you done?
I deserve that. I deserve that.
That's called instant karma.
That is instant karma, and I have to redo all of that anyway. So it's okay. We're gonna save all of this. I just want to pet him, okay? That is. Oh God. I did not know. I thought he had to walk forward to the mine a little bit. I am so sorry. I just wanted to pet him. I know I shouldn't be doing it in the speedrun, but come on.
Congratulations, you gave me a coughing fit. Oh, that was good. That was the best way to lose 2 minutes I've seen in a long time.
Oh, jeez, I am so sorry. Okay, I should actually use my save teleports this time. Because they're also saves, they also act as a little bit of safety nets.
In case you accidentally blow up a Gizka.
Yeah, for that particular reason, that very niche reason. Okay.
All right, so we have this very dramatic cutscene to get us into the temple here, but there is another cutscene after this that we want to skip, and so right after this cutscene, but before we load into that second cutscene, we're going to make a quick save, and then we're going to close the program using Task Manager and reopen the program and load our quick save, and that will let us go straight into the temple without having to watch the cutscene with Malik on the Starforge, which is that very jaw-dropping cutscene.
So unfortunately, yeah, it's a little less jaw-dropping than Glitchless, but okay, got that, and select the task. Select the task. And my task manager seems to not be responding.
Task manager is the hardest part of the run.
Okay, it's okay.
We've got it. We also swap Canderous into our party here so that we can do a trick when we're leaving Lahan to more easily reach the Ebon Hawk.
What? Sure.
the game tells you need Johanny and Julie here. Juhani? Julie? Anyway, we only need one of them. You need either Jolie or Juhani, but not both.
Since Johanny is an optional party member, you can just do Jolie, but for whatever reason, Juhani also works too. Anyway, heading into this temple door over here, we're going to just stem up.
There is not currently a known way to skip Jolie, I don't think. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. Any percent could skip Jolie by duping a map other than the Kashyyyk map. But then they would have to get Juhani, and that's much slower than going to Kashyyyk and getting Jolie. So I guess any percent could theoretically skip Jolie, but it's slower to do so.
Okay, we do the H puzzle, and next up, in comes a little bit of actually just one of my personal favorite tricks, actually, for this category. It's just a simple gather party work, but you position your main character over here, position your third party member close to where the doors are. You walk at a near horizontal angle, and I fail getting the tap on over, but there we go.
This is a very difficult GP warp because your saves are so big now that it's actually really hard to end a quick save inside the load zone. So that was a really neat setup for that trick. I don't know that I've seen that particular setup. I like it.
No, the initial trick was actually founded by Chaos, but let's just say I did a little bit of labbing just to find something that I personally really found consistent and comfortable, and yeah, it's my own brand of the Leon Temple GIF.
What most people will do there is actually deactivate VSync, which uncaps your frame rate and makes your quick saves happen faster, so that you can more easily buffer into the load zone. But being able to set it up without having to do that is actually pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, like, probably just because I had I just had a small hand in it, but I like that trick. Maybe just a little bit of bias.
We always like the tricks that we help figure out, right?
Yeah.
So that last level up there, Shoal took power called Disable Droid. So you saw in Seraphim's run earlier, we used Drain Life to take care of the Jedi Popsicles. We're going to use Disable Droid instead. So that was a neat little trick Shoal just did. Because we put Canderous in our party before we went in the temple, when we return to the beach, Canderous spawns next to the Ebon Hawk for the cutscene that we're supposed to see there. And we're able to use Canderous to board the Ebon Hawk without having to run to the Ebon Hawk or watch that cutscene.
I'm picking up the transmission now.
And now it's just a 3-minute cutscene, so we can just relax just for a little bit.
Yes, the classic unskippable cutscene, which was later found to be skippable.
Yes, but for that particular trick, with Canderous being by the Ebon Hawk, the ideal way is that we actually get it instantly. We just tap on over to Canderous and going in it. But we actually got a pop-up saying that there are enemies nearby that we couldn't just do. So, the Rakata nearby are just too close to the main character and Jolie. So what I like to do is just save teleport over to the outlook for the Ebon Hawk. And usually that puts us out of range for the pop-up to happen, and we can just cleanly go in there.
It was well done. Want to take a moment here to shout out our KOTOR speedrunning community. We have a KOTOR speedrunning Discord where you can come and hang out. And if you're interested in learning to speedrun no major glitches or some other category, we're a very helpful and very welcoming community. So I hope you will stop by the KOTOR Discord at some point. We think we tend to say that no major glitches is a really good run to start with if you are just getting into speedrunning KOTOR, because you get a sense of a lot of the glitches that are involved, the buffering glitches and GP warps and such. But you don't have to deal with some of the more complicated glitches that unrestricted speedruns have, like the crazy fake level ups or DLCs, or in particular the routine, which is pretty complicated.
Yeah.
No major glitches is a great category. Everyone should run it. I'm done now.
Yes, there are quite a few tricks that are just like that are just fairly difficult. However, there are alternatives thanks to the great routing of someone in particular. But yeah.
Don't worry, Admiral. The Evan Hawk.
Yeah.
So we have now reached the point where the game has reorganized data, so our save teleports are no longer the fastest form of movement. So we're going to be going back to good old force speed and force jump.
Yeah. Once we get on the Ebon Hawk for the final time, that's when all the memory data is cleared, and now things run a lot more smoothly.
We use a quick force skip to skip the cutscene outside the Ebon Hawk. Another buffer to skip this cutscene.
And this door in particular, it's a little bit special. I want you all to bear witness to Star Wars Knights of the Republic's glorious pathfinding to find the optimal route around.
Those droids are frozen in place because we skipped the previous cutscene, and you can't really run around them manually, but if you click on the door behind them, then KOTOR finds a way. Although I have had that crash the game before, too.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. It's not a bad crash because you just did a save buffer, but still, it was interesting.
KOTOR be KOTOR. This game is fairly... it's pretty broken, and that might be a reason why we love it.
It's lovably broken. Or are you going for indie skip?
I accidentally whipped the tooltip, but hopefully...
I distracted you.
Nah, that was just my own fault. It's fine though, just a quick save, save and load, and we'll see. There is a trick that I attempted to go for, and looks like I got it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. So the trick is called Indie Skip, and it's named after nobody in particular. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. But this is actually a trick that loses us a little bit of time, since there's going to be like a lot of SIF here that we can use to force jump out of. However, the upside to Indie Skip is that it makes the trek through this hallway a lot more consistent.
This hallway is alternately called the hallway of pain, doom, or death, because normally there's a lot of Sith here, and they can slow you, they can freeze you, and you're trying to run past them to get to that console. So all Indie Skip does is skip the trigger that spawns those Sith, which means you are less likely to get debilitated, but as Joel mentioned, you can't force jump to them either.
Basically, it's a remarkably consistent strategy if you can get it, which I'm inconsistent of getting.
I just like that my skip loses time. I always like consistent strats, so that's why that got named for me.
Yeah, I mean, Indy is definitely one of our most consistent runners within the entire community, so it's only fitting. So here we're going to stim up for hopefully the final time. And now we're going to open buffer into the fight before the penultimate fight.
Doing this buffer messes up the AI for these Sith here, so that they will only attack you if you attack them first. So we can essentially pick off these enemies one at a time. Ideally, they're 2-round fights, each of them, but they can be 3 if you get unlucky with misses or damage rolls. Which,
Well, that, and I am also missing Sigil.
yeah, I think the lack of Sigil Crystal just cost you 2 combat rounds. Oh well. Alright, the big fight with Bastila. So if you... she talks to you in between each phase, and if you spam default action during the first of these conversations, you can actually talk to her before she goes hostile for the second phase and skip that phase completely. But you don't want to do this for the following conversation, because if you skip the third phase, you actually soft block.
Okay, and now...
And that was it. That was a good skip. Also, because we skipped the cutscene entering this deck, Bastila starts with her lightsaber off and barely is able to draw it before we have taken care of her. And now there's an important trick here. We're going to add party members to our party before this cutscene, which is going to let us bring them to the Malak fight.
Yes, we can head on over to the map screen to add our party members, and because there are no more enemies that our party can aggro towards, party members actually end up benefiting us here, and Jolie in particular, and Bastila if you choose to bring her, because she's still in our party even though she's staying behind converting her battle meditation to the Republic. She can also join us for the final battle here. Here is a little bit of a funky trick.
Your wish?
Yes?
So we have to try and get a party member to the other side of these 3 NPCs, and you kind of just jam them into the corner and swap party members and hope that one of them pops through.
And now it's final boss time.
All right. So NMG is only level 10 here, or maybe level 11 if you got a lot of extra experience. So we're even weaker than Glitchless is for this fight. We have our stims, we have our med packs, but a lot of this fight comes down to just how well you roll, how good your attack rolls are. You can see we've missed 11 of the last 12 attacks we've had. And sometimes your character glitches out a little bit and just stops attacking. There are very unfortunate rolls you're getting here.
Yeah, again, lack of sigil.
Sigil.
And now here comes a bit of a fun bit of the actual bit. Phase 1 is just like, okay, if you can get the damage rolls off. However, phase 2, we can do a little bit of micromanaging here, and this is the primary purpose of bringing Jolie in particular.
We can use Jolie, who also knows Disable Droid, to take care of some of these popsicles. But we have to be very careful to watch our main character's health while we're doing this, because only the main character is strong enough to take on Malak here. So if he dies, then Jolie and Juhani are probably not going to be able to handle this. The ultimate backup is Jolie's throw lightsaber, which will take out Malak 6 damage at a time. It's as painful as it sounds.
And now we're going to re-equip our buffs. We want to stay in combat range for Malak because he has a power that generally gets rid of our force buffs.
And time is coming up here pretty quick.
And time.
Hooray!
That was certainly something. a few things went wrong there. Entertainingly so. A lot of moments where this has never happened before. Trademarks, but
I think we said that 3 times.
yeah, I tend to say that a lot, but at least
second try crate skip was great.
that was the bit I was most worried about. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this run with all of its little quirks, especially with its loading screens and memory issues. But but this category is my personal favorite, which is why I was like really eager just to kind of volunteer and just show it off here. I'm the community's no major glitches enthusiast, and the opportunity to really get the chance to run this category for this game's 20th anniversary. Let's just say it was really nerve-wracking, but I was so excited to do it, and I'm glad I did this, and hope you all have enjoyed this run. It was.
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and big thanks to Indy, who was just joined me over here. And honestly, big thanks to the KOTOR community in general. I was a casual just enjoyer of the speed runs that Blasnonk did back in the day, and I eventually just caught one of the first stream that actually ended up catching was a no major glitches race between I believe you, Glass, Sheep, and Lane,
good times.
And from that point on, I just joined the community and started learning the rap for myself. They've always been super supportive, and I just can't shout those guys enough. And in case of any of you wanted to join the join and do some speedruns yourself, I, as the community's no major glitches enthusiast, one way for me to actually be more active in the community is just someone to run NMG and me just to give a few tips and tricks on. It's a nice beginner category to learn the game. You get to play it mostly as how you remember it, with just a few little extra glitches here and there, just to skip some cutscenes. I honestly think this is a great category, but yeah. And
we miss you, Glassnog.
We do miss Glass.
Thanks a lot, Joel. That was fun.
Thank you, and also thanks to the organizers for just reaching out to us and giving us this great opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on and, showcasing the game. It's awesome to be able to, hold these kind of celebrations with the community who are so passionate about their games,
Thank you.
Thank you. And it was a great run. Thank you both so much. You did great. With that said, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our 20th anniversary celebration for Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and we are here with a Star Wars KOTOR 2. I was going to say the full thing again. KOTOR 2 speedrun. I'll hand it over.
Oh, hey, y'all. I'm 30 Cents. Everyone just calls me 30. And I will be speedrunning KOTOR 2 any %. We all need a little small break from KOTOR 1, I bet. So I'm going to show you a little bit of KOTOR 2. A little disclaimer before the run starts. I do have very bad internet, so the quality, unfortunately, it's not going to be very good. But hopefully...
the gameplay is going to be
everyone here understands that. Oh yeah, you won't be disappointed. If you thought that KOTOR 1 any % was broken earlier, you're in for a surprise on this one. So, Chaos, you want to introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, I'll introduce myself for the third time today. So I'm Chaos Drifter. Earlier today, I was doing the K1 any % against range. And then I was co-commentator with Lane DeBello for the Glitch Showcase. And I'll be commentating the Knights of the Old Republic 2 Sith Lords any % speedrun today. There's a lot of kooky stuff going on, so we'll see where it all goes in a bit. But why don't you go ahead and make a really complicated character build, and we'll get started.
Oh yeah, our character build is definitely very complicated. So we choose a female Jedi counselor. As long as we don't pick the Jedi Guardian, you can pick Sentinel as well, but female is faster for this run because there's less dialogue involved. Let's go with this model. And name DLZ, please.
Please.
And you'll see you'll see what we mean later on about that. So I'm going to get started with the run here. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what you might have noticed before. In K1, we've always done a character build where we do, we put points into strength, we put points into dexterity. But this time we just chose to take, whatever the game gave to us. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. Now, if you saw the K1 or K1 80%, or if you saw the glitch showcase, you'll know about these things called hot shots, which is what we're about to do now. We're making a save here on the part of the progress, and now we're going to return back because we want to get a couple little things here. But you're going to notice that T3 doesn't look quite how they normally look. So yeah, we can run through Paragus a whole bunch faster if we are this character here. So this is actually the dev character. We're going to spend a lot more time talking about the dev character later on, but just for now, know that we have access to the super powerful, basically the super powerful character who has force powers and all that already unlocked. And we ran over to get this little orange T3 looking droid for a very particular reason. It may seem like this is very out of the way, but in due time, it'll all make sense. So by hotshotting back, we actually returned back to the character that we were on Paragus, which was the main character in this case, but we're joined by our companions that we acquired on the Ebon Hawk. So we have, why am I blanking on what the droid's name is? I'm trying not to spoil what it is, but what is the name of the droid? T3N1? That doesn't sound right. Whatever it is. We'll talk about. It has a real name that we all call it by. So we use the droid to go and talk to Kreia while we move the main character over towards the door. So that saves us a little bit of time. And this is actually it seems kind of silly, but we've gone through so many different iterations of how all the different ways that we could go about approaching this. I remember there was one time whenever we thought about breaking down all of the chemicals and then creating an alacrity just to do one little run up. Okay, so we're about to get I don't know, what are we, about a 10th of the way through the run now? You've done quite a lot, right? This is a pretty heavy duty run.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and things are about to pick up really hard now. So we'll switch over to the droid, is what I'll call him for now. 3CFD. Okay. No, wait, no, that's not right. 3CFD is the Zerka droid.
Are you an
angel? Yeah, someone will figure it out. Are you an angel? I think At needs to, look at depictions of angels a little bit better. He thinks that the droid looks like that. Okay, so now we are getting really close. So it turns out that this droid is the development droid. So that droid right there has access to all sorts of different developer tools that made it better for the developers to be able to go around to different parts of the game. Namely Aspire, who did the PC port for Steam. So they were probably like, why can't I get my character to this part of the game? And so they decided to just tweak the code a little bit and add in an extra character here to make it a little bit more accessible for them to test things for Steam. And so here, before we had the development droid say, Scion is here, and now we are warping to where the Ebon Hawk is. But we're doing some more hot shots, so we teleport to one place, we teleport back so we can get the coordinates, and now we're teleporting back to where the Ebon Hawk is. There's one other warping here. I think I missed it, but oh well.
Well, you have to teleport back to the Kolto tank room so you can get in position to the warp to the Ebon Hawk. And that's basically what we're doing here. We're basically doing like a bunch of coordinate warps, and moment of truth. We're right in front of the Ebon Hawk, and we just skipped, 90% of Paragus is just gone. Just done and over with.
All right, and cover your ears. This is a very loud section, but I know 30 is going to try his best to make sure he shoots as little as possible. Unlike me, who would shoot the entire time. This is an auto scroller. We can't increase the speed that the Sith soldiers spawn at. We can't kill them any faster. We can't skip this. We have to wait for the last guy to be killed. So this is a kind of a long section, but everything after this is really heavy duty.
Someone please find a skip for this.
Yeah, we've been hunting for a while.
It would save like 50 seconds, but it's huge.
Yeah. So I'm going to take a second to kind of talk a little bit about hotshots. So we discussed about the dev character that we just happened to see. So whenever you are in a module where you're kind of not supposed to be at, and you have gone from one place to the other, the game would normally crash. But in this game, because Aspire decided they needed to tweak some things and check to make sure everything was working, they created the development character who has access to almost all of the force powers in the entire game, has access to a lightsaber, force jump, very important, so that way you can move faster, and also has a very special gun. So we'll see that fairly soon. Now, consequently, because we're able to appear in places that we haven't quite been in before, that allows us to do what's called forward hotshots. So now every time that we forward hotshot, we'll get access to a new lightsaber and a new gun. Save the spoilers for what the gun is for a bit. The gun, we're going to pass those out amongst our party later on. Now, there you go. You can see it. The Kill Blaster. It's the strongest thing in the whole game. It's ridiculous. Has a plus 50 to hit and a DC 50 chance to insta-kill. Just ridiculous. So we're just mowing down the yard here. Anyways, so because we can forward hotshot, that allows us to really speed up how we move from module to module, and it took a lot of working and tweaking in order to get the fastest possible route here. And what we're about to do now is actually, relatively speaking, a fairly new trick that we have in the run. We saw a lot of these in K1 any percent, and they're DLZs. This is the hardest DLZ in the entire series. DLZs, the closer you are to the origin point, the more difficult it is for you to trigger it. And I'm not going to try to explain the logic behind that, because Lane is going to just have a full-blown panic attack if that's what I try to do. So Lane, you can put some sort of description in the chat, or if you're interested, just go check out Lane's YouTube channel. I'm sure he has all sorts of different explanations on exactly all the details of DLZs. So as a runner, doing DLZs is a lot of doing what 30 is doing right now. Putting your face as close to the monitor as possible so you can stare at one particular point and then hope that it actually triggers. So you see he's swathing left and right over the point and really just trying to hit it. Now, because it's so close to the origin, it's actually really unlikely to trigger. And then on top of that, this is also a really active area, so you have much lower frames than you would in a lot of the K1 areas. So this DLC is abhorrently difficult to pull off.
Very hard. Like, it's, I would say, like, more than just a pixel perfect trick.
Yes,
like,
well, they are sub-pixel perfect, so...
Yeah. It's
so,
very hard to pull off.
So what is your visual cue here? So,
like, I use the top right of T3's foot here, and like I'm swimming around this white line.
I see.
I looked for a pretty long time with trying to find this visual cue. It'll eventually work, but this is like, like Chaos said, this is the hardest trick probably in the whole series. Well, actually, technically, there's one DLZ we don't do, and that's even harder than this one.
Are you talking about the one on the Ravager?
No, the one on the... there's one DLZ in the Trace Academy where you just DLZ from the entrance all the way to the core, and it's super hard.
And you already have a trick that's super fast.
Yeah. For that to even be worth it, you have to like trigger in like 2 seconds, and that is like even more precise than this one. It's DLZ though, it's not really behaving, but...
Sometimes
I'll get
this just happens. You do have your VSync off, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm running at 180 frames right now.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, 180 frames is... Now, 180 frames is pretty slow for K1 standards. We actually were working on... Like, there was a new DLZ that we found last night for K1 80% unrestricted that Range and I both did in our run. And it increased our frames by it was 100 frames more. So it was worthwhile to learn a new trick that was 100 frames faster, even the day before the marathon, because it would make it more consistent. But 180 frames on super tiny spot, ridiculous.
Oh my god, it's just not cooperating with me right now.
Yeah,
but that's kind of like the reality of like running this game, because it's running this route. There's also another route where you don't do this DLZ, and I'm the only runner who has actually done this route.
No one else is quite crazy enough,
except for Ladies. Except Ladies has done runs of this route. The Ladies, Ladies Love Me. There's a runner named the Ladies Love Me, and he's done speedruns of this.
Calls them Ladies.
Yeah, we call them Ladies for short.
Now remember, guys, as soon as this happens, everyone has to pop off as hard as possible as soon as this DLZ triggers. So 30, maybe trying to think. Is there anything I haven't mentioned from prior in the run? Actually, you know what? I'll bring up, since we brought up Ladies, why don't we bring up K2 All Planets, since we have a little bit of time to chat about that.
Yeah.
So K2 any percent, if you can't tell, is pretty busted. I know that this does not look like it's busted, but we do some really funky things later in the run, so that way it's we see even less of the game than K1 any percent unrestricted does. And so part of what we do is we have a K2 any percent all planets run. And K2 80% all planets. That's wrong. K2 all planets. That one is that one is run by Ladies, Red Mage, and 30. Of course, 30 is the goat of K2. Just overall, has run all the categories and has swept the leaderboards multiple times over.
Oh man,
you're gonna get it. So with all planets, though, there's a couple of really tricky parts to the run, but consequently, because the game is so broken inherently, there's so many goofy things that you get to see. So if you're interested in seeing a longer category that has more features to it, all planets definitely does it. And it's really, really cool.
Just as bad as like the one practice run I did the other day. It's just not working. Trust me, this does work. Like
this does. So you can, if you're interested in it working quickly, you can go to our SRC page and see 30's 16-minute run. It's stupid fast. Yeah, so just to kind of remind people, if you're just tuning in, right now we're trying to do a glitch called a DLZ, short for a displaced loading zone, which this isn't a displaced loading zone. It's just a side case, yada yada. Lane will yell at me if I try to explain this poorly. And so, Yeah, so we're trying to hit this very, very sub-pixel perfect spot. We're running over it frame by frame, and every single frame we're hoping that we hit it. But it's super, super tiny.
And if I can actually explain, I don't think I could really explain in words like how difficult this is. It's honestly, I've done so many speedruns before, and this is probably the hardest trick I've ever done in a speedrun.
It may seem like this is luck, and to a lot of extent it is, but for the most part, DLCs are pretty practicable. This one is just absurdly difficult to get, even with it being practicable.
Finally!
Oh, let's go! Oh,
excellent!
Oh, finally!
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Needless to say, that trick is hard. So, anyways, we're back to the game. Little bit of I'm going to talk a little bit about the plot, I guess, since we're moving right along. So at this point, we have woken up, teleported back to Ebonhawk, teleported back. We've now got a droid friend. We saw an old lady who was like, "Wake up!" And then we were like, "You know what? Let's go and get on a ship." And she was like, "You know what? That's fine. Let's bring this random scoundrel guy with us." We decided to go to this place. They were like, "You're getting arrested." You said, "No, I'm going to go and take this droid back to the Zerka, and now you're going to kill the gang leader." So, and say, "Hey, stop! Someone else sent us, and you don't know who." So we have to complete 3 quests here on. Is it 3 or is it 2? No, this is the last one. So
this is the last one. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 2 quests here on Paris. Telos. Whoops. Quite a lot of K1.
Yes.
So we kill them, and they're like, "Great, we don't have to worry about them anymore. So you can just go if you want." It used to be 3 quests. That's why I thought it was 3 quests. Right? That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't have to go into the mainframe anymore.
No.
We just leave. Yeah.
The other route that we don't do is you take the droid to Choto Habat. But that's like a minute and a half slower, so that's why I do this route instead.
Yep, and you can see 30 just set up a save there that we're going to use for a forward hotshot.
I did an extra input down.
Well.
Yeah, I'll just reload.
Oh, I see what you did, yeah. You could have still done whatever. You're getting pretty lucky on these hotshots. Hotshots are also RNG the way that 30's doing them right now. It's just kind of how it is. Okay, so now here's the real reason why we grabbed the dev droid. So the dev droid has been really useful earlier on. He did a couple little things for us. But in just a moment. Do a little quick save, quick load here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and add 3CFD, that's his name, and then, okay, we're now in the in-game. So we've triggered, that's the in-game one, right? Or no, is that the next one? No, that's that one. That's when you got all the party.
Yeah, this is where you add all the party. The next one is
in-game, yeah.
Yeah, the next one is where it comes to play. We do have to add all the party members here, though, because if we don't, we will get an indefinite soft lock later on, because you need the Mandalore, and if you don't add him, game permanently soft locks, unless you do a DLZ, which is pretty hard too.
And we are trying to skip over triggers with the save teleports here. That way we don't get as many interruptions. And it's just slightly faster, even in RTA. So let's see. Don't quite skip over it. It's okay. That one's tricky to skip over.
There's no really good visual cue for it. I mean, there might be, but I haven't taken the time to
not
look
while
for
quickly
some.
Also doing the rest of it.
Right.
All right,
yeah.
and here is the. This is the. So if you thought the DLZ was the backbreaker of this run, this is really it. Not the getting in, obviously. It's dealing with the military base itself. There's just a lot that can go wrong here, and if you already have a run that had a great DLZ before, this is where you're hoping that nothing goes wrong. There's lots of places that can kill your companions, and lots of places where you could just end up, ruining other parts of your run. So it's tricky and spooky. And unfortunately, you can't run around with the main character here. You have the super powerful main character, but you don't have the ability to use them here. So we're going to run around with a little level 3 Beodur and a level 3 Kreia and hope they do fine. But we equip them with a Kill Blaster each, so that way they have better chances surviving against the droids and everything. But yeah, this is tricky.
What is it?
Aren't you supposed to give Beodur the gun as well? Or
no. No, you don't give Beodur one here.
That might have been an old. Oh, it's Vices.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that was an old route. And of course, Beodur doesn't follow, but that's okay. He's not that far away. You do need Beodur to open these force fields. Well, technically you could use Kreia to use a lightsaber, but that's slower than having Beodur tear down the force fields. But you need him here anyway, because only he can open doors via security. Oh, the main character teleported. Nice.
Oh, really? Oh, that's great. Okay, that makes it way better. That's totally just RNG.
Yeah, it's very RNG that even happens. So the reason why this is a good thing is because we don't have to use Kreia to get the launch pad and to also go back to the terminal, to the hangar bay.
Yeah, so that just it's basically we have now net zero time whenever we have to wait for these doors to come down, and we can use that to move the main character over.
That's why it saves a lot of time.
Yeah.
What's going on?
All right. Honestly, this there was the little catch with Beodur, but this was a really good military base. It's totally just RNG for so much of it, especially when it comes to companions following. But because you have the main character, it made it a lot nicer. So yeah, so we're done with that. We now head to the Arctic Pole. Oh, it's so nice. That just saved you so much time.
Yeah. That does save you so much time. It's also like pretty critical to even get sub 16 at all with main character teleporting there.
Yeah, which by the way, that's what 30 is going to be running for, is trying to get sub 16 in game time. So we'll do another buffer here. So that'll skip having us having to fight some HK50 droids. You can tell this character is overpowered just because of the fact they're running in the snow dressed like, they're about to go to the beach. It's quite the fit for the beach, though, I gotta say. Okay, now's why we bring the dev droid. Okay, all right. Totally didn't forget parts of how this run works. It's been a while. I've been pretty focused on K1 any%, but with next year being the year for K2, since K2 came out a year after K1. It'll be a good time to get back into K2 and start running some of the other categories for it. Okay, so now we're in the secret Polar Academy where we're supposed to get accosted, and they take our companions and they're like, "You're a bad Jedi." Instead, we just say, "You know what? I want to go back to the city, teleport back there, and grab our friend, our good little friend."
What is it? Yes.
Okay, here we go. So we're also going to align some of these characters in certain spots for later on. This is kind of just some setup work while we're already here. Also, something else that you might notice, there is no gather your party. You know, they actually, I don't know why they decided to get rid of it in K2. I guess maybe people thought it was frustrating or annoying. But yeah, you don't have to worry about gathering your party before you venture forth in K2. What you do need to worry about is reviving your party, which comes up in some other categories. We call it RIP warps instead of GP warps. And also a little reminder, we are the development character here, so we do get access to a whole bunch of different doodads. And with the dev droid, we've now entered into the end game. So instead of going up to Atris and saying, hey, you know, it turns out I'm not a bad guy. I want my lightsaber back, though. We can just go straight into her Sith holocron room and say, hey, you're being kind of sus, bro, and then just shoot her. And it turns out that she can't handle a gun. So much for being a wannabe Sith Lord. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the city. And I don't know what's going on. We're getting bombarded. It's crazy. There's this random Mandalorian dude here who's just is like hanging out. I don't want to talk to that. That seems kind of weird. So we're just going to run away. Why are there mines everywhere? Who are these police? Why do they seem to know us? I don't know. I have a lot of questions and there's going to be no answers whatsoever. Thank goodness this run is spoiler free. Okay. So, if you're familiar with the game, you can tell that we've basically skipped all the way. We've skipped past all of the planets in the run, and it's rather nice because we just don't have to worry about any of it. Okay, well, it turns out that the Mandalorian guy's pretty nice. He's gonna let us go up onto this other ship. Apparently, there's this random Sith ship that's up here that's causing havoc, and we gotta blow it up. Sounds like a lot of work. I think that we're going to take the easy way out and, you know, just teleport around in fancy ways. So, what we're doing here, and we've done them quite a bit in the run, but I haven't quite explained it. We're doing coordinate warps with the hotshots. So, the main character, when you hotshot, will remain in the place that they were last standing in the module, if they were in there. And if they weren't, they'll spawn in at the spawn location. Okay, sure. But with your party members, they will, if that location is the X and Y coordinate exists on that map, they will appear there. And if that X and Y location doesn't appear there, they'll appear next to the main character. So what we do throughout the run, and this one was just a little bit ago, back on the at Telos, on Telos Station, we set the characters up beforehand and then hot-shotted them forward. So that way we wouldn't have to worry about it, and then they were right next to the bombs. This is the kind of this is the one where they're like, oh no, turns out the last bomb got destroyed, but we can just buffer past that and we don't have to worry about it.
There is a DLZ that you can do here. It does actually save time, but I mean, I don't do it.
And it's not as hard.
It's nowhere near as hard as the DLZ I did earlier.
But it's still not great.
No. But honestly, I'm actually thinking of like incorporating it for days I do have bad DLZ runs, but I still want to like try for it anyway. I thought of incorporating it in there. It would save like a good like 5 to 7 seconds. It would just say like a bunch of walking, basically.
Yeah. So here we can see the spawn location thing.
And there's my boy, Darth Nihilus.
Main character just goes right there.
Yeah.
Which is nice. And watch this riveting gameplay as we fight Nihilus. This seems like a really epic moment that you feel like you're supposed to have built up to over several hours of gameplay. And instead we go, bam. But you know what? This Nihilus guy is so tough, he takes 2 shots. That's how you know he's a Sith Lord. Atris, she can only handle 1. Nihilus, he's got 2 kill blaster shots to take that man down. So a little, we're having a rough hotshot there. Okay, no big deal. So we're actually getting really close to the end here. We've managed to get all, through everything else. We're setting up one last hotshot for in a bit, and we're going to head to Malachor, which is someplace I've never heard of. This is the last unskippable cutscene. This is the last moment for your nerves to really pick up whenever you're on a big run.
52-second long cutscene, by the way. And
it's brutal.
We can't skip this. Like, I can't tell you, like, me and several other community members, like Chaos, Hotshot, Lane, I think Luffix also tried it. We all tried skipping this cutscene. We cannot skip it. Like, you know it's bad when 3 glitch hunters are involved and they can't skip this cutscene.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. What is the PB for this game? 30 is the world record holder for it. He has with load removal, it's 16 minutes and 22 seconds. With real time, it's 22 minutes and 3 seconds. So he's super fast. He's almost a minute ahead of Range, who is second place, and I'm third place in the run. He's just a monster. He grinds K2 like no one else.
By the way, Malachor happens so fast, don't blink.
Yeah. We're about probably, maybe like 30 seconds from the end of the game?
Pretty
maybe
much.
45.
Yeah.
So we're going to do basically just 2 more quick hotshots. The one that we set up earlier that I mentioned. And we do... get in there. There we go. And then we're going to basically do the same hotshot. Are you going to do the new Treya fight?
Yeah, I'm going to do it in this run. I'm going to do the strat that I was talking about earlier.
Here we go.
Oh, come on.
Brand new strats. There we go. All right, so... Talk to Treya?
No.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. I just didn't mash fast enough. Okay, and dead time.
Nice. GG.
By killing me here.
Yeah, if you do that, like there's like some times where Treya will spawn the lightsabers after you do the dialogue skip. Sometimes she'll spawn the lightsabers, sometimes it just won't happen. In this case, it just didn't happen. Sometimes I'll just skip completely. In this case, it did not happen. But yeah, that DLZ was rough, but I'm very happy about everything else that happened. I didn't make any other massively bad mistakes in this run. Thanks for the GGs, y'all.
Any final words?
Yeah, thank you, Chaos, for being on comms with me. I don't think I could have really done it without you, because there's a lot to digest in this run. There's a lot to explain, and I'm sure y'all's brains are probably like, what the heck just happened? And honestly, I wonder that the same too, even though I ran this game, started running this game 4 years ago. I still don't know what's happening. Well, to be fair, this route wasn't built until 2021, I think.
Yeah.
And it's
maybe actually it might have been 22, because my run was a year ago, and that was before the DLZ was in.
Yeah, but regardless, it's been it's still pretty cool. I think it's still a very cool run, but I do have a tutorial of this on my YouTube channel. I actually have 2 tutorials. I have well, technically 2 tutorials. I have one part that's that does the DLZ route, one that doesn't do the DLZ route. You can still get a very, very good time without the DLZ in this run. But you know, if you really want to be a beginner and you want to get runs done, I would totally recommend the beginner route.
Yeah. It's really good, really forgiving, and we've taught several people how to run K2 80%. It's one of the best starter categories. It's just running what 30 runs is super unforgiving. But just running this category, super forgiving.
Very, yeah. And also a couple more people I want to shout out. Lane, Hotshot, Luffix. They all made this category really possible to run. And Glaz and Indy for really influencing me to, and being very encouraging to me. Like they're a couple of my supporters too, like my biggest supporters for me running this game. And of course, chat here. Thank you, chat, for sticking around and just cheering me on. That really means a lot.
Yeah, go 30.
Thanks, my dude.
Go 30.
All right. I think we do need to move on for the last run. I think that's coming up here soon. With K1 80%, we'll do all quests. And then hopefully next year we'll come back for the 20th anniversary for K2, so you can tune in and see a lot more of that.
Yes. Hopefully.
More likely than you think. Well, we do have one more run. We are going to go take a quick break while we get set for that. Just before we do, a quick reminder: your subs, Prime Gaming subs, and gift subs and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games and Quick Hotfix. So if you like any of these anniversary specials that we put on to celebrate games, if you like any of our weekly content like Awfully Silly and Out of Bounds Tomorrow, Going Places Yesterday, or just any of our other content, it does really help us put this kind of stuff on. So if you like any of it, please do consider subscribing or any of the other things. With that said, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the last run of the day. See y'all in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our 20th anniversary celebration of Knights of the Old Republic, and we are going to end it out with an all quests run. I will hand it over to the runners and commentary. Let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Indy Kenobi, and I'm going to be running all quests unrestricted. This is a very intense category, so I've brought along 2 commentators to speak intelligently while I'm focusing. I have Lane and Chaos with me. Say hello, gentlemen.
Hello, gentlemen.
I like how you said speak intelligently. I think Lane will handle that part. I'll just speak.
Sounds good. So, all quests is effectively the 100% category for this game. There are 100 quests which appear in the in-game journal at some point during the game. The goal of this run is to complete all of them and then defeat Malak at the end of the game. We're doing all quests unrestricted, which means we can use any glitches we want in order to do this. So if you were here for the any percent race at the beginning, or if you just saw the KOTOR 2 any percent run, that's the amount of glitches you're going to be seeing, but it's going to be over a 2-hour period. So we have a lot to do. It's a very challenging category. In my opinion, it's the hardest category we have in KOTOR speedrunning. So I'm going to do my best to get through it as fast as we can.
Yeah.
So the first thing I'm going to mention is I have no saves up my sleeve. I'm starting with no saved games. Every save game I make is going to be done during the run. Eventually, I will have used 19 save slots during this run. So that may give you some idea of where we're headed. All right.
Yeah, so let's get your snacks, get comfy. It's going to be a long ride.
So I'm going to use Mullet Man because he's my favorite. For our build here, we're going to max out strength, put a little in constitution and a little in wisdom, and then have 10 charisma for some persuasion-based things. We're going to put skill points in security for a skip on the Endar Spire, and 4 points in persuade. For our feats, we're going to take weapon-focused melee. We're going to be hitting things with swords, so that's nice and good. We have to pick a good name, so let's pick 20 years of KOTOR.
Huzzah.
And so we're ready to go. We're going to do a lot of glitches right away. So let me do the countdown first, and then I'll have Lane talk about plot armor. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So Indy did say to talk about plot armor, but also can very briefly mention he did a quick save there and buffer to skip that cutscene. But anyway, going forward, what we're going to end up doing here is get what we like to call plot armor. So you see in this first section of the game, that is on like the first deck of the Endar Spire, we're actually totally invincible. We have a minimum of 1 HP, and we can't die. So what we're going to do is that once he gets this DLZ here, we're going to explain exactly how DLZs work in a little bit. He's going to hot shot back to that first section of the game. And what that's going to do is it's going to revert his character back to the status they were at that point, which is going to restore the minimum 1 HP status. And so now all he has to do is get the DLZ one more time, and he will remain invincible for most of the rest of the game.
That was pretty good.
And yeah, I don't know if Chaos has anything he wants to add there. But
I mean, I just like that you said one more time. We used to do plot armor and 80% unrestricted. That was like, what, 2 years ago? So you used to see it a lot more, but now it's just in all quests, just because we do so much speed and unrestricted, but there's so much risk that we put into this run that we need to have plot armor. But there's going to be a little bit more discussion about plot armor later on too. And for now, we're just moving quick.
We did a little thing there called a free look AMG. So AMG is anywhere menu glitch. That's whenever we hit the Alt F4 button while the game is saving or loading. Lets us unpause the game, and we shouldn't be able to unpause. So what he did there is he unpaused in the dream sequence and then free looked, which broke the camera and made it end early. So now we're going to do some looting and we're going to get going, and away we go.
I got a random credit drop, which may mess up my negative credit glitch, but we'll see. Someone want to talk about sneak attack flu?
I'll leave that to Chaos.
Yeah, so here we're doing a skelly flu or a sneak attack flu. So essentially what we're doing is we're doing quick saves while we were doing like AMGs, which we haven't talked about AMGs yet, to essentially break out of the level up screen as we're moving along. And we're tricking the game into thinking, oh, wait, I've leveled up, and so you're now the next level, but you haven't actually taken the level. So the game says, but I'm supposed to have done a level still. So you still get to keep leveling up until you finish that last level up. So we effectively will get level 17s, Master 2 weapon fighting, and sneak attack 9. And I think you also picked up some stats there too, if I'm not mistaken. And now we're going to be picking up a certain number of credits here and then buying something, coming back out of the menu. Oh, didn't quite work that time. That's okay.
Failed.
So this is a little finicky. So we're going to increase our credits by selling stuff. We're then going to queue up purchasing something that is that we can buy, and then lower our credits. That way we can then buy it outside of there. And now we have negative credits. And so that negative credits, it's like a loan. One day we'll pay it back, for sure, right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's effectively infinite for the case of this game, because you'd have to spend hours and hours of buying items to actually hit the proper end of our infinite credits. That is, you have to get all the way to negative 2.1 billion, and then go back around down to 0.
That'll also lag your game at some point, right? By the time
Very
that you
badly.
get that, yeah. Unless you start buying ridiculous expensive.
We broke into a random apartment and killed a woman named Dia. There are 5 bounty side quests on Terrace, and Dia is the first of the 5 targets we have to kill.
We did kind of skim over that part of just like breaking and entering and murder. Didn't we?
Realistically, we won't be able to talk about everything that happens here. That's just the reality of a category like this. Right now, we're setting up a whole bunch of different things. Already, the rapid transit quest has been set up. Also, talking to Garuk there got us our Pazak deck, so that's ready to go.
Are you going to be brave? Are you going to do Pazak now? Aw.
No, he's not.
It's actually
we're doing
slower to do Pazak now.
Is that what we determined?
Yeah,
yes,
for
not
very
in this route.
complicated reasons, but basically, if we do Pazak now, we have to go back to the South Apartments and kill Dia after we do Pazak. Because we can't do the negative credits.
Oh, because you have the
glitch.
negative credits. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. If we do negative credits, we actually can't buy the Pazak deck from Garuk because the game doesn't allow you to buy things in conversation with negative credits. You can buy them from shops, but not conversations. So that's why doing Hazak on Terrace is slower.
I see from your...
So now we're picking up another quest, and we're going to go and purchase some drugs. And then we're then going to do a little bit more on this quest here with Gurney. That way we can progress a little bit farther. And that's just talking about the rack pool serum. But that'll be a little bit later on.
I think I got an extra strength drop, which means I can use a strength on Deadeye Duncan.
Okay.
Yeah, so we set up the Rackle Serum quest with Zelka and Gurney there. Talking to Sarna in the cantina is necessary before we come to the North Apartments here, so we can set up the invited to a party quest, which we'll be completing shortly here. And there's a bounty target in here named Largo, who is not going to survive the next 10 seconds.
Please. Ready?
Yeah. So you notice there's just a lot going on. We're doing a lot of things here at the same time. And also, that was another use of AMG you saw there, where by getting the menu glitch, we're able to unpause during the conversation and end it early, so we didn't have to watch a whole cutscene of them having the dance party, which is kind of sad if you ask me, but you know.
Largo actually has a useful item to loot.
Do we want to talk about AMG? Because I think we managed to skip over what exactly AMG is in every single
I explained what it is. I said you're hitting Alt F4 during a save and reload.
Okay, all right. Well,
let's talk about hotshots since I just did one back to that canteen.
Oh, well, there you go.
That is the more important thing. Hotshot, named after our illustrious Hotshot Y, or glitch hunter in our community. Essentially what we're doing is we are tricking the game to load a save with the location information from a different save, effectively allowing us to warp to any location we've been to previously. So when he did that hotshot there, he's able to warp all the way back to the cantina and be immediately where he needed to be to start doing the dual ring sequence. Now the dual ring sequence is kind of special because our plot armor kind of does something funky here. I don't know if Indy wants to describe that.
Yeah, so basically during the duels, the game sets you to have a minimum HP of 1. And when the duel ends, it takes that property away. So even though we already had plot armor, the game takes it away at the end of our duels, so we're actually not immortal right now.
And ironically, because if we ever drop to 1, it's effectively dying for us. So this is the most deadly part of the whole run.
Yeah.
Even though we're supposed to be invincible.
The two riskiest parts of the run are Marl and Bendak.
Which there's some really cool strats that we do for Bendak especially.
I want to make sure I get this right.
Yeah, so our whole strategy here is we use AMG to run during the conversation so we can position ourselves behind our opponent and stab them in the back the moment the bell rings, because we are absolutely horrible people who do not respect honor in combat.
Hey, they could have moved. Their fault.
We also have sneak attack 9, so we deal massive amounts of damage.
That was the main thing we were hoping to get out of the flu explanation.
All right.
There we go.
We had a good
Marl
fight.
That fight can be problematic.
The reason it's problematic is because unlike the other duelists, Marl starts with a melee weapon, and so we do not get a +10 bonus for having a melee weapon against a ranged weapon. Twitch has a gun here, so we're much more likely to hit Twitch than we were to hit Marl.
Yeah, we're killing Twitch chat, guys. It's getting a little meta here.
Yes.
Up with the mysterious stranger, down with Twitch.
Ooh, Twitch goes down in 1 hit. All right.
Yeah, but you're up.
Oh, you're good. It was only a few drop frames. You're doing all right.
Should be back.
Yeah, I think you should be live. I have you at least. Okay, pause.
It says I'm back up.
A little bit of technical difficulties.
I do like as soon as you killed Twitch, Twitch said no.
Yes, seriously. Okay, we're
nice.
good to go. Sorry about that.
Looks like killing Twitch maybe wasn't the greatest idea.
So now we're going to do the Bendak fight. This is the riskiest fight.
So we get to use a strat called bumping.
Yes.
So, yeah, bumping is an art form, to be sure. So what we're going to do, so you should be able to get the first attack off on Bendak fine, just like everyone else. But Bendak has way more HP than anyone else that we've fought. So he's going to be able to tank that shot. And so what we're going to do is we're going to move right into him. And the hope is that he then basically tries to equip. There we go, you got it.
Okay.
He tries to equip and then he moves backwards because he wants to have a certain distance because there's a normal spacing for character combat. And during that time, while he's walking backwards, you can then run around and stab him in the back again. Just like a scoundrel would.
So we're going to do a couple hot shots to get out of here. The first one is going to be to the south apartments, and that's going to give me my plot armor back. And then we're going to do a special kind of hot shot called transit point storage that will warp us to the Upper City North's default spawn point. So Lane, maybe you can explain the idea of transit point storage.
Transit point storage is a very complicated setup that is very useful for these sorts of runs like All Quest. It's something I came up with a while back. If you were watching some of the earlier runs, we discussed autosave hotshots, and it's based off of that. It's a hotshot that uses the autosave section, where that is you can replace autosaves with other ones to move your character around. The special thing about the Return to Ebonhawk, that is the rapid transit feature, is that you can still get autosaves off of it if it's an autosaving module, but the autosave location will be based off of the transit point, which is a waypoint that it creates in the module whenever you do it. And since these all have the same name, instead of getting sent to the default locations with some autosave hotshots, you can actually store multiple transit points between these different modules and warp around them like arbitrarily, which is very, very powerful for something with this much tight routing. Now, to get any more specific with that, which I feel like I already got, bad luck, already got a bit too specific, it would take a lot of time. Regardless, this is a pretty bad Sith base. I really feel for Indy right now.
The good news
Eventually
is,
you'll break out.
because we have plot armor, we can't be killed. We just have to kind of stand there until the stun wears off.
Yeah, it's just time loss. It's not crying.
Yeah, we did a very similar DLZ as any percent does to get in here, and we're going to do the same sort of fight to take out the governor using wire targeting. So this allows us to attack the governor when he's not hostile.
Very bad luck.
Have to hit him. Wow.
So, in any percent unrestricted, we have the guns, which by being in close combat, we actually get a +10 to hit. But funnily enough, we actually do a little bit less damage because we have to get through his shield. So you can two-shot the governor with the swords, but you're also way more likely to 6-round him like you did there. You got a thermal.
I did get a thermal, didn't I?
Yeah.
Where are you going to use that one?
Yeah.
I am probably going to sell it.
Ah. I suppose that's fair.
Getting a thermal there is actually kind of bad because if I sell it, I'm going to have too much money. And it's going to mess up my conversation to buy HK later. So
okay, so then we throw it at the banana man.
I just need to remember that I have that.
Oh, the banana man.
So we have another bounty target to take out here. This is Matrix. And I think this run is very existential because you spend most of the run with a little pop-up asking you if you want to quit.
Yeah.
Which
that really, this is how this game is.
I feel like a lot of speedrunners ask themselves that as they're doing their speedruns because, you know, you remember all the mistakes you make and you're like, man, my pace isn't that good. Should I quit and do another one? But this game just straight out asks you, do you want to quit?
Well, I like to think of it from a more positive point of view. They say, do you really want to quit? Like, are you sure? Like, maybe you should just keep going. Also, there is the Volcar clip again, same one we saw in 80% and the Glitch Showcase. But this time we're actually going into the Volcar base.
Yes, there are
We got stuff to do.
There are quests in the Volcar base. Come on, Karth.
I think this is one of my favorite DLZs, actually.
Is he doing the DLC?
We're not doing this DLC.
No!
There's a faster strat here that is much more consistent than the DLZ. There's a DLZ that'll take you to the upper sewers here, but you can also just run Karth over here and send the main character down the hallway here. And then after we open this door that we have to open...
Oh, you're a little closer, I see.
This door finishes the Rancor quest. Then we just do a quick save hotshot back here. And we're already most of the way to... so because Karth didn't follow me right away, that the cycle on that patrol droid was off. So I had to actually kill him. If Karth had behaved, we could have just run past him.
So those turrets will usually kill you instantly, but because of our plot armor, everything worked out. Now we're setting up for a cool thing we call coordinate warping, I believe.
Yes.
Where we're going to position our party members, particularly I believe Karth is the one we position, in a very specific location, such that when we hotshot back to the Volcar garage, Karth is going to appear exactly where he needs to be in the room with the swoop accelerator. And just like that, we can skip a bunch of walking and running in here.
And then we need to talk to Camden for the sake of the quest.
Yes, talking to him completes a quest. But then we immediately warp out because we don't actually need to listen to what he says.
Luckily, a lot of quests complete that way, where they complete right at the start of a conversation, or they complete right at the beginning of a combat. So we're able to really abuse that in a category like any percent unrestricted, where we can any percent unrestricted, all quests unrestricted, by virtue of having AMGs, hotshots, DLZs, all sorts of different various things that allow us to get out and try different stuff. So it really, really helps us in that sense. And having a lot of knowledge about the game helps too.
Speaking of DLZs, we didn't totally explain those, and I believe we have one in here in just a moment.
Okay,
we got it instantly.
Instant DLC.
All you need to know for DLCs is we're triggering a load zone on the other side of the map because we are in the negative Y direction from it and lining up exactly on the X coordinate. The exact reason this happens is a bit too complicated to explain right here, but essentially these are all over the game, and it's a great way to sequence break things.
So Gadden just asked us to go get the swoop accelerator, and we say, hey, is it this swoop accelerator? And he's like, oh, cool. So now we get to go
you don't have to
swoop
go
racing.
save that teenager in the sewers now. Thanks.
Which teenager?
Oh, yeah.
We do actually need mission because there's quests associated to her. So we're going to be going to the Undercity, but we're just going to do it later.
Yeah, but he doesn't care.
That buffer was pretty messy.
So is this really the light side option?
Yes.
Okay, alright.
Alright. So now we get to judge Indy for his swoop skills. So let's take a look here.
22 or bust.
Really? I'm gambling on a 2330.
Okay.
I haven't gotten a sub 23 in quite a while.
Oh, he's not going the fast route.
He's doing the older route. This one route is totally fine. You can get a 22 on that route as well. It's just very hard.
2305. Wow, that's
Close.
really fast for that.
Yeah, that is a solid time right there for swoops.
I'm pretty good at swoop races, but that's the only swoop race you're going to see me do, I'm afraid.
Yep.
But we do have to do all the other swoop races for all quests.
So how is that going to work?
How does it happen?
We do the same
Anyways.
Regic fight skip that NMG does there.
Between the three of us, I'm sure we can
But we actually have to rescue Bastila because there's a quest associated to that.
Bastila.
Is some
And we're going to be chatting with a bunch of party members here just to get the individual PC quests started up.
Each party character has a couple quests associated to them. You want to explain full inventory dupes?
Sure. So whenever you open up your inventory menu, inventory or equipment menu, whenever you're inside the hideout or in the Ebon Hawk, it's making a full copy of that entire inventory for every one of your party members. So that way you can be able to equip things to all of them while you're in that zone, which is kind of a lazy way of doing it. And there's a major oversight. If you somehow manage to exit the Ebon Hawk or the hideout while that menu is still open, such as using a menu glitch, then all of these duplicated inventories stay attached to each of your party members, which means now next time Indy adds one of his party members, that entire duplicated inventory is going to get merged back in, which means you can basically exponentially dupe all of the items that you own.
What?
Oops, whoops, 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 whoops.
Stop right.
This is the last bounty target that we have to do.
See more bumping.
There we go.
What? Sure.
Bumping is a really powerful strat with our character.
It's really sneak attack that makes it so powerful because bumping is a very consistent way to get sneak attacks off. And since we have sneak attack 9, that really supercharges our damage. You'll notice I'm save teleporting. We reached one of the points in the run where save teleporting is the fastest form of movement. We're also going to do our first memory reset here. You've heard about the memory leak that KOTOR has a few times now. We're going to do 9 memory resets during this run because we save a lot.
Yeah, every single time the game is saved in any way, shape, or form, and also a little bit when it's loaded, there more and more memory allocation begins getting accumulated for this game, and eventually it will reach a point that is around 1.5 gigabytes where the game just crashes. So we want to avoid that at all costs. So we do that by killing our game frequently during these runs.
And that was setting your transit.
Yeah, we set a transit point next to Rookil so we can come back here later. Because Rookil has a quest where we have to collect 3 journals to find the way to the Promised Land. And we have to go get those 3 journals and then come back to him in order to turn them in. So a transit point makes it easier to turn that quest in.
Hurry, he will make it.
Our last run, Hendar, run. The last one.
And if I open the gate, they'll kill us.
If they open the gate, they'll kill us all.
You can't do this. It isn't fair.
I'm going to try a fancy strat
Please.
here.
Ooh, fancy strat.
So we have Bastila here. So I'm
throw
going
grenades.
to use slow on the Rakghoul to lower its defense, which makes me more likely to one-shot it with sneak attack.
Wow.
That is clever, and it seems to have worked.
It did work. And it's not something you can normally do because you don't normally have Bastila at this point in the run. But we are doing Terrace way out of sequence, so we can do that.
What?
Okay.
So, kind of want to mention this. One of the things about our community that I've always found is super fun is routing. And you see this in a whole bunch of different categories. All Quests has especially gone through a whole bunch of different strategies and stuff like that for it. But it's like working a whole giant puzzle, and everyone has a slightly different perspective on a different part of the puzzle that they want to work on. Indy especially is one of the best at doing it, and he's had his hand involved in every single category in some way or another. So little things like that, like thinking about like putting the slow onto the Rakghoul is just something that would be Indy's touch for sure.
I really like routing this game. Routing is one of my favorite things to do in speedrunning, and this route in particular was a pretty major reroute of this category that I did about 7 months ago. And I really, really like the way this route turned out. It's a really neat route.
Oh no, oh wait. Uh-oh, if you changed a lot of it, how in the dark am I gonna be?
Don't worry, we'll help you through it, Chaos.
All right, thank goodness. I'm not the one.
I don't know either of the AQ routes. I just know how all the glitches work.
I've said so many times I was going to learn AQU, but what Indy said at the beginning is true, that this is probably the hardest run in all of KOTOR speedrunning, or pretty well close, if not. Just because there's so much to memorize, so much to remember. And with that, Indy's running without notes on top of that. He has no notes for this whole thing. There's conversations that you have to do correctly all over the place. There's so many different glitches and strategies that you have to remember. And then picking up things on the fly like, uh-oh, I accidentally picked up a thermal and I have to be careful now because that could actually end up ruining a part of my run later on. So you have to be very quick and very thoughtful about what's happening. And he's just fantastic at it.
I will say, yeah, Indy is uniquely talented in a lot of these aspects when it comes to KOTOR. He's also one of the big pioneers when it comes to doing KOTOR Bingo, which is a category all its own, where you generate a bingo card and kind of make a route on the fly, which really gives you the sort of practice for that stuff.
And KOTOR Rando.
There is KOTOR Bingo, there's KOTOR Randomizer. We haven't gotten to show those off today, but they're a lot of fun too. All right, so we got all the journals and we turned them into Rookhill, and now we're going to do a hotshot back to Javier's Cantina to turn in a bunch of quests all at once. And there's just one thing we're missing, and there's like a droid, I think, or something.
Oh, somebody really special.
Is he best boy or not? That's the real question.
You know, if you ask Range, you would say yes.
All right, so we're going to leave the MC by by Canderous, and by talking to Zax with Mission, but then switching to the main character, we keep the main character next to Canderous for this conversation, and we keep Mission next to the hut, which is good because when we do this coordinate up warp here, Mission being near the hut is going to put her right near the droid shop so that she can run in and buy T3.
I hadn't seen that before. That's clever.
So cool.
I like that. I really like that. Okay. And it's right there too.
I have learned a lot about sort of micromanaging party members from my time running actually glitchless all quests. So there are very specific ways that you can do conversations to keep your party members where you want them to be. All right, we're going to sell most of our duplicated inventory here for a lot of credits. I have 3 thermal detonators that I kind of don't want to sell, so I'm not. Notice we duplicated that random thermal detonator drop we got. All right, now...
It's going to be a surprise tool that we use later.
So you know that positioning I was talking about before? Now when we go back to Javier's Cantina, we're right next to Canderous, so we can go directly to Davic's
That's so
estate.
Cool.
Yeah, this one I hadn't seen this one yet because I didn't catch his full practice stream. So yeah, that's interesting. I like that.
We're doing the same skip here that any percent does. To skip.
Oh, that's a nice ship. Do you mind if I give it a quick test drive? Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone.
So we have now finished 20 quests on Terrace.
Yeah, quest-wise, we're about a fifth of the way done.
Right. It's all, you know, we're fifth of the way done. Those were all the hard quests, right? It gets easier from here,
totally.
right?
No.
Yeah? Okay. All right.
Just wait to see the mid-game.
All
right, so a lot of that money we got is going to be used to buy Sonasiki's Blade, and we're also going to buy some good Pazak cards because, yes, there is a quest for Pazak, and we do have to win a Pazak game. So we're going to buy some good cards to give us the best chance to actually win that game.
I get the feeling we'll have plenty of time to talk about Pazak later.
Yeah, we'll hold off.
I hope not, but we'll see.
All right, and off we go.
So we used a dialogue queue to get in here. The main character was trying to talk to Canderous that whole time, so none of the other conversations could trigger. And now we're just buffering until the main character makes his way to the council, and then we can stop buffering.
With me, Master Vrook.
That skips the first line of dialogue here for some reason, but not the second.
Master Dorak.
So
I believe because that first line of dialogue is waiting on a running animation for the main character to hit a waypoint.
Yeah. So we're going to become a Jedi, and then we're going to do montage skip. And then we're going to do a fake level up to get Master Speed and Master Critical Strike. Whoops.
Oh, that was unexpected.
Sorry about that.
Thank goodness it wasn't an Alt F4.
I clicked on a different program and it opened, so I had to take care of that. Clicking is hard sometimes.
We were just joking about this before the run. We're like, wow, Indy, your setup, it's so busy.
Yeah. Apparently my setup is weird.
I mean, you've got 5 programs on your one screen. It's kind of hard to...
Yeah, I mean, usually, like, I have, like, the same programs up, but they're, like, spread among 3 monitors, usually.
Okay, so that's memory reset number 2 after montage skip. 7 more to go.
Moving right along.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about fake level ups, or did we already cover that enough?
Well, Chaos talked about them briefly, but I'll talk about it a bit more. It's like, largely what it comes down to is you're just tricking the game into not consuming a level. And so that way we can replace any given level up with a later one. And we're always able to get the result of the last level that we do. So we're going to set everything up just right to where we get, I believe, Master Speed and Master Crit Strike.
Yep.
So yeah, and I think, so we're going to do some Skelly Flues to get that set up first, so we can skip a lot of levels instantly with a Skelly Flu. And if we want to get an actual feat, we have to do what's called a Swap Flu, where we start the AMG, cancel, start the level up, and hit tab to switch to a party member. So that way they get the level up and not us. And yeah, looks like we're going to go right up to level 20 here. And just like that,
There's also
everything
a
should
really
line up.
careful level up right at the start to give yourself Valor, Force Valor, because we're going to end up picking that up later on too.
Yeah, we're going to get Master Valor right before we leave Dantooine. And so in the end, we're going to have Master Speed, Master Valor, Master Critical Strike, Master 2 Weapon Fighting, and Sneak Attack 9.
We'll be pretty strong.
By the way, we're going to be level 5.
And we're invincible. We have plot armor.
Yes. We're immortal.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Sorry, not invincible. We cannot be killed.
We do take damage, but we don't die.
Yeah, which is almost kind of worse.
All right, now we're going to make a save. We're going to turn on solo mode. We're going to disable VSync because we're going to do a DLZ here. But before I do this DLZ, I want to duration glitch some powers on my main character. So I'm going to set up Canderous right near the DLZ point, and then I'm going to use my things on my main character here. And I'm going to hope to hit the DLZ.
Don't miss this DLZ.
I really like this DLC. This one basically never gave me trouble.
Chaos doesn't like this DLZ.
It's so chancy, man. You just get it or you don't.
So
and since that lined up exactly with the exit to the Enclave, we were able to trigger it from a distance. Yeah.
And I should point out the reason that we do that is not because we can go and just walk out the door of the Enclave, but by keeping the main character next to Master Jar there, when we hotshot back later, we will spawn right next to Master Jar, who is the person we need to talk to turn in Juhani's quest.
This soft buffer here is real clever because we're using the Force power to skip it, but we're also selectively picked Master Valor, or not Master Valor, regular Force Valor, such that when we go through the load zone, it's going to last a really long time in this next section.
And by doing sort of an extra long buffer there, we actually make it so that the Valor we cast is going to last just long enough to kill a particular Mandalorian later on Dantooine.
It's all very
point that out
precise.
when it happens.
So you will notice there we only killed one Mandalorian, and for this whole Mandalorian quest, there's actually only very specific Mandalorians you need to kill. You don't need to kill any of the Duros or anything like that.
There's 4 groups of Mandalorians, and in each group you only need to kill one of the enemies.
Oh, this is such a good quest.
So
do you guys remember this?
This is the murder mystery quest. We complete it by telling him we don't have time to help him, and he's like, oh, okay. And then we're done.
That completes it.
This goes back to sort of the definition of the category. We consider completing a quest to be that the quest appears in the completed part of your journal. And you can complete some quests by telling the person you don't want to help. So that is considered a successful completion of that quest, even though we don't really do it.
Technicalities are great.
This is actually a pretty tricky category to define. So we had to make certain compromises in order to have a definition that wasn't just completely incomprehensible.
The issue kind of became with, well, there are multiple endings to it, so who's to say which one is the complete version of it? And you can definitely have opinions. A lot of people are opinionated about the fact that, you have to do the full murder mystery. But at the same time, it doesn't exactly get you a whole bunch more, to the run itself, just more dialogue presses.
I mean, in the defense of the game, it says the quest has been completed when you do that. And we're trying to complete every quest. So I'm okay with it.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with these thermal detonators.
You could kill Malik.
Yeah, but I could also just whack him on the head with a lightsaber.
But you could kill Malik with them.
Let's throw it at one of the droids in the ruins. That'd be funny.
Who has the best knockback animation? That's the real question.
All right, so we bring Mission out here because we need to talk to her to trigger her brother's side quest.
Yes. Yeah.
I hate when this happens. There's a cutscene here of this droid talking, and
I'm here.
I managed to skip it. And it's still there because I skipped over it, so I'm like super paranoid I'm gonna hit it.
Oh,
all right,
instant.
Wow. That's the Star Map DLZ, which went quite well. And now we're gonna do a GP warp to the front of the ruins.
That? That was a crazy good DLZ.
We have to talk to Mission 3 times in order to trigger her brother's side quest later. And it's very important for us to make a save at the front of the ruins, which is why we GP warp our character back to the front. And now we're going to warp back to the Sandro grounds where we made a save earlier so that we can finish some other side quests on Dantooine, such as the Sandro Matale feud.
I love the Sandro Matale feud. It's just a classic Romeo Juliet nonsense comedy plot.
It's pretty good. We're going to skip most of it.
We have
nothing further to discuss. Okay.
You're supposed to talk to Rahasia here, and then she gives you a key to the side door so that you can walk in the side door to rescue Shen, but you can also just skip the cutscene and walk through the front door.
Yeah, and then bust down that other door. Like, we're really playing loose with the lightsaber here.
What are you doing?
Blah, blah, Rahasia.
What can I do?
Oh, you can see your level ups?
I have auto level on for my party. Because it's actually a little bit better for them to be higher level because I do use them in certain situations for either tanking or combat, or it's just nice to have them be a little bulkier as I'm running around doing crazy stuff.
Is that new?
And we don't need to be picky about what their levels are.
It's relatively new chaos. It's what I do.
Thank you again.
Neat.
All right, we skip the end of that cutscene, and then we don't need our party anymore. We just have to kill a couple more Mandalorians and rescue the droid for Elise, and then we're going to leave Dantooine. Now, you might remember that there's a Gina Rodden bounty target here called Zulon. We're going to skip killing Zulon by allowing Dantooine to be destroyed, and then coming back later. And also, if you notice, the number of arrows on my character portrait just went from 4 to 3. Force Valor just wore off right after I killed that particular Mandalorian.
Bro, that's so slick. I love that.
But it's because we did kind of a longer buffer to skip a cutscene earlier. Chaos, you want to talk about combat talking?
Yeah, so what we just saw there, we saw the droid in combat with the 2 Cath Hounds. But whenever you load into a scene, basically you have a little bit of time during the load-in where the game is trying to figure out what everyone's up to. And with that, we can talk to him and cue that before combat resumes.
Oh no. This
better be glad we're invincible here.
I should have used the thermals here. All right.
Ah.
Sherrick's the leader of the Mandalorian Raiders, so as soon as he has died, we're able to warp back to the Enclave to tell them about this cool star map we found. And because of where we were previously, we're right next to the council and able to start that conversation immediately. Positioning of the main character and party members is super important in this category. So everything that we do has a purpose. So we're going to warp back to that ruin save that we made before and chain that into an autosave hotshot, which is going to spawn us at the default spawn point in the courtyard, which is a convenient place to spawn because that's where Elise is. And so we can turn in the quest for Elise and John's quest here, and that's the last quest on Dantooine. We just have to do a little more stuff as we're leaving, so we bring Juhani and Mission with us This triggers Mission's brother's quest because we talked to her in the ruins earlier. And then we're going to talk to Juhani. We need to talk to Juhani 7 times, but we need to do it on 6 different levels. So we start talking to her here so that we only have to make it to level 9 to finish talking to her. And this is our last fake level up of the run to get Master Valor and Weapon Focus Lightsaber. I need to go back. I actually need to put points into Persuade here, or I will fail a couple Persuade checks later.
Alright, so now we're a higher level, and we can chat with Juhani some more.
And now
we're level 5.
We are level 5, and we have a ridiculous number of beats and skills. All right, we're going to put the Sigil Crystal in our lightsaber, and that makes our lightsaber more powerful than Sonosiki's blades, so we swap them. And now we have to do a bunch of talking with Karth and Bastila to progress their quests.
How can I help?
Yeah, and so this talking just takes a little bit, but so I gotta say, Indy's been around longer than both Chaos and I. In fact, Indy's been around since the Speed the Most Archive days. A real legend in the community. Good to have him around. It's always happy to see. We're doing a cool little hotshot here to get back on the Evan Hawk, by the way.
How can I help?
And to do more talking.
I think I've been around longer than you and Chaos combined.
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
I'm just old. All right, so I want to talk about the overall route a little bit here. We're going to Kashyyyk first, which is a little unusual because there is a Gina Haradan bounty target here on Kashyyyk named Rulon, and he's not here yet because he doesn't show up until we go to Manon and talk to Hulas. So why do we come here first? There's 2 reasons. The first is by skipping Rulon now, we have more efficient movement in the upper Shadowlands. We can use the same trick that any percent uses to have someone spawn closer to the lower Shadowlands. The second reason is this way we get Jolie right away. And because we have Jolie on our first trip to Manon, we're able to trigger Sunry's murder trial right away. And that is the most efficient way to do that quest.
What?
This strat here is the same strat that any percent uses to get to the Shadowlands quickly. And then we're going to buffer the Callow fight instead of AMGing during it.
Yeah, the whole idea of AMGing the Callow fight is just so we don't die to Katarn right here, but that's not so much of a concern with this build.
We don't have to worry about that. By doing that force jump, you make it so that you're not blocked by that rightmost Katarn. It can get in your way if you just run up to it. And then we actually want to watch this whole cutscene because we want Jolie to run over to his house because there's some other stuff we need to do by his house. And so rather than breaking out of the cutscene and leaving Jolie here, we just watch it so that he'll go where we want him to go.
Not to do routing in the middle of the marathon, but have you considered doing some AMG movement during that cutscene?
That's exactly what I was just thinking about, Lane.
I have considered it and found that it's not actually really...
Because you have to do the conversation afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so you'd have to quick save a bunch. That makes sense.
All right, so we looted that Wookiee corpse to start a quest called A Wookiee Lost. This is sort of the Wookiee murder trial. This quest is going to be auto-completed for us when we're banned from the Wookiee village later. But we need to start the quest by looting that particular Wookiee first.
I do want to say that is how most of K2 routing, or K2 routing, still got K2 on the brain, of KOTOR routing goes. It's just like, have you thought about this? Yeah, I've thought about this, and I tried this, and this is how it goes. Oh, okay. And then eventually you keep running that. It's like, no, I haven't tried that yet, and if you get one that works, there's a lot of that goes on, especially behind the scenes with Lane and Hotshot and Luffix. But I'm sure that he could talk a lot more about what those conversations are like.
Yeah, but I won't.
So we looted a talk land because we're going to need one to complete. Nice slide. We're going to need one to complete Mission's brother's quest. That's another reason it's good to go to Kashyyyk first, because now we'll have to talk land for his quest. And our main character looted a droid head so that we can complete the Honest Debt quest. And now things are going to get kind of weird.
Nice, nice.
There's a lot of stuff we have to do in the lower Shadowlands here. We have to deal with Freyr, and we have to deal with the Mandalorian Raiders, and then we also have to actually get the star map. So we're going to kind of break that up into a couple parts. We really want to avoid getting into combat here if we can, and we managed it. So now we can talk to Freyr and attack him right away. Killing Freyr is the fastest way to complete the Chieftain in Need quest. So we're going to, unfortunately, take care of him now. And then we're going to wait for the journal pop-up and trigger this first Mandalorian outbreak. And then we're going to make a save and do a hot shot back to the Great Walkway. This is going to put us right at the elevator into the upper Shadowlands, which we will take. And that puts us right next to Gor Wookin, who, because we just killed Freyr, will take us to Chundar.
Yeah, it's just warp after warp after warp. We just keep bouncing between modules. So it just kind of seems like we're teleporting around the game, which is honestly accurate.
And then Freyr is going to try and ask us to kill, or sorry, Chundar is going to ask us to kill Freyr, which we've already done, so we're not going to listen to that conversation. But we are going to have the conversation where he thanks us for killing Freyr. And we have to,
Inti, if you have the head... Go ahead.
We have to do this conversation to the end to complete the Wookiee Lost side quest that I mentioned earlier. Okay.
Sure.
So, if you notice, Juhani appeared out of thin air next to me. That happens due to the way I skipped the cutscene. But we don't want that, so it's really a good thing that Jolie stayed put, because we're going to be doing a coordinate warp here back to the lower Shadowlands, which is where our quick save has been this whole time. And that means Jolie will be right next to the star map.
Right, so there have been some questions about alignment in this run, and I know that we go all over the chart, but I do believe we end light, correct?
We will be doing light side ending because you cannot complete Juhani's quest during the dark side end. But in terms of alignment, we don't really care what our alignment is at any given point, because we are not going to be using the Solari Crystal or any other Force-aligned equipment. So it doesn't matter what our alignment is, we just do light side ending because it's the most convenient. Or rather, it's the only one that works. There's actually a really complicated way that you could do dark side end, but it would require a routine.
Which is a very complicated glitch that we do in any percent to dupe star maps, but there's other things you can do with it. Anyways, we're about to finish up these Mandalorians here, which is good to see.
Yeah, you only have to kill the Mandalorian commander, but you have to kill one other Mandalorian in order to get him to spawn. And then as soon as we do that, we're done with Kashyyyk, so we're going to warp back to the Em and Hawk and go talk with Bastila and Karth some more. Because I guess they're interesting. That was a failed hotshot.
Yeah, a little bit of a funky hotshot there, but that's all right.
Sometimes it just happens.
There we go.
Nice.
How can I help?
Yeah, so chatting away. Some things to note, so we have a Discord for this community. I'm sure it's been brought up countless times today. Another thing to notice, if you haven't played this game before, it's actually on sale right now. It is $3.50 on Steam with the Steam Summer Sale. So highly recommend it if you want to give this game a shot. It's not a lot of money. It does not require very, souped up hardware to run or anything like that. And now we're on Tatooine.
We've now talked to Bastila enough times to trigger her mother's quest, and now there's a neat little trick here where we're going to send Bastila to open the door while we buy some bantha fodder and speak to a guy about some Giska. And that means the door is already open when that cutscene ends, so we can go into Anchorhead more quickly. We're coming up on the
Nice.
biggest RNG part of the run here. Pazak is very soon.
The best part of the run, you mean?
Yes. We bought that woman's raid plate, but only for half price, so Bass Club preaches at us a little bit.
And
He
yeah,
did
as
the
we
right
set up
thing.
some things,
It was fast.
yeah, fast is equal to good. Also, so as we set up things here on Tatooine, we can talk about Pazak just a little bit. So if you've ever played like Blackjack or 21, it's essentially that, except you're going to 20, so all of the math suddenly breaks, and also you're very much at a disadvantage because your opponent always goes first.
Oh,
Now, before we get to that,
We should talk
we have
about
to-
swoop skips, yeah.
Oh yeah, before we get to that minigame, we have this minigame, where we're not actually going to do the minigame. Instead, we're just going to hotshot out of it immediately, which makes them think that we did the entire swoop race in about 100 milliseconds. And they're like, oh wow, you're so fast. And yeah, we cannot do this with the Terrace swoops, unfortunately, because Terrace works a bit differently.
So we're
Yeah,
going to do
just
this
like
whole
that.
bunch. So worth noting, we do have ILs for our swoop races. They're really competitive, actually. We get people who show up and will just do swoop races, and that's all they do. We even have a role for it in our Discord if that's your really big interest. And then there's a lot of discussion about what are the fastest ways to do it. Mainly has to come with different acceleration timings and stuff like that. Obviously, this strat here is banned from the ILs because otherwise it would not be a category. But they're very interested and they're a very loyal group of our Discord and our community.
Yeah, and with that, we've won 3 races, and so we're pretty much set up to wrap up the Tatooine swoop race.
We are the best swoop racer in the galaxy.
I know you finished. You did all the races in like what 400 milliseconds total.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so Pazak. So we just like how we have aisles for swoop races, we also have aisles for Pazak. With that, you're going to be doing it is here, right?
Yeah,
Am I crazy? Yeah, okay. I was making sure all of a sudden you didn't do someone else with this reroute. So we also do aisles for Pazak. They are really, really difficult because you're talking about almost pure RNG. And then also having to play really quick and on your feet because you don't know what you're going to have thrown at you. On top of that, we also have a category called Pazak 100%, where you start with a fresh character and you go through and you try to beat every single Pazak player until they say, no more, I'm done. Which is a totally free category because it has been, actually, I should have had this pulled up just a moment ago.
Years and years and years.
Yeah, I will find out exactly how long it's been. Wait, where even is this?
It's going to be in the miscellaneous categories. You have to drop down next to the categories.
Oh, yeah.
Little down arrow. But yeah, this is so far, it's been a good start to Pazak. If we get lucky here.
You have to win 3. It's best of 5, so you have to win 3 games.
Oh yeah, 3
you got
sets,
a nat 20. Oh, I got a nat 20.
Yeah, it's been 4 years since Sober did his run. Almost 5 years.
Oh, I got
3
another
is
nat
a strong...
20. Oh, we did it.
Oh,
nice!
busted.
First try!
First try.
Also, Phantom... free is kind of a strong word. I think the toll on your time is going to be the real cost of that world record.
The reason why it's free is because there's been so many tricks that have been put in place since then. You could shave off roughly about, I would say probably about 40 minutes of that time alone just from movement.
Hey, who's this?
Fan favorite joins the party.
This
That's
is
not
why
T3.
all quests. This is why all quests is the best category.
It's a shame that we can't give HK the Kill Blaster. He would love it. Maybe he'd find it too easy.
We're gonna make a very important save here.
There is one question regarding Yavin 4 Pazak that is required in the Pazak 100% category we were discussing, and that is the only category that you actually have to go to Yavin for.
Tanis has an unfortunate property that his quest is most easily completed by blowing him up.
Hey, you know what? That sounds good to me. It's fast.
And then there's a Gamorrean ambush here, and they're lucky because the fastest way to complete that is to scare them off. And now we're going to set a transit point here. Remember, this transit point, we'll be using it in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
And then we're going to glitch our way into the Eastern Dune Sea and do a memory reset.
Nice.
Which I believe is number 3?
That sounds right. I was going to say the same thing.
I was thinking 4.
It's 3 or 4. All right, so we actually have to kill the Crate Dragon in this category because there is a quest associated to it. And unfortunately for Comad, it's faster to kill him because we need both Crate Pearls. And we can only get both Crate Pearls if we kill him. And it's actually faster to kill him before we deal with the Crate Dragon because then he's not around to talk to us after the Crate Dragon dies.
I feel like this is becoming a theme. Faster to kill this guy. It's faster to kill this guy.
Yeah,
Didn't you say that we're supposed to be light side by the end?
Yeah, we will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But not until,
they don't have a...
not until we get to the Lahan Temple at the end.
Yeah, you can't give the main character a quest if you're dead, so you know.
Actually, what we do to Comad is really cold. He tells us about his plan to kill the Great Dragon with the mines, and we say to him, "Thanks for the information. I don't need you anymore."
Anyways, guys, we're the good guy in this run.
Yes, the good guy. We move during this cutscene so we can be right next to the Crate Pearls. We have to watch that whole cutscene in order to finish the quest.
Yes, purple.
Yes, I always get the purple crystal because purple is the best lightsaber color.
We didn't really talk about this a whole lot unless you were watching the NMG run before, but a lot of our movement here is what we call save teleports. If you just run with the mouse buttons and quick save the game, you get launched forward proportional to how long the save takes. And as you get later into the game, these saves take a long time because you have a lot of different levels loaded in. And so we start using that as a primary form of movement.
Especially in this category because we visit a lot more places than other categories do.
You know, we were talking earlier about how we haven't shown off super save teleports. So if you ever feel like invalidating your run, Indy, we could talk about super save teleports. Okay.
Yeah, that's the banned glitch that I neglected to show at the glitch showcase. That is banned for complicated reasons. Anyway, we're not getting into that. We're gonna go deal with the supply shortage on the ship.
Yeah, this is the Stowaway quest. We're also gonna do Jolie's backstory. Normally, in order to finish his backstory, you have to talk to him 9 times. However, if you annoy him during his 3rd conversation, he just won't talk to you again, and the quest completes early. So we're gonna basically annoy him right now.
By being uncharacteristically rude to our party members, you don't really have to worry about their quest at all.
And the fastest way to do the Stowaway quest is to order her off your ship. So we're
the good guy.
We're being real nice right now. All right. We also put one of our Crate Dragon Pearls in our lightsaber to make it even more powerful. And it's purple now, so it's basically the best lightsaber ever. We have to finish talking to Karth 3 times, so we're going to do a quick save and quick load in between those. This will finish Karth's quest and make it so that we can trigger his son's quest. And it's actually important for all quest runs to be a male character because a male character... Oh, hang on. Gotta do... A male character completes Karth's quest after 8 dialogues, whereas a female character needs to do 11 dialogues, and I'm not totally sure about this, but might even have to kill Saul Kareth on the Leviathan.
Yeah, we essentially abuse Karth's heterosexuality for the sake of speed, which, you know, is a decent strat.
I don't want to cast Force Speed here because it will make my safe teleports weaker. Oh, wow.
Cast it in anyways.
Let's try this again. One more time.
Could try hard buffering.
There we go.
Yeah, so we do force canceling there. We call them force buffers, but If you double click a force power, basically you'll say, I'm queuing this action, and then the second one will unqueue it, or it'll like double queue it on top of each other, so it just stops. And so the game treats that as being in combat. So being in combat will supersede having the cutscene trigger, so we can buffer the trigger and then do our force buffer cancellation stuff, and then that'll allow us to skip over things. Alternatively, you could also quick save a couple times and then load that hard save, and that also works. But force buffering is fast.
So
no Bob?
I'm the rebel in the community. I don't talk to Bob.
Ugh.
Because I am definitely not obeying the laws on Manon. We finished the Gizka quest by convincing a Selkath named Dubasa that these were special Gizka that don't reproduce. So that was very nice of us again. Alright, and now we're going to talk to Hulas to start the Gina Haraden side quests. There are 5 Gina Haraden targets, 2 in sort of the first tier, and then 3 after that. We are not going to kill Zulon on Dantooine, as previously mentioned, and so we have to kill Lorgal here in the Republic Embassy.
Welcome to
And that will unlock the last 3 quests. So we're going to kill Lorgal right away because we need to unlock the Gina Haraden quests as soon as we can. And we're going to kill him by hacking his cage. And then we're just going to slide away.
I think like
the
proving
little thing at the
yourself
bottom
to
that
someone
says-
you've never met by just killing someone that you had no idea what their deal was.
He's a bad guy. It's okay.
We sure?
Sure.
Okay. Sounds good enough to me.
All right, so we've now triggered all the Gina Haraden side quests. It's time to go to Manon Swoops.
Nice.
Man, Manon Swoops. I heard those are hard.
Yeah, totally. Actually, in seriousness, they are harder than Tatooine Swoops because there's a cutscene that happens right after a Manon Swoop race. So we need to do the swoop skip in such a way that we can still skip that cutscene. It's not a lot more complicated, but I tried like 4 different ways before I found a consistent way of doing it. Talking to Queedle here saves us from having to talk to a Gamorrean later who's slightly further away. So this is a minor time save. And now it's time to do some swoop skips. This is basically the same idea as Tatooine, just with the exception that I noted earlier that I have to skip something right after this too.
All right. And we all love ourselves some good swoop racing, and as we're talking about before, these are all very competitive. We actually split the swoop individual levels into single lap and the full circuit, because these planets have these circuits, which is pretty common for what you see in other racing games, where you have your F lap, your fast lap, and then the 3 lap is usually how it goes. Of course, Terra is the special because you only need 2 laps, but regardless. I'll also point out that neither Manon nor Tatooine swoops have the swoop accelerator glitch that allows you to speed up the rate of your swoop bike, nor does it have the shift trick. So these are all pretty standard. Of course, we're skipping past all of that.
So the core of this swoop skip is a hard save hotshot. And the hard save hotshot that I'm doing here is actually inconsistent. It doesn't always work. And so sometimes I'll have to retry the hotshot. I'm basically looking for that game 1 save to pop up with quick save, and that tells me that it worked. All right, now that we're done with the swoops, we're gonna warp back to the docking bay so we can make use of the transit point we set earlier.
Oh, how much earlier are we talking?
Not that much earlier. We set a transit point here on Manon that we're just going to use.
Okay, so it's not the 10-minute one yet.
No, not the 10-minute one yet. And we're also going to use that autosave to do a memory reset, which is number 4. If you're keeping track at home.
Definitely 4. I feel like it has to be 4.
All right. So now we're back in West Central, and we need to go to Otto West, where we're going to start several side quests, including Sunry's murder trial, which we can do because we went to Kashyyyk first, so we have Jolie with us. But we're going to make a save in Otto West because we're going to need to make a pit stop here while we're on the Leviathan. And now we're going to sort of send our 3 characters in different directions here.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. Some of this movement, a lot of times these safe teleports will take us clean over a trigger we need for a conversation, so I have to back up a little bit to make sure everything happens the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, we're getting close to the point where safe teleports become unruly. They're so good that it becomes painful to actually use them. But you have to because it's fast.
All right. And just like that,
All right, so we started all the side quests we need to. We're going to do a little shopping, and then we're going to do a sequence of glitches, which I'm extremely proud of. So I'm going to try to explain it real quick. We're going to do a glitch that allows us to move while a droid kills Ithrak, who's one of our Gina Rodden targets. But while we're doing that glitch, we're going to set up another glitch that is going to allow us to warp from the Manon Sith base back to the transit point we set earlier in the Dune Sea. So we're chaining glitches here. And setting up this glitch in this way actually requires blind mouse movement in order to set up a fast lane, which lets us return to the Ebon Hawk while we're moving. And then we're going to use that fast lane to board this transport. And then we're going to make a save, but this save has to be a new save because if we're overwriting a save, then we're going to break this fast lane transit we have. So we now have a save inside the Sith base, and we're going to load the Anchorhead save we made earlier so we can get an autosave in the Dune Sea and use that to do transit point storage with the autosave that we had in the Manon Sith base. So here we go.
This is so galaxy brain.
yeah, I remember when this was getting set up, and I was like, oh, this is really cool.
So here we are at the same point we set our transit point earlier. But the important part of this is we still have a save in the Manon Sith base because we're going to want to do a double coordinate warp back there when we're done doing some stuff here on... Oops, I made a mistake. I needed to loot that sand person that I killed.
All right, marked it down. The one mistake that Indy's allowed in the whole run. He's done, over an hour.
It's all over now.
Yeah, and managed to do all of that without notes. That was the first major mistake. Is doing that.
Okay.
Such a small mistake at that.
We only need one Sand People outfit to get into the Enclave. So I triggered accidentally one of the thingies.
Sand person fights. The sand person like ambushes, and there we were killing off Vorn's droid to set up for the Jinharad and Vorn bounty.
So the neat thing about Vorn here is just by hacking his droid and skipping that cutscene, the game thinks we have killed Vorn, even though we haven't actually seen Vorn yet, and we will never see Vorn because he's already dead.
Yeah, so we're essentially finishing up a big chunk of the Tatooine quest while we are on Manon. Technically, the game still thinks we're on Manon, which is just a little detail.
We just did a skip called Evaporator Skip. You want to talk about that, Chaos?
Wait, what was this? Sorry, I had to type in chat for a second.
Yeah, Evaporator Skip, yeah.
Oh, that's where you basically just talk straight to him immediately. Right? Oh man, this has been so long since we were rounding that stuff out. Yeah.
You're
because we've already
supposed to have
killed the
to
crate
get
dragon. Yeah.
You're supposed to have to get moisture evaporators in order to talk to the Sand People, but by skipping that conversation in a specific way, we're able to skip getting the evaporators because the game doesn't actually check for the evaporators. It just checks to see. I mean, it just assumes that you can't talk to the chieftain again until you have the evaporators. Oh, I missed
it. You had it, and there it goes. Also, if you missed it, we also rescued Mission's brother, rescued the Lost Jawas, And we've wrapped up everything we needed to do with the Sand People Enclave. And yeah.
So it's very important for me to talk to HK, talk to the Jawa with HK there, because it swaps his position with the main character, and it puts him in exactly the right position for a coordinate warp we're about to do. This is going to be the double coordinate warp to the Manon Sith base, and it's probably the hardest coordinate warp in this route, because it's very difficult to position your characters correctly in this vast open expanse of sand. And so by putting HK in that position in Anchorhead, I know he's in the right spot. And so I only have to position Mission, which may be right here.
Yeah, we're looking for a very precise spot in the middle of the sand.
That's such a clever way to do it.
If this works, Mission will be in the room with the cell cap use, and HK will be in the room with the data module. It's the Mission part which may not work. It's very position dependent, and it worked. So Mission will talk to Sasha, and we advance that quest, and then HK is here to loot the data module. And then we're going to chain this into another coordinate warp back to Kashyyyk, because it turns out the coordinates that HK is at are right next to Rulon, who's our last Gina Hrodin target. And so we're
doing Tatooine, Manon, and Kashyyyk all at the same time.
I messed it up again. As long as you have 2 hard saves, messing up a hotshot is not a huge mistake.
Not doing it this way.
Yes.
Guys, we're starting to notice these load times are getting real sluggish, and that's just how it gets when you get late into the game.
All right, so now we have to loot the Wookiee corpse, which is over here, in order to realize that this Wookiee over here is not who he says he is. And then before we do this conversation, we're going to stim up for the fight. We actually have to fight Rulon. We can't do some shenanigans to skip fighting him. Not that there's not shenanigans, because that's really bad.
It's important that we're able to move here in a moment. Luckily, it looks like the stun ran out, so that's good.
All right, so as soon as he turns into a Talk, the Talk is supposed to run away to a different part of the Shadowlands, but if you quick save and quick load, he gets stuck. Now, the game still thinks he's running over there, so we can't talk to him right away. But if you just wait a little bit, you can finish him off. And then we're going to put the main character in a very particular position before we do our next coordinate warp, which is back to the Zerka office, to turn in the Sand People quest and Mission's brother.
All right, y'all guys got that? Everybody in chat following along? There's going to be a quiz afterwards, by the way.
Oh man, yeah. I'm failing this test.
Indy and I both made the same joke at the same time.
Yes. So since we've already been to Kashyyyk, we have the Talk land, and we can give it to Griff right away. Griff grifts us, so that's cool. And now we have to turn in Basila's mother's quest, which is here.
I know that you said grifts us, but it sounded like you said grifts us, and I was just like, oh yeah?
I wonder if he will come back. I bet he will. It's just going to take him some time.
Someday. Finishing up Basila's mother's quest.
And it's important to have no party members here, so we're going to warp back to East Central now. If we have party members here, they're going to end up in a bad place in East Central, so we just want to make sure we're emptied out. Now we're going to turn in 2 of the Gina Hrodin bounties, and this is mainly to get the Gina Hrodin power gloves, which give +4 to strength. That's a really good set of gloves. We do not want to turn in all of the bounties we've done right now, because we haven't gotten to the point where we can finish Zulon skip yet.
Have you managed?
So we have to come back here to talk to Hulas one more time later.
Yes.
We're going to send Zalbar that way. We need a party member here to do some micro movement, but it doesn't have to be Zalbar. I just picked Zalbar because otherwise we never use him. And Zalbar's a cool guy.
Yeah, Zabal really needs to get some screen time. We haven't seen much of him at all this, marathon.
We did used to have a it was AllQuest, right? AllQuest used to use Zalbar as the main character.
That didn't last very long.
Hey, you know what? But it happened. It was real.
This memory reset is going to be pretty close.
Context to that. Basically,
No
when Range was running for a little bit, we were really kind of pushing the boundaries of Hotshot, and we couldn't really figure out how to save our characters' levels. But your party members do keep their levels up, levels throughout the Hotshots. So we would level up Zalbar instead and make him a Jedi, and then he would be stupid strong while our main character was a little weakling.
By the way, I do want to point out to the folks in chat just how close we were to crashing the game before that reset. KOTOR likes to crash around 1,500 megabytes. We were at 1,494.
Just as planned. I plan out my memory resets down to the megabyte. We did all the investigating we had to do for Sunry's murder trial. Every one of the witnesses in Sunry's murder trial has a side quest associated to them, so you have to talk to all of them. So we did all that, and now we're basically finishing the main quest part of Manon. So maybe Lane can talk about removing the scuba suit.
Yeah, you may have saw this earlier today in the marathon. We're doing a glitch called the fast lane, if you don't know who that's named after, to head back to the Ebon Hawk and re-equip the Sith armor. Since both the Sith armor and the scuba suit are considered a disguise, and you can only have one disguise at a time, it totally replaces the scuba suit and you get the normal movement speed for when you're wearing the Sith armor. You may have also noticed that Indy didn't loot the sonic emitter, so we can't kill these Paraxo Shark. And now I'm sure you're thinking, aren't we going to get devoured? But no need to worry. We are still not invulnerable, but immortal. So everything will be just fine.
They can't kill me either.
They also couldn't touch you anyways.
Yeah, our save teleports are extremely ridiculous now. Later on, they're going to get ludicrously ridiculous. Also, you may have noticed that I made a save in the seafloor, so keep that in mind for about 10 minutes from now.
Oh man,
nice. So much payoff in this game.
Yeah, this new reroute is wild, dude.
It's not that new.
Okay, all right. There's a lot of new little things that he's doing that. Whenever I was last attempting to learn this category before I got scared off and said, I have school, I'm too busy to remember all of this. There have been a good few changes. The core route's the same, but it's all the little tech in between that's changed.
Did you see that save teleport? We just popped right behind the star map.
That was dumb.
Unlike in NMG, we actually have to solve the KOTOR puzzle there because there's a quest associated to it. But unlike NMG as well, we have major glitches, so we can just fast lane our way back to the Ebon Hawk here. All right, we're going to auto level here because it's going to give us a slightly better chance to hit Malik when we fight him in a little bit. And
have we considered hotshotting to the Ebon Hawk instead of fast lane?
Yes, and for various reasons, it is not better.
Gotcha. All right,
the reason it's not better is because doing a hotshot reverts your experience. And by doing a fast lane this way, we preserve all the experience we got from...
Sounds to me like we should make Zalbar Jedi.
All right, so this is a pretty cool skip. We have to go pretty deep into this conversation in order to hit the flag that sets Dantooine as destroyed. But we're being tortured here, and torture is not fun. So what we're going to do is kind of let the conversation run until the point where Saul Kareth starts walking away. And then we're just kind of going to slide our way out of our cell and end up in front of the detention terminal. And now we need to advance this conversation to a specific point and then break out of the conversation. We've now set the flag for Dantooine to be destroyed, and oh hey, I just rescued my party.
I love that, like Saulcraft's just leaving and the main character still being electrocuted. It's just like, oh, after me, can you hold the door? Like,
You have to get out of there pretty quick because the door does close. So there's only one problem. There's now a very locked door between us and Freedom. So we're just going to do a little double coordinate warp here using our...
Didn't I find this one? Or is this a different one?
This is a variant of what you found. So by warping to Kashyyyk and then immediately warping back to the prison block, we use the coordinates on Kashyyyk to place Bastila and Karth outside of the detention area, and by triggering this cutscene, we move our character outside. So now we can progress with the rest of the Leviathan, and we're going to do an autosave hotshot here to warp ourselves to the other side of the... Oops. Come on. Here you go. To warp ourselves to the other side of the command deck. The main point of this is both to be slightly faster, and it puts Karth and Bastila in a position where they are close enough to the exit to the bridge that we don't have to worry about them following us.
Okay. Nice.
So now
main
we
character's
have
whirlwinded.
another double coordinate warp here. We're going to use that seafloor save we made. Remember that?
Woo!
Oh, all the payoff.
This one is really nice. Because you remember that spacewalk that Glitchless had to do? And how slow that was? Well, this warps Bastila past the spacewalk. Actually, I guess it's Karth. Past everything. Into the Saul Kareth room so we can skip not only the spacewalk, but also the Saul Kareth fight.
Oh my goodness.
That just skips everything, yeah.
And now we're going to make a brief stop on Manon to turn in some quests there. Because, the Leviathan can't really hold us.
Yeah, so while we're on the Leviathan, we're going to go back to Manon and finish up some quests. We're still on the Leviathan as far as the game knows.
We finished the Selkat Youth quest. We finished the Republic Hiring Mercenaries quest. And we're going to go and finish Sunry's murder trial by presenting a recording of him killing the victim and thereby ensuring our client gets the death penalty because we are the best defense lawyer in the galaxy.
It's a real Ace Attorney moment for us here.
It's actually really important to do this way because that way you do not have to interrogate any witnesses or anything like that. It is by far, whoops, that's not right, the shortest way to do Sunry's trial.
I'm just in awe with this route, man. Every time I see it, it's like, I don't know, it's just miraculous.
Well, and that warp back to the prison block put us exactly at the elevator, so we can take it and go to the hangar immediately.
Oh, so nice.
Goodness.
A hotshot basically puts your main character at their last position in the module. So, oops. That's...
Oh, no.
That's okay.
That is...
It's okay.
You had the autosave, right?
Yeah, we have a memory crash. I don't think there's an autosave in the hangar, but we can just do the hotshot again.
Yeah, that was 1,600 megabytes.
Yeah.
A little more than the 1,500.
It was a little much.
That's okay.
I got too excited. But because we had a hard save in both Auto West and the prison block, we can just redo the hotshot we did, and we're not losing too much time.
I guess you can have a second mistake.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
It's allowed. It's the game's fault, not Indy's.
If I get 3 mistakes, I have to resign.
Yeah.
Okay. And you'll be in the doghouse.
Andy just trying to weasel his way out of being a part of our community.
All right, so you may remember that there's a cutscene here that has some spoilers involved. I don't want to spoil anyone, so we're just going to kind of skip that. Notice we also just cast Master Valor right before that skip, so that it's active for the Malik fight here. How many rounds do you think Malik will take?
I'm voting 2.
I was going to think 2 as well.
Yeah, right.
Well.
Oh no, he even missed one of the hits. I think that third one was 92 damage.
That was 250 damage, and I missed once.
Well,
so we are extremely overpowered thanks to all the fake level ups we've done and the stims we're using. So yeah, poor Malik doesn't stand a chance. He also makes the mistake of casting Force Immunity first, which lets me get right behind him and get sneak attacks in. If he didn't do that, he might actually take 2 rounds, but...
Basila's lightsaber animation actually works there.
Sometimes Basila will cast heal, and then Malik will, like, grunt. It's pretty funny. But it didn't happen there.
Sometimes Basila will die if things went poorly in the earlier station.
Alright, so to review, we have finished all the quests on Tatooine, all the quests on Kashyyyk, almost all the quests on Manon, all the quests on Dantooine and Terrace. We still have to do all of Korriban and just turn in a couple quests on Manon.
And then we're in the end game.
Oh, this also finishes HK's companion quest.
Yeah, HK's quest completes automatically when you leave the Leviathan. We do have to start Canderous' backstory now. So we're going to talk to him a couple times.
Yeah, what?
He's like, I'm such a big fan.
Canderous is such a cool character, to be honest.
And now we're going to do another inventory dupe solely for the purpose of getting enough stims to get through the rest of the run.
Oh, it's not for the thermal detonators?
No, we do not need thermal detonators, but we're going to end up with like 20 of them by the end of the run. Okay, so we're going to talk to a couple people here. Zeogrom tells us about this cool shop on Korriban. He only appears after the Leviathan, so this is one of the reasons why it's good to do Korriban last. The other is Karth's son. Now this is Joggy, who has a quest with Canderous, and if we break out of this conversation right here, we can immediately talk to him again, and it acts as if he's in the Dune Sea where we're trying to, we're supposed to go to fight him. So we just kind of skip that.
Yeah, what are you?
And now we're done with Canderous's backstory. So we're gonna head into the Sith Academy now.
Yeah. I really love this game, you guys.
It's a great game.
I love this community.
Lurs Kesh there wants us to get some spice. That's on the Ebon Hawk from when Davik owned it. But we tell him no, and that completes the quest.
What? Yes?
So that's another instance of completing a quest by telling them we don't want to help.
You want need
Yes.
Got the short save teleport there.
That was short?
Yep. Alright, this is the secret shop quest. We don't actually have to buy anything, we just have to talk to him.
Is there some?
And now we get into the Sith Academy. This is by far the most complicated part of the route because there are 10 prestige points which have 9 side quests associated to them. And some of the side quests only complete if you turn them into Uthar. And you can only turn in 5 prestige points to Uthar before he says, okay, you're done. So we are actually very limited in how we can complete these quests. Lane, you want to talk about this glitch?
Oh, yeah. So what we are doing right here is we manipulated this conversation to get what we call fast text. Fast text happens when they aren't able to load in the audio files for their dialogue lines. So because they can't be loaded in, everything just goes instantly. And the same conversation also has a small programming oversight where every time you hit 2, then 7, you gain, I believe it's 250 experience?
125.
125 experience. Even still, by just spamming that a lot very quickly, we could very rapidly gain thousands upon thousands of experience points, which really is going to speed up our level up rate here.
That was also really fast the way Indy did it, and I really love the camera reverberations that happened.
Yeah, sorry about that. Actually, there's some very careful routing here because you want to basically do that as little as possible. And so that's why, for instance, we fast lane after the Manon map instead of hotshotting to the Ebonhawk, because we're preserving big chunks of experience so that we can do that as little as possible. Okay. So we've told Euthura that Uthar is plotting against her, and that completes the double cross. And now we're going to plant a device on Uthar's bed, and that completes the double cross. And now Karth is going to talk to Dustil, and we have evidence of the Sith's treachery, so that's going to complete Karth's son's quest. And now we're going to warp our party up here to the Sith Interrogator and complete the Mandalorian quest.
Yeah.
And now we've completed everything we need to do in the Academy, so we're going to just save teleport on out of here. But before we leave for good, the whole reason... Where did we go? Okay. The whole reason we did the experience glitch with Euthura to begin with is to get enough experience to hit level 9, which, if you remember, is the last level we need to hit in order to talk to Juhani as many times as we need to. So now we chat with Juhani quite a bit. And luckily, Karth is able to catch up with us before we're done there. Now we're going to return to the Ebonhawk. This skips the Darth Bandon fight, who, yes, he's still here, even though we're after the Leviathan. And it also lets us trigger Juhani.
Did we lose him?
I think so.
Oh no, not again. Oh, we were doing so well. We got so far.
We must fill dead air. Oh! He's back.
Oh, I think you're back. I have you. You may not be live yet, though.
Yeah.
It lets us trigger Juhani's side quest because now we talked to
I was waiting for confirmation from tech. I gotcha.
Just having a little bit of technical difficulties, everybody. We're working on it, so just sit tight. We'll have it back up in a second, hopefully.
It's saying it can't access the stream key by the looks of it. Oh? All right, little interlude there. No big deal.
Nothing happened.
We skipped the Darth Bandon fight.
Ready? What?
Oh yeah, that happened, I guess.
And we also skipped the Chirac spawn. Well, actually, we may have spawned after the fact.
They're there. So be it. You could blow them up with thermal detonators.
We can just...
So in here, in the Chirac caves, there are some renegade Sith students that need to be dealt with. It's one of the prestige quests.
You may notice we have a lot more stims than we used to. So we decide to kill this Terentatek to allow the Sith students to escape. This has been kind of an unfortunate fight, but 3 rounds is okay. Now the Chirac are in the way. All right. And so we're going to complete this quest by allowing them to escape. This is the only choice we have. You can kill the Sith students, but then you have to fix the rogue assassin droid. That's the only bit of leeway you have. So we're going to make this save in a specific spot, and then we're going to warp back to East Central, and this is when we're going to turn in the rest of our Manon side quests. That.
Yeah.
So we're going to turn in...
You've returned.
Go ahead.
We're going to turn in this roll-in quest, and we actually want to trigger that conversation. So I save teleport in such a way that the conversation triggers. And then we have to turn in some bounties to Hulas here. And our memory's getting high, so let's do a memory reset.
We're really cutting it close there.
I always push it more than I should.
All things considered, this has been a great run.
Yeah.
It's going pretty well.
There haven't really been, that much, there haven't really been mistakes. It's been pretty clean. And the mistakes that have happened are pretty minor.
We've now completed Zulon skip. And normally you would have to go and confront Hulas on Tatooine. But you can actually just tell him, like, you know what, I'm okay with what you did. So just go have fun.
Such a passive choice in this mission.
Wait.
But
really?
Yep. You don't have to go to Tatooine to fight him.
How did we not know that?
Well, sometimes we miss some things.
Yeah, like K2 all quests.
Oh, that's a whole different story.
Let's not talk about that.
What was the quest that we were missing in K1?
K1?
We have never missed a quest in K1. There's actually a 101st quest in the game code, but it is never activated anywhere in the game, so we don't actually have to worry about it.
I thought there was something that we were just skipping for a while.
No, not really.
There was one reroute that Range did that ended up skipping the Stowaway quest.
That's it.
But yeah, KOTOR 2, you'd think of a game that old we would know about every single quest, but somehow we are still able to miss some.
You could have put the thermal detonator in there.
But you automatically get a frag grenade when you're doing Karth Sun's quest. So I always just use that. I'm sorry, Chaos. I failed.
But you have 10 thermal detonators. You can kill Malik with that.
I have 15, actually.
That's enough to kill Malik. Sounds good to me.
That'll be fine.
It's much funnier if I hit Malik with a sword. Trust me. All right, so we did the Ajunta Paul side quest, and we're going to warp back to Valley of the Dark Lords. Sorry, I'm trying not to cough here.
All good. Yeah, we're just wrapping up our last few little quests here on Korriban with another series of hot shots. At this point, there's not a lot to be explained to these glitches. We're just kind of accepting them as we go. We are setting up for a cool coordinate warp here, which I believe we're doing with T3 because he's a fantastic party member.
Yes, he is a good boy.
First, we're going to talk with Lasho, I believe.
Yes, we have to kill these two kata, which are all one-shots. And then Lasho is also a one-shot. How dare you try to attack T3?
T3's just looking down from the Sith tomb, judging us.
We send him over there so that we can enter the tomb more quickly. We have to loot Lasho for her holocron in order to complete that quest. So we send T3 just to make it a little more efficient. For some reason, that console takes forever. I don't know why. So this is Jorakon's side quest. The fastest way to complete this side quest is to give very Sithy answers so that he kills Meekle.
Yeah, we are good guys here, aren't we?
Yep. It's just one bad guy killing another bad guy. That sounds like a good thing to me. And it's fast, so double good.
Unfortunate. T3 normally warps up there with me. He didn't this time. I'm not really sure what causes him to fail to warp, but we can save teleport up there without too much trouble. We need him to be right in front of this sarcophagus for a coordinate warp that we're going to do back to the Tomb of Mark Aragnos here. This tomb has a ton of droids that you're supposed to kill to get to the rogue assassin droid. But by doing this coordinate warp, we are able to skip all those droids. Oh, great. So, unfortunately, the droid at the very start of the tomb managed to get a shot off at my main character, which breaks the conversation that we're having. So I had to just do a combat talk to, to take care of that. And then as soon as the rogue assassin droid has died, we can warp back to the Sith Academy with a hard save hotshot, because that's going to put T3 right next to Uthar.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, different kinds of hotshots have different effects, but yeah.
So now we talk to Uthar. We have this AMG up so that we can do go to your room skip.
What? So then.
Go to your room skip. What a
I love
classic.
go to your room skip.
Uthar tells
So
you to go to
usually-
your room and you're just like, nope.
Usually after all these conversations, like you're supposed to sleep the night and in the morning you're going to go to Naga Sadow, but we just skip the part where we go to our room, immediately talk to them. It's like, oh, okay, we can go now.
So we're going to stim up here for a trick, or for the fight with Uthar and Euthura. But in order to actually get the star map, we're going to do a coordinate warp using the Chirac cave save we made.
Nice.
And it's very important for this coordinate warp for us to add Juhani to our party, because we're going to...
Oh no, not again.
Uh-oh.
Ah, we're so close. We're right at the end.
Come on, we can do it. Give your energy to Indy's internet connection. Okay, all right. You're connected again, maybe?
Is Indy live? That sucks. Oh, reconnection successful.
Says I'm back. Let's wait.
Yeah, we just need to wait for tech to get things back in place again.
I'm really sorry about this.
That's all good. These things happen.
Your internet said that it wanted more KOTOR.
Nice.
Internet connections, and hopefully that'll help. All right. Sorry again, everyone. We did a coordinate warp that has warped Juhani into the star map, and so we're just going to trigger that. That's our last star map, so we're going to be ready to go to Lahan after this, but we need to finish all the quests here in the tomb, so Juhani is going to pick up the Sith lightsaber, and that's going to let us attack Uthar and Euthura.
Has it?
They don't stand a chance.
I think it's interesting to note that we're fighting Uthar and Euthura next to the front entrance of the tomb instead of their usual position on top of the frozen acid lake.
And now we're doing a fast lane to return to the Ebon Hawk, which is where we will trigger the last part of Juhani's side quest.
Nice. We have Zor, the horrible person. He's just such a villain.
Zor is a slaver, so he does not have redeeming value.
I love that people are still just, casually working.
Yeah, it's Korriban. People die all the time.
I mean, honestly, that's a good point.
Okay. We have now finished all the quests up through the middle of the game. And so now we're going to go to Lahan.
We're almost there.
First, we're going to do a map cutscene skip to skip the conversation, the Basilisk torture cutscene. And then we're going to do a quick save hotshot back to the Ebon Hawk. And then we're going to do something called Fighter Skirmish Skip, which we can use to avoid ever going to the Lahan version of the Ebon Hawk, which enables us to skip repairing the Ebon Hawk. All right, there are 2 side quests here on Lahan. One is to take care of some Mandalorians because they're everywhere. They're like Gizka. And then that's going to be a memory reset right there because we were at 1521. The other is to get genetic data for the Rakata, which is the one associated to the Elders. So we'll be doing that one a little later. We're going to duck into South Beach here to set a transit point for later. And now we're going to use our stims so that we can do some fighting. So it turns out you only need the captain to spawn, so you can just skip that cutscene when the captain's there and avoid spawning the rest of the Mandalorians. Now we're going to warp back to North Beach where we were before. This is where we turn in the Mandalorian quest.
Alright, just hoping and praying. Everything's gonna go well through the end.
We are hoping. Please give your energy to my internet connection.
These guys rolling up like they could actually fight Revan. I mean, the main character.
Come on, you have one job.
We skipped the spoilers, Chaos.
Sorry. I didn't mean anyone. I meant a ghost. Ooh.
We have to wait for that cutscene to start in order to advance the quest. But then we're just going to hotshot back outside, which puts us kind of near the person we need to give the Mandalorian's head to. So that takes care of the first side quest. And now we need to make our way to the Elder compound in the southern beach. So this is where we're going to use that transit point we set before. We're just going to save teleport in 3 saves to South Beach and then just transit back.
Very nice. Praise Shoal. No Gizka harm today.
No Gizka. We're harmed in the making of this speedrun.
Joel killing the Gizka in his run was hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
That was pretty good. So I put this AMG up early just in case I triggered the Gizka cutscene. But since I didn't trigger it, I can just use it to skip that Elder cutscene because we don't actually need the Elder's help to get into the temple. We just need to talk to the researcher here to start the genetic data quest. All right, and now we have 2 very exciting DLZs.
Use the same location for them, or do you do the other spot?
Same locations.
Okay.
Wrapping up Candace's quest
It's
line.
very important to talk to Candace there, otherwise we won't be able to complete his side quest. And now we're going to try and get this particular DLC. This is not a hard DLC, but for whatever reason it's been giving me a little bit of trouble lately.
I think it's further left. It's hard to tell. I'm not used to
I think
Candace.
it's further left as well, but also I'm not used to Candace.
Yeah, no one's used to Candace.
By the way, you did turn VSync off, right?
There we go.
Okay,
there we
cool.
go.
And now we're immediately going to do the Summit DLC that any percent does.
Your wish?
But for
The
my
painful
cue,
DLC.
Sure, huh?
For my visual cue, I need Juhani to not be standing there. So what I look for is this slat here has light moving through it. Or it should.
What?
And
He's
so
looking at the lines between the
there's
door
little
and how they
dots for light
parallax.
here, so it's right around here that the DLC should trigger.
What?
Yeah, he's using the parallax effect to get the DLZ. He showed me that before. I didn't like it very much, personally.
DLZ visual cues are really a matter of personal preference. That one works for me.
I'm gonna go look at that later. Whoa!
That one works for me, and the nice thing about it is it's independent of character. Like, it's the same visual cue no matter whether you're using Canderous or the main character or Jolie or whoever it is. So we're going to finish a bunch of main quests up here. We just picked the light side end, and we're going to move Juhani and Canderous to a very slightly different spot and do a coordinate warp back to the main floor. This is going to put Canderous and Juhani in the hallway leading to the catacombs, which is where the genetic data is.
Nice.
Your wish?
And we're coming right down to the bitter end now.
Huh?
Yeah, there's not a lot of game left.
So how are you going to use those thermals?
I think I'm just going to look at them at the end and hold them and love them and feed them cheese.
There's cheese in this game? Space cheese.
I will make cheese.
What we're doing is definitely cheese.
So we don't actually have to use that computer to unlock the summit because we've already been there and done that. So we just get the genetic data and exit that conversation as soon as we can. And then we got to warp back to turn in the genetic data. And then we leave Lahan and go to the Starforge. And Starforge is going to be very fast.
All right. Andy, what's your favorite conversation in the route?
My favorite conversation in the route. Let's see. I think it's the conversations with Hulas, because that actually saves us a ridiculous amount of time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And what is
like
it?
So there's a few of them. There's like 14 ones, and then there's 8 ones and a 2, and then it's 2, 2, 3, and then it's 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1.
I love just shouting numbers at each other.
Yeah.
It's a real KOTOR staple.
I also
I need to get
like,
back into longer categories so I can just start shouting numbers again.
I also kind of like the Euthera conversation, which is 1115 2746 times, and then a 6. That's kind of a fun one too.
Yeah.
You crushed that 2-7 spam. It looked gorgeous.
Yeah, it went pretty well.
All right. All that's left is Bastila and the Starforge.
I'm going to need to do another memory reset, I think. We're not going to get through.
Yeah, almost certainly not.
So traditionally, when you get to this point in the game, a lot of your saves tend to get better because other parts of the game get deleted. However, because of our little glitchy setup not getting on the Lahan Ebenhawk ever, we still have all of the save data from the entire game here in the last levels. So our save teleports are huge, like absolutely massive. So we're going to get to see some of here.
So massive that as the main character is moving to that door, I'm going to have Jolie do some weapon flourish save teleports here. And he's going to basically catch up with the main character here.
Yes? And you need? What?
All right, now we're going to have
Yes?
Jolie talk to one of the droids to get past them. And then we're going to do another GP warp to warp him to where we are.
Yes?
And then we're going to come back here, make a save, because we're going to need to do one more coordinate warp. Let me go through the door here.
What? And you? Yes?
This cutscene can be buffered, but my saves are so long at this point that it's basically impossible to buffer anything.
And you need? Sure.
All right. We're going to do a similar thing here. We're going to use a bunch of GP warps to get past.
Sure.
Yeah, another thing to mention about these saves is it looks like the rate the memory leak is growing. It's like well over 20 megabytes every save.
It's very difficult to control my save teleports right now.
And you need?
They become unruly.
Where am I is quite the mood.
Okay. So here comes our last coordinate warp. This is going to warp Jolie into the room with Bastila so that we can do her fight quickly. And we're using the save we made on the Starforge on the first deck to do a double hotshot. So we're basically taking the coordinates from deck 1 and applying them to the command center. And if it worked correctly, Jolie should be able to open this door to start the quest, or start the fight. Then we skip the cutscene, which also skips the first phase of the fight. And then when we come over here and talk to Bastila, we can do the same phase skip that NMG did to skip the second phase of the fight. And usually this phase is a one-shot, but we missed a shot, so.
That's how you know Bastila's strong.
Does Bastila survive?
Bastila does survive, yes.
Nice. Happy ending.
We skip that cutscene. Oh, come on. Out of the way, Jolie.
We are so close. We're almost there.
Okay. Now skip this cutscene. All right. Now, do you think we're going to one-shot Malik?
Well, let's see.
Are you throwing thermals?
No, I'm not throwing thermals. I told you.
Thermals are so slow. They barely do any damage.
It only takes 10.
Yeah. I think we could do this in fewer than 10 rounds.
If I have
There's one.
a 10-round Malik fight, something went very wrong. 2 rounds.
All right, 2
Not
rounds.
bad. And we're going to skip the second phase the same way that any percent does.
Not how I did it.
That's the end of the run.
Time. And the end of the marathon.
Yay!
Woo!
PG,
Yeah.
Andy.
This was KOTOR, All Quests Unrestricted. It was really incredible run.
This run is it's a lot, but it's a lot of fun to do too, and I really like the route. We also have versions of All Quests that use the no major glitches rule set or the glitchless rule set, and so those are a little more understandable than this one perhaps is to a casual viewer. But I had a lot of fun showing it off. This is one of my favorite categories. I created this category back in 2016 because I really liked 100% runs, and KOTOR didn't really have one at that point. So it has evolved a lot since then. And I'm really proud of the route. Thanks to Lane and Chaos for chatting with me throughout this run. Thanks to the organizers for getting in touch with us about celebrating this 20th anniversary with all of you. We've had a lot of fun, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Be sure to follow that Discord that Churchin just dropped in chat.
Yeah. One last shout out to that KOTOR speedrun community. They're all great. We're really helpful. We're really eager to help new runners. If you're interested in running any of the stuff you've seen here, or even something a little bit different, drop in and ask questions. We not only have a good Discord, we have, if I do say so myself, a really robust set of written guides and video tutorials for the different categories.
You can find those on speedrun.com/KOTOR1. That is speedrun.com/KOTOR1. Also, if you want to play this game, it's on sale right now on Steam. It's like $3.50. It's a steal.
And next weekend, is it Saturday or Sunday? I think it's
Sunday, I believe.
Sunday? Okay.
We're having a little any percent tournament. So that'll be fun too. Check
Join the Discord to hear about that.
Yeah. Just go to the Discord. The Discord's a cool place. Oops, I broke the credits.
Oh no. How could you have done that?
Republic Officer 03. 02.
Break something in this game? Never. All right, but aside from that, I think we're basically done. Tech can cut us off whenever.
Yep.
Thank you all so much, everybody in the community who came out today to do runs. Y'all have put on a fantastic showcase. Every one run was fantastic. commentary was amazing. So thank you all so much for coming out. It's been an amazing day, and I feel like a great way to celebrate the 20th anniversary of this amazing game.
I don't want to lose any ships when that space station goes down.
With that said, we are all out of content for you today. We are going to have some more shows for you tomorrow. 7 p.m. Eastern will be Awfully Silly, and then after that it will be Out of Bounds at 10 p.m. Eastern. So drop on by them, and we'll see you then. Have a great night, everyone.